What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK, live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Tuesday, April 30th, 2024, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, more fallout from the historic NFL draft it was for the Texas Longhorn football program. Plus, Texas basketball adds another transfer. The Texas women's basketball team adds a couple of more transfers. Could LeBron James be headed to Texas? And it's the final day of the college football spring transfer window. We've got some fun stories, including a new gardening trend that is sweeping the nation that the Buck might need to implement in his own backyard. A lot to discuss over the next couple of hours right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. What's going on, Buck?
Hey, it's another beautiful day here in Dripping Springs. I'll tell you that. It's going to be, yesterday, we started out BK and it was humid as a son of a gun over at Barton Creek for the Ricky Williams Celebrity Golf Tournament, Scramble Tournament. It was humid as the sun was rising in the east, not setting in the east, but rising right behind us. That yesterday morning, it got hot yesterday afternoon. It had to be damn near 90 degrees, and the humidity had to be damn near 90%. And it was stifling. I wanted to do some stuff outside, and I just couldn't go out there. I couldn't go out there in shorts, jeans, whatever. I mean, I sweat right through everything. I just walked from the shed to the house, and I had to change my shirt. So I can imagine guys on the golf course yesterday. So for the guys and the gals that played in the Ricky Williams Celebrity event, dude, I know Tuesday morning going to work that's got to be a bitch this morning now.
Oh, a lot of guys probably took today off.
Wow.
If they played in that tournament yesterday because it was hot and it was humid. And, oh, by the way, it was cart path only out there.
I forgot that. Once again, I forgot that. To say that word, cart path only.
There's nothing worse than cart path only. Like, I'm not a good enough golfer, and I don't care enough about golf to play around that is cart path only. Like, I'm going to call the course. If it had previously rained where I'm about to play, I'm going to call the course before I head out there just to ensure that it's not cart path only. And if they say it is, then I'm canceling the round because I'm not doing that.
Yeah, that's me. That's my deal with. Now, I learned that last week. I played at Barton Creek and I played the Crenshaw course, and I ended up, we got there. It was windy, cold, and cart path only. And I'm like, oh, I'm just walking. And dude, by number 18, I couldn't get out of the cart to go shake the hands of the guys I was playing with. I couldn't walk over to the green. My left knee hurt so bad. And I was like, I'm not doing this again. It's like my rule of if it's 62 or less, I'm not playing that day. I'm just not. 62 is it. I can call it. I'll say, there's too many nice days here, too many hot days to play when it's 62 or below. And the same thing on cart path. I'm not here to walk the course. I don't play golf for exercise.
We've had too much Houston weather around these parts over the last few weeks. Now, I'm grateful that it's not triple-digit temps just yet because we know those are right around the corner. But the humidity, because of the rain, and we need the rain, and we sure as hell will be grateful for the rain when we get to June, July, and August. But it has led to a ridiculous amount of humidity, and it is not comfortable out there at all. So,
no, it's got to be. It was something yesterday. You and I were just sitting there.
And I know. Yeah, I was exhausted. I came home and showered after the show from literally just sitting there and talking for a couple of hours.
You had your black shirt on. That sun was just eating up our equipment. We were semi under overhang, and we've got to know that now because you can't let the sun hit the stuff, man, or it'll burn up, or you will burn up. And of course, then yesterday I get home. Yeah. My wife calls me to the window and she goes, "What is that? Is that a dinosaur?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?" I said, "No, it's a squirrel." And I go out in the backyard. It's a rat. It's not a mouse. Dude, this thing is a rat. It's as big as a squirrel. A squirrel rat, but it's got a long tail. And I've seen rats like that before because when I first came to Texas, I originally brought one back from Illinois that I'd had in an old golf bag. He had been living in my old golf bag, and we made the move. He came with us because he had been eating the cat food. And so one night I took him from up north when we moved to Circle C, and I had seen this thing underneath a lawnmower of this tail. And so one night I stayed out in the garage, BK, and I put on a catcher's mask and some catcher's equipment with the vest on, and I was waiting for this rat at like 1:00 in the morning. And this thing is moving around, and it goes into a cabinet. I open up the cabinet and I put a flashlight on it. It's sitting on its two back hind legs, and I poke it with a stick, and I could feel the muscle in the rat. And this thing takes off. And now I finally get it because I put rat poisoning in there, the kind that when the rat goes to drink, he blows up and he dies. This thing looked just like that right there.
Yeah.
It had a long tail. It was a rat. I said, Joyce, it's a rat. I'm like, it's not a mouse. I've got the cats that will, but it's dead. I'm thinking, did the cats get to this? This thing is going to eat one of my cats. It's half the size of my cat.
Oh, the rat was already dead?
Yeah, it was dead. It wasn't alive. This thing was laying in the backyard. It was dead. And I'm thinking, I bet you that one of the cats got to it. But this thing is as big as my cat.
God.
And the dog, goes out of the garage and he runs around the back every time. And I'm thinking, this stupid ass dog didn't catch up to this rat. This rat's too fast for that dumbass dog. But my cats, they live out here. Now they're outdoor cats. So they bring all kinds of varmints, but they never brought anything this big. And it was wet from the rain. This thing must have weighed 6 pounds.
Did you shovel it into a trash can?
Oh, I shoveled it upstairs, up top of the hill there and buried it. And
buried it? What, you gave him like a funeral?
Well, no, I dug a nice hole in there, stuck him in there, and threw some dirt and some stuff over the top.
That's one of those, when your neighbor pisses you off, you just shovel that and chunk it into the neighbor's yard.
Well, of course, I got a farm next to me out here in the housing development with cows and ducks and chickens and goats and shit right next.
Why not add a dead rat in there? Come on.
Yeah, because I know where the rat came from. I haven't had any rats here. So they start becoming green acres next to me. The Ziffles next door to me now. I mean, that rat definitely is coming over, eating all the feed that they put out for the chickens and stuff. Or that damn rat can eat a chicken. That's how big he was. It was not a mouse. It was an effing rat.
Is it bigger than this?
Oh, it looked just like that, but the tail was long, and it wasn't furry. It was a tail. It was a rat tail, just long, skinny thing.
I just Googled rat squirrel, and this is a picture that came up, and it says ancient rat squirrel rediscovered. So I was wondering if you saw one of these prehistoric rat squirrel combos.
I can show that to my wife. It was like a combo. Yeah, that's what I told her. I said, "There's a squirrel," and I'm like, "No." I got out there, dude. I said, it's a rat. And it had maggots already in its head. And I'm like, oh, it smelled. And I stuck it on that shovel. I took the pick and I dug a hole, stuck them in there and buried them. So I'm expecting to see the buzzards up top on my hill today because they'll smell that thing underneath that ground. I didn't bury them like a person. I didn't go 6 feet under. I buried it a couple feet and then threw some dirt on them and some stones, up there in my rat cemetery now. But my God, that thing is hanging around the house, and sometimes I leave the garage door open a little bit so the dogs can get in if the weather's bad. And if you got anything hanging around, those rats will eat dog food. They'll eat cat food. And if they don't need much to get in the garage, they'll just come through there at 1:00 in the morning and hang out, and they'll eat any kind of food that's hanging around. I've got all the cabinets that are closed. I can see to the floor of everything. But dude, that thing was like this. I mean, it was long. It was big. I'm like, I don't think my cats can handle that. I saw the teeth on it. I'm like, I don't know if my cats can handle that damn rat. Although those outdoor cats, they become like little bobcats. They can handle anything. But they weren't going to eat it. They generally will eat a mouse and leave like the head or something. They couldn't eat this. This was a full course 2-year meal. And it was big and thick and wet. Oh.
Big and thick and wet, just how you like them, right?
That's how I like them. Yeah, man.
Yeah. Did you get this guy?
I didn't get Ratatouille. No, it was not Ratatouille. It was that thing's a mouse compared to this thing. This thing had big beaver teeth to it. I'm like,
oh, you like your beavers thick, wet, and juicy.
Yeah. Let me tell you something. If you would not stick your hand near this thing would take one of your fingers off. You would definitely, plus you don't want your dogs get bit by this thing. This thing, no telling what this varmint has. And it's from next door, with all the stuff that's next door to me. That's where it's coming from. I never saw anything. I've seen one rattlesnake here, a baby rattlesnake, in 4 years. Now I've got a farm next to me with feed and hay, bales of hay that are sitting out in the rain. This is bullshit. This is where this came from. I know this is where it came from.
Have you ever confronted your neighbor about this?
What am I going to say to him? You're allowed to have, he has 4 cows, 5,000 chickens, ducks. They've added a goat pen close to my fence down here. Those rats are looking for feed.
Do they have a fence or do they just have like a gate?
No, they have a fence that's a 10-foot fence on my side of the property that the dude put up. And I'm like, fine. If you have a couple cows, fine. 4 cows, none of these cows have disappeared, by the way. In 4 years, there's 4 cows. You're supposed to be packing these in meat. When are they going to leave? What are you going to put 30 cows on a 5-acre ranch? What's going to have a ranch that's only 5 acres here?
I'll tell you what, I'm allowed to eat bread again tonight. I might be taking one of those cows with me, make me a nice juicy hamburger.
In my part of this area, the only thing you can't have out here in this neighborhood is a pig. And believe me, if you could, this would be pig suey living beside me too. It smells, the smell of goats. I lived in Champaign, Illinois with sheep shit and goat shit in the summertime. You can smell this next to me. I've already put up these dividers. I put up these cedar dividers so I don't have to look at the crap. And I've already spent almost $10,000 in dividers.
What?
Yes. So that I don't have to see it. They're beautiful cedar dividers. They had a light that flashed into my bedroom. Nice people, but people that want to become farmers where this isn't a farm. I'm not in a farm area. You want to have a couple of chickens? Fine. But chickens, goats, and 4 cows on 5 acres? What the shit? And now I've got a rat in my backyard dead. I got rat squirrel. Dude, it's the biggest. I should have taken a picture. It's just so big.
This guy just doesn't make enough money to have an actual farm, so he subjects you to a farm in his backyard in Dripping Springs. That's what's going on.
The end of days. You know what I mean? He's that guy. It's that family. And so, of course, now that I've got my vegetable garden, you don't think they're coming? You don't think they're coming for my veggies?
I'm surprised your veggie garden still exists.
It does. Oh no, it's good. And I got blueberries that are now starting to get colored up for blueberries. It's looking good. But now that I saw that rat, because where there's one, there's more. It's like a rattlesnake. Where you find one, he's got a family somewhere else that's close by. And I don't want to come in contact with this because this is a rat that I can't beat with a stick. I've got to pull out the 22. I got to pull out my Henry to put this one down. That's how big it was. BK, you can't beat that one with a stick. That dude would take the stick from you and whip your ass. That's how big this rat was.
Okay, hold on here. The rat would not grab the stick out of your hands and start hitting you with the stick.
No, he would get to your leg, to your ankles, and start gnawing on your ankles.
And then I would think it's Ratatouille if he's doing that type of stuff. I saw what that guy was whipping up at that restaurant. That guy can do anything.
Ratatouille can get it done. I'm just now worried about my garden. I'm like, this rat is not going to have any. If he's got kinfolk, he's having no problems going to eat my broccoli and everything that I've been growing in there. He's going to get in there. So I got to go check it today. Damn, I already got a problem with the coyotes that come to the fence every night, smelling the ducks and the chickens next door. And my dogs are out there at 2 and 3 going nuts, trying to get to the bobcats and everything else out here. This is not a farm. I don't live in a farm. This is not farmland. But people try to turn stuff in. If they get a couple of acres out here, no, it's not a possum. No, but it's as big as a damn possum. It's a rat. Dude, I know what a rat looks like. I've seen rats and mice. But I think one of my cats took care of this dude. He must have tussled with him. But I don't know if I've got one skinny cat that's an outdoor one, but then I got one that's like what do we call that cat the last time we saw it? Ragamuffin. I got one that looks like a ragamuffin that's ready to wrestle with anybody. So I got one ragamuffin, then I got one little skinny gray cat. So but dude, you don't want to mess with a cornered rat.
No, and now I'm like hearing these noises in my apartment, and I'm worried that there's a rat in here, and I don't know what the hell I would do if there was a rat in my apartment unit.
We had a centipede the other day in the house that my wife was calling Chad. Well, she got in the shower the other day, And guess what? The centipede was on her leg, and I wasn't around. And she said she went berserk, took my
Oh,
shoe and crushed it in a corner.
Chad Hastings was in the shower with your wife?
It was just bad. So she had seen this centipede in the bedroom and then couldn't find it when she came back with a shoe. He was gone. Next day, she's in the shower and it's going up her leg. Centipedes like to be around water. So I don't know how it got in. Now I'm on alert to make sure that every door, even if you got something in the garage and you want to take, say you want to take groceries out, all doors have to be shut.
Yeah.
If that rat got inside, oh shit.
Game over.
Oh, game over. We're moving.
Yeah,
Hell,
put the house up.
dude, we may be putting the house up anyway because of this.
Oh,
My wife's
God.
horrified of stuff like this. And she's a farmer. She grew up on a farm, but nobody likes to deal with a rat like that.
No,
Not rat squirrel, not
nobody-
rat squirrel, rat possum or whatever that was.
Nobody likes rats.
Nobody likes a rat. I'm telling you. So that's the way it went yesterday. So now I've got to get out there. I didn't want to go out there and sweat my ass off going on a rat hunting expedition, but I'll be out there today. It'll be a little cooler today. So I'll be looking. It'll be in the low 80s today, high 70s. So we'll be okay weather-wise.
I got a damn fly flying around my apartment, and it's pissing me off. I couldn't imagine what I would do if I had a rat rolling around my place. Goodness gracious.
I didn't know centipedes were dangerous. I thought they were just a bunch of legged stuff that you ended up stepping on.
Well, you've always been a human centipede guy. Do I have that right?
Yeah, for sure. Oh, yeah. I'm a tripod. That's what I am. I'm not quite the centipede, but I'm at least a good tripod.
Those are very different things. So,
but I've never worried about a centipede. My wife's reading up that centipedes can eat a bird and shit like that. I'm like, what?
What?
That centipede, that bird would take that centipede. No, they're long. They're like this long.
How is that eating a bird?
I don't.
How big is the bird?
I don't know. Maybe a bird egg. That's about it.
Yeah.
But I've never known a centipede to eat a bird.
No, but apparently you've been a part of a few human centipedes, so that's good.
Goodness.
All right, before we dive into the sports, how about a shout out to our soldiers this morning?
Yes, good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. They're not worried about rats and centipedes and shit like that. They're going to be there for us no matter what, them and their families. We thank you, and do be careful out there.
Here, guy Jason says, BK's got to fly. He better call maintenance and place.
Oh, yeah, of course. Of course. Yeah.
Not a bad idea.
They should be on that. Why is there a fly in there? They let them in. They probably let the fly in. You didn't let them in.
Yeah, I just got a back patio, and I leave that door open a lot, especially when the weather's nice. I got to get a screen. Like, it's not my place, so I don't know if they want me to install, just one of those screen doors.
No, get a screen. Definitely put it out there. Because that cool air in the morning is great, but you can't leave the door open. All kinds of stuff, creepy crawlers. Texas is filled with these things, man. Yeah. And that's okay. That's fine. I mean, that doesn't bother me. Good
news is I'm on the second floor. Not that those creepy crawlers can't get up there, but a little harder for them to get up there than if I was on the ground. So, it's usually flying stuff, mosquito hawks, flies, mosquitoes, whatever that stuff.
Well, where I used to live out there in Cedar Valley, out there in the woods.
Yeah.
Behind the gas station when I was the little mayor of Cedar Valley. Dude, I watched a fox go up a tree like a cat. I didn't know a fox could climb like that. And I watched this fox go up this oak tree and go up to the top just like a cat. Made it look easier than a cat the way it walked up. So when you see these little gray foxes and red foxes, dude, those dudes go up. They're cats. They can go straight up a tree. Like they can put their little claws and go right up the tree. They sit in trees, so they're all around us. Oh, there's creepy stuff all over. I do want to see the buzzard in my yard digging up that squirrel rat and taking him out and taking him for a ride, because a buzzard will eat that, because those dudes eat everything.
There you go. You sure it wasn't Star Fox that you saw?
No.
This guy?
Oh, no, it wasn't Star Fox. It was more like Ratatouille. It was more like Big Ratatouille.
Boy, I don't know why I'm reading this comment, because we've got some sports to get into, but I do want to get your thoughts on this, or at least Jake wants to get your thoughts on this. Do you ever worry about a snake crawling up your pipes and latching onto your taint while you're taking a dump?
No, I'm fine. I mean, I've lived in the woods before. I'm good with it. There's enough stuff to keep the varmints out. Like I said, I've been here for 4 years. And you know where I live, BK. There's a lot of stones around here. There's a whole hill with just all rocks behind me. And I've been waiting to see that big rattler because I did the last place I lived when I had chickens. The rattlesnake lived in by the chicken coop, and all he was doing was eating the mice that would go in there and get the feed. And this rattler, myself and Javier, which, hey, I did find Javier over the last couple of weeks, by the way, folks. He's back, but he's gone again, believe me. But no, I'm not afraid of varmints. I don't get weirded out. My wife gets real weirded out. I'm worried about varmints in my house, but outside of the house, that's where the varmints belong. But the people trying to do farms is what gets me. This isn't I didn't come out here to build $1 million house beside a farm. You know what I'm saying? That's not what that wasn't my intentions. And if I would have known those people were moving in, I'd have bought the whole, when the guy sold the property next, we'd have brought that property too.
Yeah. Neighbors, man. The worst.
And they're okay, folks. They're just trying to live. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to do what they think is best. A farm is not best. Okay, if you want to put a little garden out there, I'm trying to do roses and make it look pretty around here in the hill country. These people they've got farm equipment, bales of hay outside. They don't even put the damn bales of hay indoors. They let it rain and get moldy, and this smells like shit. I mean, and the summer hasn't even hit me yet here.
Scott asked, what show is this? I'm not even sure anymore. We're on Home and Garden Television today to start things off. But hey, we got some sports to get into. Our man Tom McKay says we can fix your problem, Buck. Bow hunters unite.
No. I don't need that. No, I got some equipment for that, but I'm not doing that to the people. They're just trying to live. That's all they're trying to do. They just happen to live next door.
Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem. All right. Hey, you were 1 for 2 on your 5,000 unit plays in the NBA playoffs last night. You were right on Oklahoma City. They did cover the 5.5 against New Orleans. And
that was a sweep city, wasn't it?
Yeah, they completed the first round sweep. That was a close game. New Orleans actually had a lead at the start of the fourth quarter, but Oklahoma City took over in the final 5 or 6 minutes to get the win and the cover. And yes, they move on to round 2, where they await the winner of the Mavericks-Clippers series. That one is tied at 2 games apiece, headed back to L.A. Game 5 is tomorrow, so you got the extra day off for the travel day in that series. The game you were wrong about, you had the Denver Nuggets covering the 7.5 against the Lakers. What a game that was last night. My goodness, if you stayed up to watch that one on TNT, you were rewarded with a classic. Jamal Murray hitting the game winner with just under 4 seconds left in regulation to give the Nuggets the 108-106 victory.
How many points did that dude end up with?
Jamal Murray, 32.
Wow.
32, confirmed. He was amazing down the stretch last night. And yeah, stuck the dagger through the hearts of the LA Lakers and Lakers fans everywhere. So the Nuggets don't cover, but they get the win, and they are moving on to round 2. They will play Minnesota. Of course, the Timberwolves completed their sweep of Phoenix a couple of days ago. So that's your first
series. Yes.
Yeah, it's awesome. The 2-3 in the West, the defending champs going up against the up-and-coming Minnesota T-Wolves, who look really, really good. Boston gets the win over Miami. Another blowout in that series. They're up 3-1. I think they'll finish off the gentleman's sweep on Wednesday back in Beantown. But the biggest question from last night's action in the NBA is, what does the future hold for LeBron James, right? Like, I think most people thought Denver was going to win the series, and most people expected Denver to close out the series last night. It was a little closer game than folks expected, but they found a way to get it done. LeBron James, it feels like, is asked about his future at the end of every Lakers season. During the post-game presser, he was asked about his future once again, and here's what he said.
And your last game with the Lakers? I'm not going to answer that. Appreciate it.
Yeah, he's not sure he's going to be a Laker anymore. He is now searching for another championship somewhere else now, it looks like. You know, I don't believe they can surround him with enough right now, enough really, really good players. I think he's going to go searching himself somehow, some way for a championship. You know, he may live in LA, but he may be playing somewhere else.
Yeah, I don't know what LeBron wants at this stage in his career, right? Now, his son might be entering the NBA draft. Bronny James did declare, but he also entered the transfer portal, and he's not nearly good enough to play in the NBA right now. I don't think he's ever going to be good enough to play in the NBA, but some team might take a flyer on him if it means LeBron is going to their team, right?
Absolutely.
Even though LeBron's not the best player in the world anymore, he's still really, really good.
Yes.
And he's still LeBron. Like, he sells jerseys, he sells tickets, so you would understand why a governor of an NBA team would want to bring in Bronny James so they could bring in LeBron James. So if that's like LeBron's number one priority and his son does decide to stay in the NBA draft, then, hey, maybe that's where LeBron goes. Or maybe he is set on trying to win one or two more championships. Remember, he's a couple of short of Michael Jordan right now. So maybe that's the goal for LeBron, is to get to 6 championships. He's running out of time to do that. But I don't know. Like, the Lakers don't have a lot going for them.
No.
And the last 3 years, I mean, they missed the playoffs in 2022. They were swept in the conference finals by Denver last year, and then they lose in the first round this year. So it doesn't feel like they're trending in the right direction.
No, he's seeking to move to a city just during the season, still do everything in LA, but he looks to go on to try to get championship. And this would be seeking a championship. He's not going anywhere to build anything anymore. It's about the championships, like you said, catching up with Jordan and seeing you later. And then I think I would say maybe 3 more years he'd be done playing.
3 more seasons.
Yeah, that's a lot, man.
Yeah,
but that old dude can go. He can still get up and down that court. Like you said, he's not just a good player; he's still a great player.
Right. Yeah, I don't think he's the best player in the world,
no.
But he's still an all NBA caliber player, and
he's still one of the best that'll be on the court.
I mean, the guy just finished his 21st season, Buck. His 21st season, and in the final game, he had 30 points, 11 assists, 9 rebounds, and 4 steals.
And it's still not enough for the team that he's on, because that's how shitty the team is.
Yeah, I mean, they've got LeBron, they've got Anthony Davis, who gets hurt at seemingly the worst possible times, and he got hurt in the third quarter last night when the Lakers had a lead, and that allowed Denver to come back into that game. Now, Davis came back and played the fourth quarter, but it was a really bad time for the Brow to get that shoulder injury, and it feels like he always gets hurt at the most inopportune time. So, but outside of those two guys, I mean, D'Angelo Russell was solid. Austin Reeves, the former Sooner, has turned into a better player than anybody expected, but they're
just not good enough.
Yeah, they're not good enough. Like, Denver's team, it's a team game. Denver's team is significantly better. We've seen that the last 2 times these teams have met in the playoffs. So the reason I bring this up, like, I don't want to go first take and just talk about LeBron's legacy all the time, but I looked up Vegas odds for LeBron's team in the 2024-2025 NBA season. The Lakers are still the favorite at plus 250, but one of the teams tied for second, the San Antonio Spurs, plus 500 to land LeBron James this offseason. I'm asking the Spurs fans, and I'm asking you, Buck, if you think it'd be a good idea to pair rookie sensation Victor Wembanyama with one of the greatest players of all time, LeBron James.
It wouldn't hurt. That's not gonna hurt his play. You know,
Yeah.
I don't know if those two, can they take it to a championship? It's a pretty good start. He needs to be around some veteran guys that are good, not D'Angelo Russell. I mean, he needs to be around veteran NBA guys that can, if you told me he was going to Boston or something like that, or if he was going to go play with Jimmy Butler, if that was a part of, Bam, I mean, I'd say, okay, he can win a championship. He can win a championship with the Heat. Players like that. Wembanyama, it's just he's too young still.
Right. I don't know why either side would want to do that, right? Like, maybe if LeBron just wants to play for Popovich, then that's the appeal there. But even with LeBron, the Spurs are nowhere close to competing for a title. Like, the roster outside of Wembanyama is just not very good. And if you watch the Spurs play at all this year, you knew that. And then for the Spurs, like, I don't know if it stunts Wemby's growth, but I just don't know if you need that for him, right?
I would say you don't need it for him. But if he said, I really would like to play for Pop for a season. That'd be interesting to me.
Yeah, I doubt it happens, and I don't think the Spurs should want that to happen.
No.
But I thought that was interesting. Also, your 76ers plus 500 to get LeBron James. You could have a LeBron Embiid duo in Philly.
And Maxey, I like that. Now that sounds good.
Yeah, I mean, that team, look, the Sixers are much closer to competing for a championship than the Spurs are right now, even though it looks like Philly's about to get bounced out of the playoffs tonight in the first round. A lot of that has to do with Embiid just being not 100%.
Yeah, playing on one leg, yeah.
Yeah, if they had LeBron, I think that would make Philadelphia better, and that's a spot that would make more sense for both sides
Absolutely.
than I think San Antonio would. But I was pretty shocked when I saw the Spurs with the second best odds to get LeBron James, because that's a move that doesn't really do a lot for me.
No.
I mean, part of me is like, Wemby, like, he's the most hyped draft prospect we've seen since LeBron. So it's like, oh, what a great guy for him to learn from, right? Because LeBron has handled everything at this level incredibly well, despite all of the pomp and circumstance that has been surrounding him since high school. And it's like, hey, Wemby, you might be the face of the NBA here soon. Once LeBron hangs it up, like, okay, here's how you be the face of the NBA. Just watch LeBron do it. Like, maybe that would be an appealing thing for San Antonio, but just for the basketball, from a basketball perspective.
Now, let that kid grow. Let him grow on his own.
Yeah, let him be the face of that team.
He's done a pretty good job so far.
Yeah,
because I don't know if that's not bringing you a championship. I mean, it makes you closer to a championship than the guys that you have playing with you right now. But it's one of those, you're going to lose some seasons. Let him grow. Let him figure out a way. He'll get to a championship eventually. If it's with San Antonio or somewhere else, that big sucker will win a championship somehow, some way. And for LeBron, put him on a team that needs to have some veterans and ready to go. He doesn't need to be with some young guy like that. Let that other guy make his own way in basketball,
Yeah. Last thing on this for me, I think the most appealing part for San Antonio and a potential LeBron to the Spurs collab would be the other guys that come with LeBron. Because once again, like, you might get LeBron for a year or two and then his career is over. But, guys want to play with LeBron. And, man, talk about playing with LeBron and Wemby. Like, that might be able to bring in some other free agents to come in who are a lot younger than LeBron. So it's like, oh, LeBron might retire, but then you've got Wemby and a couple of other players who are really, really good and who are a lot younger than LeBron. And it's like, all of a sudden, that's your core. Like, LeBron leaves, but you still have a bunch of players because they saw LeBron wanted to play with Wemby, so other guys want to play with Wemby too. So that is the thing. Like, I don't think it'd be a short-term championship type of run, but maybe
it won't be a quick day. It'll be for the long haul.
And maybe it just expedites the Spurs rebuild and allows them to get a lot of players that they would not have access to if they didn't have King James on their squad. So
wow.
Interesting. Thought that was worth bringing up right there. A couple of Spurs fans have chimed in, and Sam is one of them. He says, keep that son of a bitch out of San Antonio. Yeah. So,
I'd rather let that young guy grow on his own.
Yeah. CB says, I'd rather have LeBron than Trae Young in San Antonio. Yeah, I'll take door number 3, I think, if I'm a Spurs fan right there. Okay. Before we shift gears, we got a Texas basketball transfer to talk about. Texas baseball back in action tonight. Some draft grades for Mel Kiper Jr. for the Dallas Cowboys and Houston Texans to get into. But before any of that, Buck, how about some sponsor shout-outs?
We're talking about gardening. Leaf Landscape Supply Services, Monterey Oaks and 290 South and Palm Springs Road up north. Everything that you want for a healthier garden and landscape around your home. And folks, I am excited about right now. I've got all my stuff growing, BK. My tomatoes are good, doing well, my peppers and everything that I've started this out. But I want to thank the folks at Leaf to make sure that I had the right fertilizer in my gardens, in my vegetable gardens, because they've been doing it for me for over 25 years. I've been going to Leaf Landscaping Supply Services. They've been doing stuff around my home. My rose gardens look good. I had some leaves that were starting to get the little spots on them. I went over, got the right fertilizer, the right feed for my roses, and now they look fantastic. And folks, you can do the same. If you want to do it yourself, that's fine. But if you want contractors to come by, the folks at Leaf will point you in the right direction. Any way you want to go, the folks at Leaf will get it done for you. Like I said, for over 25 years, I've been gardening for a long, long time. I started gardening. I don't know what happened to me, but when I was at Boston College, I decided I wanted to be a gardener as a football coach. I wanted to have something as a hobby for me that was around my home. And it wasn't just cutting the grass. I wanted to make my landscape look good and have rose gardens and different kinds of shrubs around. But I also have, once I got to Texas, I thought that anything could happen here at Texas. I just thought because of the heat, I could grow anything. But boy, let me tell you how wrong I am. We are in zone 9, and zone 9 means it is hot around here, and not everything can go in the ground. You can't put plants from California in Texas and say, okay, or you can't. I mean, even in certain parts of Texas, like what we see down in the tropical areas of Houston there, up in the Austin area, it's not the same kind of ground. It doesn't work that way. So the soil is different and you have to treat it different. But folks, if you go to Leaf Landscape Supply Services, they'll let you know exactly what to do. BK knows exactly what to do because he has one plant. He's doing it the smart way. Let me take care of one thing and see if I can get that done. And you're doing it the right way. You tell me now that you have actual flowers on that plant.
I did over the weekend.
What happened? Did the animals come and eat them off? Now there's no more rose on the desert rose.
I don't know. I just haven't checked since Saturday.
You don't go out and just look at it every day and talk to it.
It's a far walk, man.
You got to talk to your plants. I talk to the plants.
What do I say?
Ask them how their day is.
What do they say back?
They don't say anything back to you. You just have that feel. They grow the way you want them when you talk to them. You got to talk to the plants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not going to do that. Like the drugs that I have are not good enough for me to do that. I need to.
Because if they don't talk back to you, you're not involved.
No, I don't talk to the walls either because they don't talk back to me. So I'm not going to do any of that. But
all right.
Leaf Landscape.
Go downtown Austin and watch the people that are talking to the buildings.
Yeah, well, I need their drugs. Like they've got better stuff than I do. So once I get my hands on that, then
they are high on life.
Yeah, no, they're high on other stuff too, my friend. Shout out to our friends at Cabo Bob's. Oh, we got some Cabo Bob's gift cards to give away. We can do one of those today. Texas softball, another weekend series win, another weekend series sweep for the #1 team in the country. They continue to roll. And Texas baseball takes 2 of 3 from Oklahoma.
Very nice.
Because both Diamond Sports won their weekend series. We've got 2 Cabo Bob's gift cards to give away this week, and we'll do one of those today. So for your chance to win, all you have to do is send us a text on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328, or leave us a comment if you are watching on YouTube. Doesn't matter what you say. You get entered to win just by saying something.
There you go. Say something.
Thanks to our friends at Cabo Bob's.
And speaking of the Diamond, boy, that was a couple of nice interviews we had yesterday. Brooks Kieschnick and, of course, Roger Clemens took some time to come by as we were out at the golf tournament yesterday. That was the first time I ever had a chance to sit down and talk to Roger Clemens.
Nice.
That was a good job. He's fantastic, man.
Yeah, we talked about a bunch of stuff with Rocket, and we'll post that interview to Facebook and to Spotify a little bit later today. But we talked Texas baseball. We talked about the Astros slow start. We talked a little golf. We talked about what Casey and Cody Clemens are doing. Of course, a couple of other great Texas baseball players.
He has an awful lot of respect for David Pierce.
Yeah, he does. It was a fun conversation with him, and obviously Brooks Kieschnick, the GOAT of Texas baseball. And we got to catch up with Ricky Williams, too. So fun times at the Ricky Williams Celebrity Golf Scramble yesterday. Appreciate those folks having us out. And appreciate Olipop as well, because that stuff is fantastic. A new kind of soda. If you haven't tried Olipop yet, you're missing out. I mean, we've told you all about Olipop for months now. The Buck's a believer. Chip Brown is a believer. I know Double R is a believer. I'm a believer. We got a bunch of guys on our team who drink Olipop religiously.
We are the liquid kings here.
We are the liquid kings here. Absolutely. Olipop available at H-E-B, Costco, Target, Whole Foods, Walmart. Wherever you buy your groceries, you can find Olipop. It's a great tasting soda that's actually good for you. And they have so many great flavors too. Original cola, lemon lime, Dr. Goodwin root beer. You got the cherry cola. They've got the strawberry vanilla.
The cream.
The cream. You love the cream. I don't know if they have a cream pie flavor yet. Maybe they're working on it.
Oh, yeah.
Grape soda, cherry cola. The orange squeeze is so good. Tastes just like the orange Fanta, too. That's quickly becoming one of my favorite flavors. Get you some of that Olipop. You won't regret it. All right. Texas baseball is back at it tonight. Speaking of Texas baseball, just a quick mention of them. It's their final midweek game of the season. They will take on Sam Houston State at UFCU Dish Falk Field tonight.
Somebody mess around on a Tuesday. We don't have any time for messing around on Tuesday. This is a serious one.
Well, somebody tell Sam Houston State that Sam Houston is not a state.
Oh,
idiots. Okay. I can't stand that. How are you a state when you're not a state?
You want them to just be Sam Houston College?
Just Sam Houston University or Sam Houston College.
Yes.
Why are you Sam Houston State? Sam Houston isn't a state. Like Texas State makes sense to me. Oklahoma State makes sense to me. Louisiana State makes sense to me. But when you're a city or a person, why are you throwing state at the end of that?
Just be college.
Yeah, like we know you're a college if you have college in your name. We know you're a university if you have university in your name.
You're not a state.
Yeah, that's supreme trash talk right there. You're not a state. Stephen F. Austin State is another one of those. What are we doing here? Can't do that.
Well, and I tell you what we can't do. We can't lose on a Tuesday right now.
Well, wouldn't it be fitting if Texas lost?
No.
It is their final midweek game of the year, and they have stubbed their toe in so many of these in 2024. Wouldn't it almost be right if they did lose to?
No, I'm going double-digit win on your way to playing Okie State.
Yeah, it's a big week for Texas baseball. Yeah, please don't lose tonight. I'm obviously kidding. Don't slip up again against a random smaller school within the state of Texas that you have no business losing to. That's happened way too often this year. But last week, Texas did take care of business against UT Arlington, an 11-0 win in their penultimate midweek game. Hopefully they do something similar tonight.
Absolutely.
Charlie Hurley on the mound for Texas, the same starter as the guy who started against the Mavericks last weekend. Texas 83-19 all time against the Bearcats. They've won 10 straight against Sam Houston. But of course,
boy.
I know. They've lost 19 times to Sam Houston over the years. How's that possible?
Because it's always been a Tuesday and nobody gave a rat's ass, probably.
Yeah, they've won 10 in a row. I think 2016 the last time, if I remember reading that right. The Horn slipped up against the Bearcats with a K. But yeah, please don't lose. And then, of course, as you mentioned, Oklahoma State comes to town this weekend. One of the three teams Texas is chasing in the Big 12.
That's got to be a sweep. That's the series I'm looking for, the sweep. That can't be – I mean, win the series, that's nice, but no, we need to sweep.
You better hope it rains on Friday so Texas doesn't have to play on Friday. If we can get a doubleheader Saturday and then a game on Sunday, then the Longhorns have a chance. But as long as this team is playing a game on Friday, they're not going to win.
And Coach Pierce can show up. He can come back and coach.
Yeah. Pierce was suspended the Oklahoma game Friday, and Texas still lost, so you can't blame him for that. So, yeah, he'll be back. Yeah, like it's amazing that this team keeps finding ways to win these conference series despite losing every series opener, it feels like. So, Okie State ranked 14 in the country. Texas is one game back of them and West Virginia for second place in the league. They are 2 games back of OU for first place in the league. 3 series to go. So we have hit the home stretch of the Texas baseball season, and hopefully we have not hit the home stretch of David Pierce's tenure.
No, I think you guys still got to win a championship.
It'd be nice. Look, you've got the regular season and you've got the conference tournament championship. So a couple of opportunities there for Coach Pierce. And, the postseason is what matters more than anything else. So even if Texas doesn't win a Big 12 on their way out the door, if they do make a deep run in the national tournament, then I think David Pierce will be back for another season, and I think he will have earned the right to have come back for another season. Yep. But it's whether you agree with it or not, it's a big month of April and really a big month of May as the calendar turns tomorrow for Texas baseball and its head coach. Okay, how about Texas basketball, Buck? Picking up another transfer. The transfer window, the transfer portal window, at least the current portal window, closes today for college football.
Oh, for
football.
football, okay.
For basketball, it's tomorrow. So April 30th for college football. So maybe we get some news for Texas football. Now it will open up again closer to the actual season. So this is not the final time Texas can add to its 2024 roster, but this is the last day in this window where they can. And for college basketball, it closes tomorrow. So Rodney Terry, an unexpected addition yesterday. Malik Presley coming in from Vanderbilt. He's actually a local kid, played his high school ball at San Marcos. And I'm hoping this Vanderbilt transfer is half as good as the last Vanderbilt transfer Texas got. That was a guy by the name of Dylan DeSue, who was one of the best players on this team for the 2 years he was
Absolutely.
here in Austin. Malik Presley, not as proven. He was just a freshman last year, only played about 11 minutes a game, averaged just 2 points per game for the Commodores. But he was a top 150 recruit in the country out of high school. He's got 3 years of eligibility left. So this is more of a development type of guy. So of the 5 transfers RT has brought in this offseason, this is the least established player. But 6'6", he's got some length on the outside. Once again, 3 years of eligibility left. Former top 150 recruit who had a number of big-time offers coming out of San Marcos High School, and he is the latest addition for Rodney Terry. That is now 5 transfers this offseason for Texas basketball. And if my count is right, they still have 3 scholarship spots left. It's either 2 or 3. So we'll see if they add at least one more player by the time the window closes tomorrow.
What position is he? I mean, what is he? Is he a forward or?
Yeah, he's a wing. He's 6'6", so 2 or 3.
Another big guy. That's all right.
Yeah, I got some length. And once again, he's a little bit of a project, so I don't know how many minutes he's going to get for Texas right away. Now, I would like to think Rodney Terry is not just giving out a scholarship as a favor to somebody.
Or just a depth guy. This guy has to be able to play.
Right. I'd like to think, whether it's this year or 2 or 3 years down the road, RT believes that Malik Presley is good enough to be a significant contributor to Texas basketball.
Right.
I just don't know. Like, you look at the stats, you look at the numbers, and you look at the experience of Malik Presley compared to the 4 other guys that Texas has brought in. It's like, no, those guys are win now type of players. Like the other 4 guys that RT has added have all played college basketball for at least 3 seasons.
3 seasons.
So Malik Presley has played 1 season, and once again, he was a bench guy for a bad Vanderbilt team last year. So he's more of a development guy, kind of a stash type of player, I think, for Texas. Maybe he gets some PT this coming season, but this might be a move for RT. Who's just like, man, I don't want to do this every offseason where I have to replace 6 of my top.
I want a guy in my program. I want a guy who's been in my program for a year or 2. That helps.
Yeah, because that's what's happening with Texas basketball right now, right? They're replacing 6 of their top 8 guys from a season ago. That's, kind of the new age of college basketball where you have that.
They're doing it all over the place, yeah.
Turnover every year. But if you're a coach and you can avoid that, you'd like to avoid that if possible.
Yeah, teams like UConn are getting 1 player or 2 players. They're not getting 6 and 7 players. Guys stick around there because they know, well, why would I go into transfer portal? I play at UConn. Where the hell am I going?
Yeah,
if I'm good enough to play here. I'm good enough to play in championship games, and people will see me, and everything will work out for me here. So they don't have a bunch of that. They end up going and picking and choosing 1 or 2 guys. They don't get 4 or 5 guys at UConn. But the 1 or 2 that they get, they know that are coming into play immediately.
Yeah.
That's not a depth thing at UConn. That's a player thing.
You only leave UConn if you're not good enough to play at UConn.
Yeah, that's right. You only leave there if you're not good enough. When you find out I'm not good enough to play here.
And hell, I'll take the rings, if I'm not good enough to play at UConn, I'm probably not good enough to play in the NBA. So it's like, I'll sit on the bench and get some rings out here.
A little NIL money.
Yeah, cash in on a little NIL. Sure. Why not? Why not? Texas still needs a big, though. I mean, they've added a lot of length with the 5 dudes that they've brought in, but they have not brought in an actual big at this point. And right now, once again, it's Caden Shedrick and Zarek Onyema who are the centers for this roster. And, I talked about Malik Presley hopefully not being just a handout type of scholarship for RT. Right now, Zarek Onyema is looking like a little bit of a handout. So I didn't see anything from him last year that leads me to believe that guy should be a big-time piece for the Texas front court. And Caden Shedrick, I like his game, but the guy's always hurt. Always hurt.
I thought he had more to offer as an offensive player. And when he was healthy, I thought he did that. I thought he showed some spurts of, I can do some things offensively. But once again, you didn't see enough of it. It wasn't consistent enough because it didn't happen until the latter part of the year. It didn't happen early because he was hurt so much early.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he was.
And that guy's like an old war horse, Expectations are he's going to get banged up during the course of the season. If he plays in a bunch of games, he's not going to get to play in a bunch of games because he's going to do a few of those games. You're not going to see him playing. He's just going to be sore or hurt or whatever. But I think he has some more into his offensive game,
Yeah, that guy looks like a 12-year-old with all the braces he's got. Different kinds of braces, but yeah, all sorts of braces. And the funniest part, like, it's not funny, right? Like, I feel bad for the kid, but my God, every time there was a TV timeout last year, or just every time Caden Shedrick went to go sit on the bench, he had to put a heating pad on his back. This guy's like 22, and he's already doing that.
Like me, looking for relax the back already, huh?
Yeah, no, seriously. He should get an NIL deal with relax the back, because he needs that stuff more than you do.
Wow.
And you're in your late 60s. So, they've got to add. Yeah, they need 2 bigs, to be honest. They still have at least 2, maybe 3 scholarship spots left. Once again, they don't have to fill everything by tomorrow, but we might get some more news by tomorrow for Texas basketball.
Yeah, not a lot of 6'10", 6'11" guys out there to pick from. They're either way, way too young or they're not good. They're just big. I mean, to bring a big, he's got to be a big that's going to be able to handle SEC, and SEC's getting pretty good in basketball.
Yeah, the one name that I keep hearing, and I've got to double check this real quick to make sure he hasn't committed anywhere. That is Brandon Garrison, the Oklahoma State center, who was a freshman last year. Didn't put up gaudy numbers, but played a decent amount in the Big 12. So he's got Power 5, major college basketball experience. That guy, I believe, is still out there. I know he's visited to Texas, so that's a dude to keep an eye out on. And then there's a couple of other bigs who are still available. I don't know how many of them have actually gone to visit Texas, but man, they could use some size and they could use some depth down low. And maybe Brandon Garrison is their top guy who can give them that. Also, Osborne from Utah State is still in the portal. His name is Great, Buck. That's his first name, Great.
Nice.
Great, if you for some reason needed help spelling that. He's in the portal.
Okay.
And he was Mountain West Player of the Year last year for the
Aggies. Mountain West player
of Utah State. Yeah, he's 6'8", so he's not huge, a little bit shorter than you want your center to be, but you would take that guy.
Absolutely.
There's a 6'10" cat from Rutgers named Clifford.
If UConn wants that guy, guess where he'll be?
UConn.
He'll be just right down the street at UConn. They just took one from Rutgers last year that ended up being pretty good. So they'll do the same. If they want that one, they'll get that one.
Hey, Texas One Fund. Come on. We were just at the Ricky Williams Celebrity Golf Scramble for Texas One Fund. All right. Hopefully they raised enough money to go get one of these big time centers in the portal. That's what we need here. Don't spend all that money on football. We love football.
I was going to say center at football. Looking for a football center.
Now, they got Jake Majors. Their O-line's good. They don't need a center.
Jake Majors is back for his 7th year.
He is. All right. And people are happy that he's back now.
I am, for sure.
Yeah. Back in the day, it was like, can we find this dude's replacement? And now it's like, can this guy stay here for another 7?
Oh, no, I liked him from the get-go. Still like him. A little undersized for what they're looking for, but still, I mean, the guy has been such a good leader. That has been great for Texas. You get a guy going in his 5th or 6th year, 6th year. I mean, you got to be kidding me. At one position, and you can't get rid of him? That's the guy I want. The guy that you can't get rid of. The guy that you've been trying to get rid of, but you just can't do it. Can't find anybody that's as good as he is. And then when he's not playing how much you miss him. We saw when he didn't play what happened.
Yeah. Brandon Garrison, by the way, is announcing today where he's going to play. I know Oklahoma's in the mix. I know Arkansas is in the mix, but Arkansas did just get a Tennessee transfer big man, so maybe they are no longer in the mix. I think Kentucky is also going after Brandon Garrison. So, you've got a lot of other schools who are trying to get him. So we will see if Texas can find a way to get Brandon Garrison on campus. If not, we'll see what the pivot is. But yeah, they need, like, I love what RT has done with this roster, but I'll tell you what, like, if they don't upgrade at center, I'm not going to feel like this team has any chance to do what I want them to do this coming
Yeah, because
season.
they can't live alone on the one guy that they have because he's not going to be there for the whole time.
Yeah, they absolutely have to add more down low. All right, shout out to Texas women's basketball. They added a couple of transfers this week. Yesterday, Kyla Oldacre coming over from Miami. She's 6'6", so some more size down low for the Texas women. Averaged 5 and 4 for Miami a season ago. And then earlier this week, Layla Filia coming in from Michigan, 17 points per game, one of their best players a season ago. She is coming into Texas. So 2 more ads for Vic Schaefer. There's been a lot of roster attrition for Texas women's basketball in the last couple of weeks. I think the Longhorns have lost 3 or 4 players to the portal, but they've added some nice pieces as well. And hey, you need a good roster going into the SEC because you got to deal with Dawn Staley and you got to deal with
that one right there.
Yeah, Kim Mulkey, Cruella de Mulkey pulling your hair down in handshake lines.
Yes.
So you better make sure you're ready to roll.
Wait till Texas gets in there.
Oh my God. I'm telling you, that is my least favorite part of the move to the SEC. I was so happy when she took that gig at LSU. I'm like, finally, we don't have to deal with her ever again. And then, boom, now we might have to deal with her twice a year again. By our choice, we chose to do this.
We will be attending those games. We have to see her live and in person.
You got a mouse in your pocket?
Oh, you're going too.
I will not be in the same room as her. No chance. I'm going to get killed.
No.
The lights are going to go out in the stadium, and then they're going to pop back on. She's going to be next to me looking like Jigsaw, ready to kill me.
She's going to handshake you like the chief of police did.
Oh.
Yeah.
That was emasculating right there.
Yeah, it was.
Interim chief of police Robin Henderson, who's awesome. Love her. Got to interview her back at Blue Santa in December.
Take your breath away handshake.
That
wow.
Handshake, man, was just a rim rocker. I mean, golly. The second handshake, though, I got her back. I let her know. That I have a Y chromosome.
She was eyeballing you like, hey, what are you doing?
Yeah.
I'm a lady. What are you trying to do here, dude?
Well, the first one was Limp Bizkit. So she's like, get this dead fish out of here. We can't have this guy around. As our guy Jay Willems from Sue Patrick is in the building this morning, and you know how he feels about Kim Mulkey.
Yeah.
And you know how we feel about
faces all you want, but she's a great. There's that hat.
You know how we feel about Jay and Sue Patrick.
There you go. Absolutely. 5222 Burning Road. You can find that hat there. That's going to be the gear for Texas OU right there. You got to show them that you care. If you wear that hat, you're showing them that you care right there.
You can even like slide this little Longhorn from side to side.
I'm going to put a little battery in there and make it move like that. On demand. You know that?
Battery powered. I can already picture like some OU fan.
That's a fight right there.
Some OU fan is going to go to Sue Patrick and buy this hat, which I'm sure Jay will take their money because, their money counts the same as our money.
Yeah.
And they're going to like detach this Longhorn and turn it upside down and
of course
roll into the Cotton Bowl with the horns down version of this hat.
Well, that's that one right there. That hat that's a good one, BK. That's a golf hat. That's the one you take to the course and wear it during the course of playing with your buddies right there.
Is it?
Oh yeah, you can sport that. I mean, it's got no weight to it, right? Feels pretty good.
Yeah, it feels like a normal hat.
There you go.
Yeah, and it looks cool too. It's the trucker style with the snapback. I think it also says, there you go, hook 'em horns.
Of course.
On the back
as soon as they'll find a way to do, they'll do something.
Oh, yeah, you're right, though. Yeah, some Texas fan wearing this is getting into a fight at the fairgrounds next year. 100%. But shout out to Sue Patrick, 5222 Burnett Road. If you want this hat, go see him or just buy it online at SuePatrick.com.
And as of July 1st, you'll see some of these SEC logos on this gear now.
Yeah, you will.
Getting closer and closer to the official time.
I love this thing, man. This is so funny.
What, that hat? You're
Yeah,
like,
it's
you
awesome.
said you wouldn't wear it, and now he's sporting the hell out of it. Look at him.
Yeah, look, I'm always going to support Sue Patrick. We know that. They've hooked us up with tons of great gear, and I'll keep hooking them up. We'll keep giving them some love. There's no doubt.
I do like that one. I got that one. I could be wearing that playing golf tomorrow.
There you go.
Probably not, but yeah, I could take a chance.
You just said it's the hat to wear on the course.
You know what? That'll keep me. And plus, trying to gain that weight, that'll keep me anchored down right there, that hat.
Oh, right. Oh, this will turn you back into the big man?
Yeah, I am. Yes. After dealing with Ratatouille, I am the big man now. They call me the exterminator.
I don't know if I've ever heard anyone call you that. The rat was already dead. What do you mean you're the exterminator? You walked into a dead rat and you just gave him a funeral.
I want to know which animal killed that rat on the property. You think the two cats double teamed them, or the one cat? I did see there's a video. I don't know if you've ever seen it. There's a black squirrel that breaks the neck of a rattlesnake. BK gets him from behind and breaks its neck. And that rattlesnake bites that squirrel a few times.
Yeah.
But that squirrel gets behind him and jujitsus him from behind and breaks its neck. It is the coolest video. I was shown that about 2 years ago. My wife has seen it. You got to go check that out. Black squirrel, little ground squirrels. Okay. He's out in the middle of nowhere, and he gets this thing, and everybody's thinking, oh, dead squirrel, rattlesnake, big rattlesnake too. This dude gets up after a couple bites, gets up behind him and breaks its neck.
Oh, and who's doing the double teaming? You lost me on that.
My two cats maybe double team Ratatouille.
Oh God, it's a kids movie.
Or do you think maybe it was Louis? You think Louis may have got a hold of this thing? Louis too dumb. This thing would have been Louis right in the face.
I think the cats probably got to him.
Wow.
They just ate him and not.
No, they're not going to eat it. I mean, he's big and thick and wet.
And they double teamed it?
Yeah, they doubled him up. I think. Yeah, my two cats are now, since they become outdoor cats, they're bringing all kinds of livestock back to the back porch. But it's generally, they eat, like I told you, they eat the tails off the lizards. So they'll bring the lizards, half the lizard back. They'll eat the tail. The tail must be a delicacy for cats. They leave the body, but they eat the tails like frog legs.
When you say tails, what do you mean? You mean actual tails?
The actual tail. They eat that tail. Okay. There's something must be tasty on that tail, like a frog leg. You know what I'm saying?
You eat frog legs?
No, I do not. I don't. No.
Too weird for me.
That's a little too weird. That's like people tell me how good a gator tastes. You keep the gator. All right.
Well, I'll eat the gator because he took Chubbs' hand, that piece of shit.
I don't do gator. I don't do exotic animals. I'm not that guy. I don't like eat snake. No, thank you. None of that stuff suits me. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying.
It tastes too gamey.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. It's fair. It's not my preference, but I'll eat it. I'll try it. If I've had gator before. I don't think I've ever had snake before, but I think.
First of all, I've seen you eat that Cajun food. You guys eat boudin balls. They don't do anything for me, but you guys order boudin ball. I'm like, what is boudin? Is it like, I don't know, gator poop or something? What is a boudin ball?
Boudin is it's like sausage. It's like pork mixed with rice.
That doesn't do anything for me.
That's fair, but I don't know.
You eat that with a little gator on the side with some hush puppies?
Sure. Love Cajun food. Boudin bowls are great. Yeah, we spent like over $100 at that drive-through boudin stop in Louisiana.
I ate it, but it just didn't. It just was like, what is it in here that's making me? I'm like, nothing. There's nothing in here.
You also had Raising Cane's for the first time on that trip. Like your palate.
I showed you how to tear it out with a fork.
Yeah, you bought like the huge. What's the name of the Caniac combo with like 6 tenders, and you ate 3 of them and threw the rest of them away.
By the way, that was at Shaq. That was at the original.
Yeah, Baton Rouge.
I saw Shaq getting his degree from there.
There you go. I don't know if he got the degree at Cane's. They just had a picture of him getting his diploma.
Shaq got his degree. That's when they had his graduation party.
Oh, God.
Oh,
All
my.
right. Shout out to Sue Patrick. Also, some love to our man, Tom McKay at AV Consultations. We'll let you hear right now from our man, Tom McKay over at AVC.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Today's home electronics can be a bit daunting. My company has spent the last 36 years making sure they are not. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. We carry all the major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We believe in having some fun and dreaming big. Do you have a dream for your home entertainment? Let us know. We can make it come true. And we are always there to help after the job is done. We cultivate clients for a lifetime by treating everyone like their family. No, not those family members. I'm talking about the ones you actually like. So relax, hug your kids, make love to your wife, and smile. Then, when you have a moment, give us a call at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. Or online at avconsultations.com.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you very much. And thank you to the friends over my son and Ricky and Scott over at 34 Wine and Spirits. It's just so funny watching my son driving that van around. Ricky had his car. AJ had the company van yesterday, and he was not happy about that. That was just too much. 34 Wine and Spirits, wholesaling your liquor all over to your big parties and not so big parties. You know, if you've got I think Paulie's going to start using AJ for the Commodore and the Doug boats and things like that. So they've got all you need in stock when it comes to all your wine and liquor supplies there. 34 Wine and Spirits on the Southwest Parkway, as they continue to build all over Central Texas. They're doing a great job. And once again, to see him driving that van, I said, "Hey, nice van there, soccer mom."
Oh, it's hilarious.
Oh, it is great.
People are honking at him, thinking like Ricky Williams is driving the van, and instead
he's out there.
AJ.
Hook him out of the van. And that is a cool picture. People taking pictures of that van, showing there's Ricky on the back of it with his 34 with his gear on. And so they're stopping. If the van stops, somebody will jump out and take a picture with the van. They're honking at AJ like he's Ricky driving the van with liquor in it,
Mm-hmm.
That is great.
That is great.
And they've got everything over there. They're getting ready to get Clean Cause over there, getting the beverage, the Herba Mates from Clean Cause, and giving, 50% going right back to drugs and alcohol rehabs all over Central Texas. Love the folks at Clean Cause. Hey, we've got the blueberry. By the way, Buck has blueberries out in his garden, BK, that are ready to be picked. Fresh blueberries, maybe going to Clean Cause. Can you imagine that? Using my berries in their cause? No, can't imagine that.
Company would shut down.
Yeah, probably would, but that's all right. They got blueberry. They've also got they've got unbelievable. They got lime. They've got cherry. They've got this. Here's another one that they have, BK. I didn't show you this one right here. This is the lemonade. This is the one that has lemonade tea, lemon tea flavored.
Nice.
And you see it everywhere. You're talking about HEBs, 7-Eleven, Whole Foods. They've got this brand. They've got it all over Texas. They've got it down at the coast. You see it down in the coast at all the HEBs. Love Clean Cause. Love what they do for the folks in rehab.
Yep, there's that 7-Eleven shout out too. Love our friends at 7-Eleven.
Yes.
Yeah, all the great drinks that we talk about can be found at 7-Eleven.
Did pizza there yesterday.
Oh, that might be where I break Passover tonight. Remember, I haven't had bread in 8 days. It ends at sundown. I can finally eat like a normal human again.
Yeah, you brought me that matzah or that manna from heaven that you brought yesterday. Nobody's eating that. That's cardboard.
Yeah, dude, you're right. We brought some matzah yesterday. I had it out for the people right next to the buffet line. They had breakfast tacos.
Next to the tacos. They preferred the tacos.
Yeah, I don't know why. I just don't know why.
It's a cracker without salt on it.
Yeah, it's ass, dude. Like it's ass. It's bad.
You do that for a week?
8 days.
8 days?
Yeah, started last Monday night and ends tonight. It's not good. The good news is you can eat other stuff. Like I had a couple of good stock steaks. I had some chicken. Like you can eat other foods. You just can't have like bread or grains or like pasta or beans or rice.
You can dip that in some good sauce, some salsa.
Yeah, I guess. It's
Can you
like
put it? Can you put cheese? Can you put cheese on it too?
yeah. I make matzo pizzas all the time. I get some tomato sauce and I put some mozzarella on there, and then I nuke
But
it
you're not
for a
going to have a
few.
matzo at 7-Eleven. They don't just flat up have
No,
matzo.
no, that 7-Eleven's trying to stay in business, all right? They're not
Oh.
selling salted cardboard, okay? It's not gonna do them any good, but they've got
No.
a ton of great stuff at 7-Eleven. Ton of great stuff. I don't know if that's grammatically correct, but y'all know what they have at 7-Eleven. Make
Mhm.
sure you download the 7-Eleven app, please.
Did you need a Slurpee yesterday after being out sitting in the sun yesterday?
No, I forgot. I can't have it because there's like ingredients in there that aren't kosher for Passover. It's another one of those things that I can't eat right now.
Some sugary ingredient in there.
I think it's like corn syrup. That's the
Corn syrup,
issue.
yep.
Yeah, and corn syrup's in everything that tastes good. So love 7-Eleven. Download that 7-Eleven app so you can get, I think they're still doing the large Slurpee for $1 bit right now, which is amazing. And with how humid and hot it's been, those things are very, very clutch. All right. What did I want to get into next? Oh, quick shout out to the Dallas Stars, by the way. The Stars,
great comeback.
evening up the series last night in Vegas. You know, Dallas, the top seed in the Western Conference, dropped games 1 and 2 at home against the defending champion Vegas Golden Knights. Things were not looking good for Dallas as the series shifted to Sin City, but the Stars, who are the best road team in the NHL during the regular season, they win both games at T-Mobile, and we have ourselves a best of 3 as the series shifts back to Dallas. You know what they say, Buck? A series doesn't start until a home team wins a game, right?
That's right.
I don't know if that's what they actually say. I think it's the other way around. But
The road teams.
now the Stars will have to find a way to protect home ice because 2 of the final 3 games are at home. So this cannot be a road team wins every game like what we had between the Rangers and the Astros in the ALCS. Because if that's the case, then Vegas will advance to round 2. But big time for Dallas. Boy, at playoff hockey just takes years off of my life. And I don't even have fun watching it. Like, I legitimately don't have fun until the final buzzer sounds and my team wins. It's the most stressful 60 minutes of sports I think that there is. And thankfully, the Stars had me going to bed happy last night. So
now you were telling me something about, and I didn't know that. I didn't hear that until you told me about Tank Dell, which was that is kind of weird and disturbing and very lucky for him.
Yeah, there's so many storylines from the weekend, right? And obviously, most of the football storylines surrounded the NFL draft. But Houston Texans wide receiver Tank Dell, who was coming off of a tremendous rookie season, despite missing the last few games with an injury, he was wounded in a shooting in Florida over the weekend.
Bullet, did he?
Yeah, he took a bullet. It was a shooting in Sanford, Florida, that injured 10 people. Thankfully, nobody sustained life-threatening injuries. And, all 10 guys were admitted to the hospital. I think 9 of them were admitted very quickly after. And I think the 10th guy was admitted. I think 9 of them were released yesterday or shortly after. The 10th guy was released yesterday. Everyone's okay. I could have just said that.
That's his bad aim.
But, Dell was caught in the middle of a shooting. He had no connection to the gunmen. It was just a wrong place, wrong time type of situation. And it was a 16-year-old suspected shooter. He's been arrested. We'll obviously see what happens. We'll see if he gets charged as a child or as an adult. But, yeah, thankfully, Tank Dell and everybody else involved is okay. But it was a big event. There were about 200 people there. It was an event held at Cabana Live, which is open.
You were at the club.
Yeah, it's a restaurant and bar, but it's also a venue that's leased out for private events and private parties. So I think that's what was going on there. It was just sort of an event that Tank Dell was at. And once again, just in the wrong spot at the wrong time. So sounds like he's going to make a full recovery. And thankfully, from a life standpoint, he's okay. And obviously,
didn't shoot him in the leg.
Yeah, obviously, Texans fans, and Tank Dell was a big part of their team last year. 11 games, he had over 700 yards and 7 touchdowns before suffering that broken leg in December. So it's been a pretty tumultuous few months for Nathaniel Tank Dell, that broken leg and then getting shot. Goodness. But he's all right. Good news for him. Good news for Texans fans everywhere.
And as you talked about yesterday, of course, Zeke Elliott, his return.
Yeah.
The prodigal son comes back. Yeah.
I was hoping that was an Onion article, but nope.
It was the real deal. He is back in Dallas.
That is the real deal. Ezekiel Elliott is back in Big D, signing.
And you were messing around with me yesterday. You were saying, "Hey, that guy's going to be playing." They've got to find another running back. There's got to be somebody. This whole thing about these guys, everybody didn't get drafted. Somebody's calling up the Dallas Cowboys, but Zeke was there before the draft. They've been working this deal out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who else is going to play, right? The Cowboys running back room right now is Zeke Elliott, it's Rico Dowdle, and it's Deuce Vaughn. Like those are your three guys right now. So I was perfectly on board with the Cowboys moving on from Tony Pollard. He didn't do nearly enough last year to earn a new contract in Dallas. But I sure thought the Cowboys had bigger plans than
my goodness
they've done so far. So yeah, I don't know. Like I'd like for them to add somebody else, but I don't know who's out there. They missed out on all the big name free agent backs. Obviously the draft just happened, so they didn't get anybody there. I don't know what else they can do.
They didn't move up to get Jonathan Brooks, which they should have now.
Well, even if they didn't do that, right? Like I think if Jonathan Brooks was there at 56, they were going to take him. Now, I don't know that for sure, considering they didn't take a running back with any of their other picks either. But like in the third round, they had 2 picks in the third round. They could have taken a running back there. There were plenty of good ones still on the board.
Yes, there was.
When they made those 2 selections, and they passed on them. And there were running backs available on day 3 that they could have had that they passed on. So it tells you
they got their guy.
Yeah, like they planned on signing Zeke. They liked what they heard in the meeting with Zeke's people right before the draft enough to say that we're going to bring him in, and he's the running back we're going to add this weekend.
He's the difference maker.
Oh my God. I don't know.
They're going to get a lot of first downs, 3rd and shorts, 4th and shorts, goal line offense. They got the guy because one thing he does, he has a nose for the goal line. He does know how to get first downs. Now you're thinking, so can a guy who's 22 years old, you know?
Yeah, give me a young, cheap running back. Don't give me an old, cheap running back. Like the Cowboys aren't paying Zeke a lot, right? It's just a $3 million deal. Only 2 of that $3 million is guaranteed. So, they're not paying him a ton to be here, but like get somebody who actually has a chance to be really good for you. You get a young guy on day 3 of the draft, and that's a dude who can actually help your roster.
Yes, and be around for a couple years.
Yeah. So Zeke Elliott last year, 642 yards and 3 touchdowns on 3.5 yards a carry. He averaged 38 yards per game. And once again, running backs don't get better as they get older.
No.
So I know the Patriots sucked last year.
By the way, their offensive line was terrible.
Everything was bad last year, but still, I mean, this is a trend for Zeke Elliott, right? He hasn't rushed for 1,000 yards in a season since 2021. His last year in Dallas was obviously not good. It's why the Cowboys cut him, despite the contract that they gave him, and despite the fact that Jerry loved him and he was a former top 5 pick. So this guy hasn't gotten better. It's not like he went to New England, had a great year, and it's like, he's like Adrian Peterson. He found the fountain of youth, and this is a guy who looks like he can run well into his 30s. No, he has gotten worse since leaving
Jerry
Dallas.
Will be able to boast about his 270 yards total at the end of the season, but you know how many first downs this guy got for us? How many goal line scores? He'll be taking touchdowns away from other dudes, from the half-yard line. He can get in the end zone. He knows how to do that. I'm telling you, he's one of the best at that. But when that total comes up for the season of 227, but a lot of touchdowns and first downs, it may be worth. Is it worth $3 million? No, get a younger guy. Quit messing around with that.
I just pulled up the Cowboys depth chart right now, and this is from our lads. This is not from DallasCowboys.com or anything like that. But I was curious, like, who do people think the starting running back is going to be? And sure enough, RB1 on this depth chart is Ezekiel Elliott.
You've got to be kidding.
And then Rico Dowdle, number 2, and Cedar Ridge's own Deuce Vaughn, number 3.
Man.
So there you go. It's so funny, right? Like, look, I'm not super high on running backs. because I'm smart, but it's hilarious to me that the Cowboys went from the most invested in the running back position out of any team in football to the least invested in the running back position in the span of like 3 seasons.
That's not all in.
I don't know what all in is, dude. Nothing the Cowboys have done this offseason has been all in. Like now it's literally just Jerry Jones just wanting to, well, it's usually what he does, wants to create headlines. Every time he says all in, he knows that that's going to be a national story. So he keeps saying it.
Good. He started off the week good yesterday. He's got one every week now, and that was a great one. That was a great way to start. I told you we were all in. I mean, really?
Well, here's the one we played. We played a couple yesterday. The all-in cuts were from last week, before the draft. But yeah, Jerry was talking about why they took so many offensive linemen, and he decided to go full Bonnie and Clyde.
But this is a year where a lot of offensive linemen are. Why do you rob banks? Because that's where the money is.
And you got to hear Steven in the background, like pretending that that's funny at all.
Thank you, Jesse James. We appreciate that.
Every Cowboys fan is just like, shut the hell up, dude.
Oh, my goodness. That's why they rob banks.
Yeah, the Cowboys, by the way, we got some Mel Kiper draft grades. We're not going to get to all 32 because that's not fun. But we will tell you what he graded the Cowboys and the Texans draft this year. B- for the Dallas Cowboys, which that feels fair. I like most of the picks the Cowboys made. Once again, wanted them to take a running back, but I'm cool with them trading down in round 1. They ended up with an offensive lineman. Guyton's not my favorite. I wish OU people that I've talked to had better things to say about him, but that is a position of need. And you've talked about this a lot. The Cowboys deserve the benefit of the doubt for offensive line draft picks, especially in round 1. Marshawn Kneeland in round 2, a player who's got some intriguing potential, good run stopper. The Cowboys needed that. Cooper Beebe, I think, was my favorite pick. My least favorite pick the Cowboys made was their second, third round pick, right? They could have drafted Marshawn Lloyd out of USC. They could have drafted Jalen Wright, the running back out of Tennessee. Braylon Allen was like, there were a number of good running backs. Benson and Brooks were gone. So they couldn't have had one of the top guys in this draft class, but they still could have gotten a really, really quality running back with their second pick that they had in round 3. And instead, they took that Maris Lufau linebacker from Notre Dame, who was like a 5th or 6th round grade for most draft pundits. So they reached on a guy, and that's the one that, like, ML Kiper brings that up too. That's the one that kind of hurt the Cowboys' draft grade. And I think
they gave them the minus. That's the part that gave them the minus.
Yep, literally. Here's from Mel Kiper Jr. What keeps Dallas from a higher grade? Not taking a running back in place of Lufau, particularly with several really good ones still available.
Yeah, they need, and I'm fine with the offensive lineman that they took. They had to do that.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody was going to be upset because of the fact that when they get an offensive lineman, they do a good job with them. They just have done that. So as you said, give them the benefit of the doubt when it comes to that. But not taking a running back 3rd round, 4th round. I mean, they needed to get a running back. There are plenty of them out there, and plenty of them available. To bring Zeke back is just a joke to me. I wish him well, but I just kind of know what to expect of what I'm going to get from that dude.
Yeah, I think lower your expectations, whatever they are. I think it may be worse.
Even lower?
I don't know. I mean,
he's not going to get faster. He's not going to break off more runs than he did before, right?
No, he was bad in 2022, his final year in his first stint with Dallas.
Wow.
He's once again, I think he's gone downhill since then. So, they have to be expecting something from Rico Dowdle or Deuce Vaughn. Like that's got to be it, right? Like,
and I know what to expect from Dowdle too. I like him. I like the way he plays. He's a downhill guy. He's a tough guy. I don't expect long runs, but I expect he's pretty consistent in what he does and who he is. You're not going to don't expect more than what you see from him. I thought he was just good enough to be a backup, because everybody was expecting more from Tony Pollard. That was the joke last year. He just never came off of that broken leg. Or that broken ankle or whatever. He just never came back to be the same guy.
Rico Dowdle was such a jag, man. I mean, 3 years in the NFL, he has 385 total rushing yards. Like last year, he had 361 of those on just over 4 yards a carry. Like he's a backup.
Yes.
He's not a good backup either. Like if you were ranking RB2s in the NFL a season ago, Rico Dowdle would not be close to the top. So that's your starter, or like that and Zeke is your plan. Like I hope Deuce Vaughn is the guy. Like, because I think most Cowboys fans, especially Cowboys fans who root for the Longhorns, who got to see Deuce Vaughn play in the Big 12. I think a lot of us were excited about the Deuce Vaughn pick, even though he's very undersized and even though he went in the 6th round. Like maybe that's the hope, is that guy takes a big step in year 2, and the Cowboys have this just weapon, and people don't know about him yet, and he's about to burst onto the scene and be the best running back in Dallas. I don't know what the plan is, but it's hope right now, and hope is not a plan.
Why did he not burst on the scene last year as a rookie? Was it the fact that their expectations of Tony Pollard for what they're paying him? We need to see if he can do it. I mean, it shouldn't have taken you very long to see that he couldn't do it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Tony Pollard, for as bad as he was, it's clearly the best running back on the Cowboys roster.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
There's no denying that. So, like, the Cowboys were competing for a division title. They were winning 12 games. Like, they had to play their best players, and Tony Pollard was their best runner.
Yes. Yeah, he was.
So it made. I mean, Deuce Vaughn, 23 carries for 40 yards last year. That's bad. He didn't play a lot. It's a small sample size, but he didn't really show me anything that leads me to believe that, no, he's the next Darren Sproles, like we hoped he would be. So who knows? There's the Cowboys draft grade. The Texans, by the way, a little bit higher marks for Mel Kiper Jr. They got a B+. No first-round pick, of course, for Houston, but Mel Kiper Jr. giving them some praise for what they did on day 2 with Kamari Lassiter, the corner from Georgia, coming in at pick 42. Blake Fisher, the offensive lineman from Notre Dame. Mel Kiper says he had a good chance to be a first-rounder if he came back to school for another year, but decided to leave early. So he thinks there's a chance for Blake Fisher to become a really good player. And I don't know if that guy's going to play, because the Texans have Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard at their 2 tackle spots right now. Tunsil's one of the best in football, and Titus Howard's a solid enough right tackle who's being paid a lot of money. So unless they plan on moving Titus Howard back inside, which they've tried that a couple of times, and he's not nearly as good at guard as he is at tackle, then I think Blake Fisher will have a year or two. And he'll just be like the 6th man on that offensive line. And then
a little bit of everything.
Yeah, and he'll get a chance to start right away. Kalen Bullock, the other 3rd-round pick the Texans made, a ball hawking safety. I like the Cade Stover pick. That was my favorite pick the Texans made in the draft, the Ohio State tight end, right? The former teammate of C.J. Stroud. He was one of Stroud's favorite targets a couple of years ago. They call him Farmer Gronk, Buck.
Very nice.
He's not Gronk. He's nowhere close to Gronk, but I do like that nickname. And once again, you want to make your quarterback happy. Like the Texans hopefully learn from Deshaun Watson, which I don't know if the Texans really did anything wrong with Deshaun Watson. Remember, before any of the off-the-field stuff popped up with Deshaun and the massages, he had signed a long contract and then requested a trade like right after. So the Texans, they don't want that to happen again, where their franchise quarterback, or the guy that they thought is a franchise quarterback, like basically asks out as soon as he can. So they've got to make sure that C.J. Stroud is happy, and drafting one of his college teammates, I think, is a good way of doing that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So there you go. B+ for the Texans. The 2 teams
they got the cornerback that they wanted. They got the secondary guy that they wanted too.
Yeah, Lassiter out of Georgia.
Yes.
He was a little slow. Once again, I think he ran a 4.6.
4.6.
And that was at his pro day. He didn't even run at the combine. That was on his track with sometimes favorable stopwatches. Yes. There's a damn gnat right on my computer screen, and I'm debating if I should punch it or if I should just let it
live.
Because I might just break my computer.
No, let Ratatouille live. Don't try to kill it.
Not a rat. It's a gnat. What are they making, a Natatouille movie?
Ratatouille.
Is that the sequel? Yeah.
No, that kid ran 4.6, but that's all right. He's long.
Yeah. Yeah, and look, he was good enough to be a number 1 corner at Georgia. Like, Georgia has entered Alabama territory. I have said for years, anybody, especially any defensive player that had been coached by Nick Saban, I trusted. That's where I am with Georgia and Kirby Smart right now. Anybody who is good enough to start on Kirby Smart's defense, I have faith that he is going to be a good professional.
If they're good enough, they're old enough.
No, that's not what I said, R. Kelly. Nothing to do with age. If you're good enough for Kirby Smart and Nick Saban, then I think you're good enough to be on an NFL roster.
Okay.
So, yeah, I like the Lassiter pick. I think he was the top corner who was there at the time when the Texans picked. There was a little bit of a run on corners. And I think the Eagles traded in front of Houston to get Cooper DeJean, the great white hope, or Jackie Robinson. So I do wonder if DeJean was still on the board, if he would have been the guy for the Texans there.
They're going to love that cat in Philly, man.
That sucks, man. I was going to root for that guy on 31 teams.
And they chose him.
And he's going to Philly. So now I have to hope that the white corner continues to be dead in the NFL.
Yeah, as long as Sweat didn't get there, as long as they didn't find a way to have that guy roll into town. And I mean roll into town.
Well, do you think Sweat's going to be good?
I do.
Okay.
I just think it's a steal. I mean, you don't win that trophy. I mean, they don't just give you that trophy. I mean, that guy deserved that trophy. He earned it. He owns it. And I don't, all the stuff that happened, I'd never thought he was still going to, all that fourth round pick stuff. I said, somebody's taking a chance. Nobody got murdered that we know of. He got a DWI. I mean, I got that. Kids make mistakes, class clown, all that shit. But he still was a big sucker that stopped the run. So somebody is going to say, okay, you wait till the fourth round. I'll get him before that. I'll get the Outland Trophy winner before that. I just thought on Friday, I said, before the draft on Thursday, I said, there's no way they're not waiting until the fourth or fifth round, no matter what they hear about him. As I said, nobody died.
Nobody died.
Nobody
died. Yep. And yeah, like most draft experts thought he was going to go in round 3 or round 4, and he ended up going in the top 40. So good for T'Vondre Sweat. I like the pickup for the Titans. And yeah, I mean, if he's 90% of the player he was in college, then
Sure.
the Titans got themselves a dude. But yeah, if he can be as disruptive as he was at Texas this past season, then that's going to be a tough D-line to deal with T. Sweat and Jeffrey Simmons plugging up the middle. That is murderer's
row.
Now,
do I think he'll go down to 350? Probably not.
No, but he can't be 380 or 390 again. Like, he was 366 at the combine. So
if he can stay there,
maybe the Titans are okay. It seems like they're okay with that. But I would guess there are going to be some sort of weight.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there's no doubt. I told you he'll be giving checks every week. Yeah. When he rolls in there at 372 and 377, he'll be writing out checks to them about his weight. They're going to be on him about that. But BK, him getting to 350, probably never. Probably when he was in like 10th grade.
350. You think he was that big in 10th grade?
You knew he was 380 here. You knew that those scales here were like, come on, guys.
No, they only weigh you at the start of the season, right? Like, it's not like they update the player's height and weight every week. So even if they were telling the truth about T'Vondre Sweat on the Texas website, there's a good chance that he added a few more LBs over the course of the 5-month season.
There is no doubt.
Dude, I'm looking at T'Vondre Sweat's recruiting profile from his days back at Huntsville High School in Huntsville, believe it or not. 6'3", 249 pounds.
Come on, man.
Recruited as a strong side defensive end.
240.
So that guy.
That was at birth.
Talk about a freshman 15. That guy put on a college 130.
Wow.
Yeah, that's hard to do. And it worked out. It clearly worked out for Sweat because he won the Outland Trophy. He was the Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year, and he got picked in the second round. But that is impressive. Like, I don't know if I could have done that if I tried. 130 pounds, 4 years. My God.
Came in at 240.
249.
They were fudging the weights that back then too, huh?
No, I mean, I'll pull up a picture of him from his high school recruiting profile.
And
I
that
mean,
AI.
look, he looks 249. This guy ain't 300 pounds.
No, he's not. He looks
Yeah.
like a defensive end or a linebacker.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then
Pull out the AI one. Where's that one at?
I can't find that damn I've been looking for
What
that.
happened to it? You lost that one?
Lost it a while ago, man. I mean, that Washington fan who went to social media who made the AI picture of T Sweat before
You got it back from you?
I guess I'm sure it's on Facebook somewhere. I just can't remember where I saw it on Facebook. It's on the internet, sure. Yeah. So T'Vondre Sweat, we just showed you the picture of what he was in high school. Here's what he was at the combine.
Whoa.
Yeah, he didn't have those moves
Wow.
back in 2019 when he was getting recruited.
Oh my.
Yeah, it's big. That's a lot of human right there. 366 was T Sweat's weight at the combine. I'll show you this one too. It's a big boy, man. He's a big boy. The Titans know, they know what they're getting. Here's another still shot of Mr. Sweat.
Is that 40 time?
That is that 40 time. Yeah.
Boobamania.
Boobamania.
Wow.
Is that what you search on the hub?
Oh my God.
Yeah, man. But good for him. Good for him. And I saw 4 Texas players were working out at DKR yesterday. Not current Texas players, 4 Longhorns who were drafted over the weekend. Xavier Worthy, Jonathan Brooks, T Sweat, and Jordan Whittington were apparently all at DKR getting some work in yesterday.
There you go.
So, no days off for those guys, and obviously they'll make their ways to their respective teams for a rookie camp in the very near future.
I'm giving him 362 as a pro.
That's what you think he'll weigh in at?
Yes. I think he'll get smart to what he needs to be.
Okay.
Now, he ain't ever getting to 350. Once again, forget about that. That's several pizzas away. That's not happening. He'll be in the 360s.
Yeah.
Which will be just fine. As I said, there was going to be somebody who was going to take a chance on the Outland Trophy winner. You're just not going to. I mean, he stopped the run.
Yeah, he was some women would kill for those. I assume talking about the man boobs from T'Vondre Sweat right there. Yeah, Officer Peacock is trying to get this for his wife. He's giving out all those speeding tickets.
Hey, I still got about 30 days left, so chill out there.
Oh, I can talk all the trash I want. I'm clean.
We'll be in there. We'll be over there in that area today as I'm motoring along going 27 miles an hour.
Thanks for reminding me. Not that I forgot about the lunch we have, but thanks for reminding me about the Lakeway Police Department.
Yes.
Yikes.
Yes. I've got back-to-back days I'll be in that area, so I'm going to Enterprise to rent a car instead of going through there with the Subaru.
You're going to get pulled over in your Enterprise?
I'd rather do that than to pull over the Subaru. I'm in for a problem in the Subaru. They know that car. Thanks to Tom McKay and everybody. They sit there in the back of the hill waiting for me to come down the hill now.
Oh man.
Maybe I'll go over with my golf clubs on a scooter. How's that?
The Lesbo limo that you've got.
Oh my goodness.
You're going there on a scooter. You're going to get pulled over for doing that. You can't be on one of those on the main road.
Don't tell me, you need a helmet, sir.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Peacock.
No, about 30. I got less than 30 days. And then until it's official that I'm off of probation out there in Lakeway.
And it's off your record?
And it's off my record and not having to pay $270, but $220. I saved a few bucks.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
What a great deal, Lakeway. Didn't realize people were starving for money out there, but whatever. Hey, before we get to this new gardening trend that I want to tell you about.
Yes, sir. Tell me, because I need to know.
Let's give a few more shout outs to a few more of our fantastic sponsors.
Folks, our good friends at Relax the Back. If you're searching for that right support like I was for years and years, you will find it at Relax the Back. They embrace the holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years of proven expertise. And folks, my back cannot be happier. I'm sitting in my relaxed back chair, which I missed yesterday. We went with they had the chairs out at Barton Creek. And then I said I needed my folding chair because I needed to be up higher. Well, I'm in the perfect chair right now, BK. My back feels fantastic. My lumbar area feels good. My thoracic back, which I had major surgery on, my shoulders feel good. And folks, you can too. They've got massage chairs there, zero gravity recliners, adjustable mattress sets just for you at Relax the Back. And there are 2 locations at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Do live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
And get your tickets to anything at centextickets.com.
Oh, yeah.
How about Hoosier coming to the Moody Center tonight?
Hoosier?
No, not the Indiana basketball team.
Hosers?
Hosers?
Who's coming?
Hoosier. You know the Take Me to Church? You ever heard that song?
No, man.
Okay. Well, if you have taste and you want to go see Hoosier tonight, you can get tickets at centextickets.com.
Hey, and get ready for Circuit of the Americas, too. Because, hey, you heard it yesterday.
Sting?
Yes.
And Eminem, your headliners at Circuit of the Americas for the Formula One race coming up in October.
So did the police come with Sting, or does Sting go with the police? How does that work?
They just announced it as Sting, so I don't know if
band members from police will show up with him.
Are they all alive?
Sting's 72.
Well, Sting's obviously alive, but I don't know if the whole police is alive. We'll just call up Officer Peacock to fill in.
Oh, yeah. Let him play the drums. Oh, boy. You're just setting me up for failure.
Yeah,
I'm telling you.
Let's see. I mean, the
police. That should be a good show. That's a good twosome right there. Friday, what is that? Friday and Saturday, or Saturday, Sunday?
I think Friday, Saturday.
Nice.
Looks like doing a quick Google search of the police, and I think all 4 of the main guys,
still
or at least
around.
The original guys are still around, but I don't know if the police does tours anymore. I think it's just kind of Sting, the other dudes. I don't know. Could be wrong on that.
Dudes.
Yeah, I feel like who's a bigger draw if you just say Sting or if you say the police? Like everyone knows that Sting is the police, and the police
I would
is Sting.
say the police. Yeah, I mean, it's still, believe me, it's sold out and it's selling out.
Yeah, of course. And you can get tickets at centextickets.com once they go on sale. Any sporting event, any concert, any show. Don't look on a bunch of different websites. You can get the best deals, and you'll get the best service at centextickets.com. Speaking of great service, how about Woods Comfort Systems?
Yes, indeed.
And our guy Jeff Howe, you can hear from 11 to noon right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. He's like, man, what's the name of the AC company we use again? I got an issue at my place in San Marcos. I'm like, Woods Comfort Systems, Jeff. And he's like, shit, I'm calling him now. Thank you. Woods Comfort Systems. The Bucks got a Woods Comfort System at his place.
Absolutely.
Jeff's having some AC issues, so he's putting in the call to Woods Comfort Systems. They will come fix him up, and they will
68 years, brother.
68 years, man. The best HVAC and plumbing services that you can find all throughout Central Texas, whether you're in San Marcos or Georgetown. They will come to you and make sure that your place is fixed up. And they're dedicated to making sure you and your family are comfortable in your home all year long. Give them a call, 512-842-5066, or check them out online at woodscomfortsystems.com.
I call Jack Allen's every week to find out if that salmon bowl is on the menu now.
Are you serious?
I do. I call him up once every week. I'm like, where is it this week? It wasn't on the menu. Last week it was on the menu up north.
Okay.
It wasn't down here in Oak Hill. I gotta have that again, BK. Sometimes when I get on to something like that, I gotta have it again. But of course, they make those special meals, those lunch specials, and happy hour specials. It's not on the menu every week. But I call to find out where it is. If it's on the menu, I'll find out again today.
Man, that's the greatness of Jack Allen's Kitchen, because I had that too, and I really, really liked it. There's like 10 things on the menu that I think are better than that. So they've got something for everyone, and that's case in point right there. 5 Austin area locations, great service, the TVs, the full bar, the happy hour, great appetizer list too. My God.
Oh, yeah.
Tons of great food at Jack Allen's kitchen.
Don't
Love our
forget
friend.
the pimento cheese and the pimento cheese and the you can actually buy that pimento cheese there. You can buy a jar of that.
No kidding.
Yes, you can buy it from Jack Allen's. Yes.
I know what I'm getting you for your birthday then.
Little to go. Yes, a to go case.
I like that. I like that. Yeah, it's fantastic. Fantastic food.
Now,
Can't
when you were never a pimento cheese sandwich guy, were you? Did you ever
no,
have
growing up.
growing up? I did.
Yeah. Really?
Oh, yeah, I was not fond of pimento cheese. Pimento cheese on a chip or a cracker, it's good. Pimento cheese on bread, nah, that was a no for me. I'd rather have plain bologna because I was
Was
a
it
bologna. I eat bologna sandwiches. I had Spam. I've had it all.
was the pimento cheese
Potted
sandwich
meats.
just pimento cheese? Like it was literally bread, pimento cheese bread? That was the whole thing?
That was it. Yeah, pimento cheese. Yes,
No. I know they do that at the Masters. Like if I ever get to the Masters, I'll
you're not
try
having
one.
one.
No, I'll try it. I'll try it. But like that's the only place I would ever get. Like if you put meat on it and then a little pimento cheese, then maybe. But I'm not just doing any cheese with bread on a sandwich. Come on.
No Swiss cheese bread sandwiches. None of that
No.
kind of stuff.
No. I don't want any part of that deal.
I didn't.
But
I used to get those. We'd get those, of course, in our little brown bags for lunch. I'm like, where's the beef?
the old Wendy's bit.
Oh, I gotta have that. Where's the meat? Arby's. I
Oh,
gotta have
man.
meat on a sandwich. I was never a spread guy. You know, when you spread stuff. I tell you what, I was not, and still to this day, I'm not a P&J guy.
What now?
Peanut butter and jelly. I'm not that guy.
Oh, PB&J?
I'm not one of those guys.
Dude, I kid you not. I eat a peanut butter and jelly sandwich every weekday.
Really?
Ever since starting TSU. I don't know what it is. Like I have eaten a PB. I haven't eaten it in the last 8 days because of the Jewish holiday, but like it's like a little. It's almost a mid-morning snack. Like I don't really eat breakfast. I'll just have like maybe a Chewy bar or something after the show as my breakfast, and then at like 11:30 I'll eat a PB&J sandwich, and then at like 1 o'clock I'll eat an actual lunch.
Yeah, a couple of years ago I tried to put on some more. I had started to lose weight. I'm not like where I am now. I mean, I'm starting to get back towards the big man, but I used to eat those Crustables that you get in the store with peanut butter and jelly in them, and I almost OD'd on those. I mean, I ate a whole box of those in a sitting one time. They were good. And I need to go back to those though, because that puts some weight. That'll put a little bit of weight on you, right?
The PB&J?
Yeah.
Sure. Peanut butter's got some fat to it.
Yeah, I probably need to do that. I just don't like sandwiches like that. When I want sandwiches, I want meat in between there. I want some ham, some turkey, some roast beef.
Dude, this is torture right now talking
Are you
about
hungry?
this. I am getting I'll take some suggestions from the people out there, by the way.
Oh, that's right. You have until when? When can you start?
Dinner, like sundown tonight. So like 7 o'clock or something. I'm getting a sandwich. I have to decide what sandwich to get. So I need Rex for like the best sandwich in Austin because
I know a place that you don't need to go down at Oak Hill that'll give you a $24 sandwich.
Yeah, I don't want that. I don't, because
that's
against my religion, spending that much money on a damn sandwich. So
I'm not going to tell you from where I was, but
I know where it is.
I had a single. Here's what I had the other day. I had a single burger with cheese, fries, and a chocolate shake. $22.
No way.
$22, dude.
After the show, you have to tell me where you were.
Yes.
You're not going to put them on blast on the air. 22, a single cheeseburger, fries, and a shake for 22.
Chocolate shake. I went there on Sunday. It's in the Galleria. I'll just say that. It's a burger joint. $22. And then after I was done eating it, I picked it up and was trying to find out where I put my tray. And the guy goes, "Oh, no, you don't. You just leave that at the table." And I almost said, "Yeah, for $22, I ought to leave my wallet at the table too." The kid said to me, but I was trying to be nice.
They better send out a prostitute for $22. God bless it. Or at least a stripper or something. What are we doing here?
Fries, chocolate shake, and a single
bird. That is ridiculous. Inflation, man. It's my least favorite word of all time.
Maybe if you're shopping at the Galleria and you decide to eat, maybe that's what their expectations are. You can afford
What,
a $22 burger.
dude? I would have did you look at the menu and see the prices before you ordered? I would have looked at that and been like, I am leaving.
No, because in my mind, I was thinking, okay, 12 or 13 bucks. That's at the most. I didn't even think about it. I just I knew I wanted to have a single. I wanted to have a little chocolate shake and fry. That's all I wanted. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't even look up to see price wise because I was thinking I had a number in mind, and I was thinking 13, 14 is to me is still weird and high. And some burger places right now they're doing that anyway. But this thing, when that thing came out as 21.90 or 21.80 something, I was like, really?
Dude, what are we doing? Brutal. All right.
And that's why, you know why? That's why I still had some of the patties from Good Stock at the house. Because I did
you can buy their burgers, their awesome burgers for way less than that.
And
You could buy their ridiculously good preseason burgers with some brisket meat in there.
Yes.
And all the other the toppings, the fixins, everything for way
and
less than that.
Yeah, I know.
Oh my God. And literally go to Jack Allen's, go to Cover 3. You can get a better burger for less than that. Ridiculous.
Yes. Maybe it was the fries. Maybe it was that shake that took it over to the top.
A $10 shake or something.
I was thinking for a special chocolate shake, and it wasn't really special.
Oh man, yeah, at that price, it's not going to taste special. I can tell you.
In the last 6 weeks, I've been hosed by a burger place and a sub place.
I remember, yeah, you were talking about the $20-something sandwich you had.
$21, yeah, the $21 sub that I used to get as a kid for $1.50, $1.75. Now in the 20s.
Terrible. All right.
That's why, you know what? That's why I have my own garden. That's right, because I'm doing my own, started eating healthy, getting the vegetables. And you said you got some garden tips for me?
Yeah, there you go. Good transition right there. So,
yeah, man.
There is a new trend, a hot new trend that is taking over the world of gardening. And I want to get your expert thoughts on this trend and whether or not this is something you already do, whether or not this is something you would do in your garden that you have at home. Apparently, gardeners are pouring pee onto their plants, saying that human urine contains nutrients that make flora thrive. This is a new trend that people are doing. Urine fertilization for their plants, where people are literally collecting and pouring jars of their own urine and their family's urine, and they are pouring them on their plants.
I'm going to venture to say I only piss on oak trees. I don't piss in the garden. No, I won't do it.
Why do you piss on oak trees?
Because I'm a guy, and that's what
okay. Yeah, if you have to go, you don't go out of your way to piss on an oak tree. Just if you have to pee and you're outside, you go find a tree. Okay, yeah, of course.
Sure, I'm not like my buddies that I play golf with. They'll piss in. They'll go beside a car. Like in the open, I'm like, really?
These people are not pulling down their pants and peeing on these plants.
They're bringing jars and gallons and stuff.
They're collecting their urine in jars and then they are pouring it on plants.
No, I'm not canning my ancestry's piss to put in my garden. No.
You're not going to ask your wife to start peeing in a bucket or something?
No. I'm not putting that on my food.
Some folks are diluting the urine, at least, including gardening whiz Lissa Schneckenberger. That's a fake name.
Sure.
She actually went on the record in this article with the New York Post and says she collects and pours her family's diluted urine in her garden on Vermont. She said, quote, "When we tell people about it, they're mostly confused. They're just like, what? Why? What? Yeah, no shit. They're confused."
Confused, yes.
They're looking at you like an idiot. Well, how about Kim Nace, a co-founder of the Pea to Fertilizer Project Rich Earth Institute? She similarly admits that people are usually taken a little aback by this ghastly gardening secret. It says, but quote, but then I give them a real quick pitch that there's nutrients in your urine, and we are figuring out how to capture them and use them in agriculture, end quote. You got people depositing their urine into 5-gallon jugs before donating them to this association. So I told you there's this PETA fertilizer institute. It's called Rich Earth Institute. And people are literally donating their piss to this woman's institution so they can use them as fertilizer for their garden.
Now, for the guy who gets up 3-4 times a night, should I not be the guy collecting?
Maybe you should. It sounds like there are some nutrients in there that could help your plants grow a little more. You got nitrogen, you got phosphorus, potassium, trace minerals. According to NACE, there are ingredients that will help with that.
No,
So you gotta mix some water in there, though. That's apparently that helps the most. You can't just like be. You would never be drunk.
No.
Yeah, like we got Timmy Tacos saying I get drunk and pee in my backyard all the time. Like you can't. You got to mix water with the urine. You've got to dilute this down pretty good, but that is what the people are saying can help your garden.
You know what I'll do? I'll try it on my lettuce next year. When I go to the fall garden, I'm going to do it. I'm going to try it, BK. I'm going to give it a shot.
You're going to pee into a bucket and then mix the bucket with water and then dump it on?
I'm going to go to Tractor Supply, my Dripping Springs Tractor Supply. I'm going to get some of those little canning jars. I'm going to can my pee, and then I'm going to dilute it in a bucket with water. And then during the winter, when I become the lettuce rancher that I am, #1 lettuce rancher in the state of Texas, I'm then going to try that this fall.
You're not going to be the #1 lettuce rancher in the state of Texas because no one's going to want to eat your lettuce because you just admitted you're going to piss on it.
Well, I'm going to get it to you. It's going to be washed off correctly.
Not
You're
eating
going
it.
to try my lettuce.
I'm not eating your piss, man. I'm sorry. Like I love you, but I don't love you that much.
Aren't you hearing what all the great nutrients that are in there? Old black nutrients that I have.
Yeah,
go way back to my roots and me. Come on, man.
Don't turn this into a racist thing. Like I'm racist for not drinking your black piss. I'm not drinking anyone's piss. Golly. Now I'm worried to get any sort of produce at the store because someone's urinated on it.
That's the new thing. Wait till I tell my wife, yeah, let's go squat out in the garden. If I say, let's go take a squat out in the garden, now I know what that means. I got it.
God, that is gross. So there you go. I mean, what will we think of next? People literally pouring urine on their plants. Just use the fertilizer. Use water and fertilizer. Don't use your own pee.
I got to believe there are, and I may have used this before. I think there's a human feces that you can use that is extremely hot. That is out there that you can put in gardens. But you have to be careful of that because you can burn things up because it's too, well, they call it too hot. You know, you have to make sure that you mix it with some other stuff. But I think that's some of the best that's out there is the human poop.
The human poop for fertilizer?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not.
You'd rather for me to pee than to shit in your garden, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
I don't want to bake potatoes. So if those are my two options, then I guess we'll take the urine. All right. Real quick. CB asks, where does your black urine rank on the Tom Herman hydration charts?
I am.
If it's black, that means you're a bad guy. You're below a bad guy.
I'm going to say I'm somewhere in that. That's the #3. I'm somewhere in there at night.
Championship hydration levels, then.
Yeah, I'm around 3 to 4. I don't because I don't do a great job of water. I'm not a water drinker. You know, I'll do some Olipop, but water I still haven't got to that point where I can go around and drink gallons of water. I have little water, the little 12-ounce bottles of water that I never really finish. I'll take some sips out of them and say I had enough water for the day. But when it comes to I won't drink a gallon of water a day. I won't. That has never been me. That's not good for me. that can cause you problems. But you probably should drink at least a gallon.
Yeah, I love water. I probably drink a gallon a day. I love it.
Yeah, I
Drink it all
don't.
the
I don't get to a gallon.
time. Uh-oh.
But for some reason, because I've got my bladder's small, so that baby fills up. I don't like to have to pee a lot.
You got something happening over here.
Oh, the randomizer, it's time.
Uh-oh, yeah, before we bring on Double R and Wags for a little
Yes.
crosstalk, the randomizer is going to work. Winner of our first of two $50 Cabo Bob's gift cards this week is somebody on the Coda text line.
Nice.
A 512 number. Narrowing it down. 6608. The text came in at 8:39 this morning, and it reads, BK go pitch versus Oklahoma State on Friday. We might win.
There you go.
That was the text that got the win. So congratulations, texter. We'll reach out and get your information. And to those of you who didn't win, hey, thank you for tuning in. You'll have another opportunity later this week
Very nice.
for our other $50 Cabo Bob's gift cards. And now we bring on the fellas. It's Double R and it's Wag.
Boys,
It's a little hypothetical.
Gentlemen, how are we?
doing great.
Yeah. I saw your all's Pete chart. I am constantly a 7-8.
Are you really?
Constantly. I wish I could drink a gallon of water like B. I wish I thought water tastes delicious. But I
You
just
too.
for some reason, yeah, I'm
7-8.
yeah, I'm a 7-8 easily. Like that shit's neon when it comes out of me, man.
Looks like Gatorade lime coming out of your.
It's pretty bad. And look, I used to be hydrated a ton. I wasn't even really hydrated that much. I wasn't even really a 2 and 3, honestly, when I was in the Marines. But I was usually around like a 4 or 5. Just because water is it's a necessity, right?
Sure.
But yeah, now, yeah, nothing but Mountain Dew. I'm living 7 and 8,
Oh
baby.
no, I can't. That's so.
I gotta go to 7-Eleven, man. I go to 7-Eleven to get her Mountain Dew.
Well, if you get Slurpee, you're going to get at least some water and ice in there with it. If you're headed to 7-Eleven, that'll
Don't
keep
give
you in
me
the.
that. Don't
that'll
my
keep you in
my son used to give me that same shit. Dad, I'm getting water. It's got ice in it. Like no.
Yeah, and you're also getting your corn
ice.
syrup that you need. You need to have that syrup in there, that corn syrup.
Well, the
Don't we
syrup
all
settles
need it?
your
We all
stomach.
get
If you got a bad stomach, the syrup actually settles your stomach. It coats your stomach.
Listen to that. Here you go, BK. Dr. Wags.
Whoa.
Oh, Lord.
Didn't realize we still had a doctor with us. That's
Yeah, wow.
incredible.
How about that?
Look who just got reinstated.
Hey,
It's like a chiropractor.
Oh,
No, I'm just kidding.
it is Tuesday, gentlemen, which means we got a quick hypothetical Tuesday question
All right.
to get into. And Double R, we'll start with you. You'll answer first on this one today.
All right.
Would you rather cry or fart every time you climax? Would you rather cry
man.
or fart every time you climax?
I mean, who's not to say that I don't already fart every
Yeah,
time that
when
I
it's good enough,
climax?
I shit
But
myself.
here's the messed up part. You know, the older that I've gotten, it's gotten really tough because anytime I fart, whether I'm climaxing or whatevering, it's like that fart. It's like, oh man, is that a little soup that came out of there?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh man, it's like,
Yeah.
I'll be right back. And then go check and make sure. Check the sheet.
Yeah, I think
Especially if you're on the bottom. If you're on the bottom.
Wags?
That's
awful.
that shit.
Oh,
I'm
God.
with Double R here, man. I think I'm crying, man. I don't want to change the sheets all the time, dude. And you know, we're frequent flyers.
So you every time you climax, you want to cry?
I would rather cry, I think, than shit myself. Yeah.
No, I didn't say shit. It's just a fart. It's not a shart. It's just a
him.
fart.
Well, I mean,
Sorry.
BK, let me tell you something,
I
BK.
know.
I know you're in you just hit the 30 land, but I mean, I am approaching Rodney's world and the land of the land of Bucky. And old age really does suck, man, and it happens, dude. And when you fart these days, sometimes more than just air is coming out.
Yeah, I'm
Usually
gonna say
you're blowing a little bit of mud sometimes. So
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
kidding. It's not all that bad,
Yeah.
but
I'm definitely
you
saying
gotta
cry.
wait.
Yeah.
Buck,
it's-
you're going with cry.
Oh, hell yeah.
You want to
My wife
cry
thinks-
every time you have intercourse?
Probably crying too. Really? That's you? Is this the guy that
Well,
I really?
Some
Oh,
people,
really?
it may be frequency and they're crying. They're like, I can't fucking believe that.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, but at
Really?
least if
Really?
if you shed
Hold
some
on.
tears, you can be like, "Oh, baby, you bring out the emotions in me," or something.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
you can't say you bring the shit out at me. You know what I mean?
I was going to ask, like, how do you explain that? If you start crying at the end of intercourse, like, you think she's going to be attracted to that?
Oh, yeah, of course. She'll be like, oh, my God, it's been forever.
Well, does she want to smell your man beef?
Dude.
Well, I
There's
think
no good. I mean, there's no good option here. Let me say, like, I'm not.
Where do you
I'm
come
not-
up- my question is, where do you come up? Where are you reading these hypotheticals at?
Yeah, he makes those up.
Yeah, I believe that.
Now I heard he's a little bit hungry, and maybe that's why he's got a little bit of these
Oh,
delusional
dude, he is-
grandeurs
that
or what.
guy is-
And by the way, now I know why he sent this nice little message yesterday about wanting
Oh,
to have
he's
lunch.
hungry.
He was just hungry. That's it. He was.
Oh, yeah.
That's all. That's all. He's all he is hungry. That's it. I
He's
thought
just
he was
hungry.
having
He
a
is
nice
damn
little,
hungry. I
a nice
guarantee
little
you
moment
that.
with us, saying how much he wanted to have lunch with us or whatnot. But no,
Well, and I
he's
love how
hungry.
Wags replies and calls you an MFer. I'm like, all right,
Yeah.
there you go.
Me,
Yeah,
me
I was-
trying to
I
be
was-
nice, and instead,
I was
Wags
in the
is
middle
just
of taking a
sharding on
shit.
my idea.
Yeah, I was in the middle of taking a shit on my sheets. We were having a
Again?
good moment
Oh,
No,
congrats
I
on
gotta
the
tell you
sex
that,
then.
that crying part though.
with
I
a
mean,
girl.
The crying part. I mean, if it's like if you're over there and then you blow your load in 30 seconds and you're crying, it's like, okay, you're crying for yourself. But if you're going for 2 hours and then you're crying, it's like,
That's a
okay,
reality.
Yeah. So
The 30
Mhm.
seconds is a
Don't
reality.
forget, I'm 68. There is no 2 hours anything. That's
Yeah.
that's called a movie.
Yeah, it's a
That
fucking
shit
race.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me get done and I'll turn you on Pornhub and you can do what you need to do.
What
Oh,
are you doing, that bro?
Oh God. Yep. Get your VPNs out. You need those these days.
I got one. I got Bitfinder, baby.
There you go.
Well,
Yeah,
the
no
thing
surprise
is,
there.
You can't
With-
see me. You can't see me, big brother.
with us,
Hey, Ron, he
with
was
us-
great yesterday having Roger Clemens on. I was telling BK this
dude,
morning, man, that dude, you talking about knowledgeable cat talking about pitching, just sitting there watching that guy and thinking about that guy, how many pitches that guy has thrown and heaters. And of course, I bet you his all-time great time was being with the New York Yankees. You know that.
Oh yeah,
Oh, of course.
great time yesterday, Buck.
Yeah, that was good. That was, boy, was that hot yesterday and humid. Can I imagine those guys playing golf? I tell my guys who had to get up and go to work. BK said none of them went to work today.
Oh, I was talking about in Camden Yards, 2-0 Birds over the Yankees.
What? Oh, that really happened?
That really did happen. You didn't just dream that. But no, I mean, you guys were amongst the who's who yesterday out there at Ricky Williams' event. Like what? I've never seen Roger in person, really. So I mean, did people just grab? I mean, I'm sure like all the seam heads or whatnot just gravitate.
He's a kind of
to
quiet,
Roger.
kind of reserved. I mean, wanted to sit down, couldn't wait to sit down and talk some baseball and stuff. But a quiet guy, just kind of strolling through the crowd,
Just
Mhm.
reserved.
Oh yeah, I mean, when Ricky comes through the crowd, you know who that is.
Oh yeah,
That dude was wearing
neck
shorts.
straight.
He had a pair of shorts on with his calf muscle. I was like, damn, he's still big.
Yeah.
You know,
I'd rather have him than Zeke next year.
Yeah,
for the
really.
Cowboys. Tell you that.
Like
I think he's got more left
We
in
only saw bust up from what I could tell, man, Ricky still put together. Ricky still
Oh yeah,
got it.
he is. He's still whatever he's doing a lot of it. I'll just say that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, boys.
Well, hell,
you guys
man, now
have
he's a damn teacher. He's a professor.
I love that. But when BK asks us, so where are you teaching? Where are you teaching? Yeah, that is so funny. He's teaching on Zoom. That's what he's teaching.
There it
You guys
is.
had some great questions, great interviews yesterday, man. Happy you guys were out there, man. Thanks for putting
Guys,
that on for us.
have a wonderful day.
Appreciate
Be good,
y'all.
All right, guys.
Be good. There he goes. He's gonna go get something to eat. Oh no, he's gotta wait. He's still gotta wait. Oh, we should just sit on here and make this segment about food and torture the hell out of him because
Oh, that's right.
Anyways, man, welcome to Chaos Theory. We are already chaotic on this wonderful Tuesday, man. You are watching us on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Make sure you give us a follow on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags. Rodney is at the Rodney R, and then on the Instagram at the _Rodney R. I'm on the Instagram at the Wagner Wire. If you haven't smashed that subscribe button already on Texas Sports Unfiltered on YouTube, make sure you're doing so and share it with 5 friends, like our guy Harge always says, man. And welcome to the show, man. We'll get into some sports today. We'll talk a little bit about that hypothetical that BK just threw out there, because I've actually shit my pants when.
Oh,
I mean, I mean, they were.
I mean,
Look,
it's
Tool wrote a song about it. It's called Prison Sex. It's seriously, it's the lyrics in Prison Sex, man. It all happens at the same time. So I'll spare you with that for a little while. But we'll get into some hockey last night. We'll get into some basketball. Hey, the king is out. The crown is the crown. Can we take that off the mantle? How much longer is this guy going to be standing around? Maybe even in LA, or is this guy going to be moving out east, wherever
or
Bronny
down
goes?
south, or down south.
Or wherever, it
Down
depends.
south.
Like wherever Bronny gets drafted, we'll talk about maybe LeBron going there and shipping out. We got a
Right.
lot to talk about. We got some baseball to talk about too, man. But I'll leave it to you, man. Let's get up and at 'em. How was your Monday night, by the way? Was
It's
it
good, man. It's good. It's good. Just kind of finishing stuff up. I've got dogs barking. I don't know if you can hear them. I don't
That's
know.
all
what's
right,
going
man.
on.
You know what? You took one for the team for me yesterday. I finally
Oh.
got the ACs back on. It feels like Casa de Wagner is back.
Dude,
We got
don't
all
you
the
hate that?
amenities here, climate control. I almost got to pull out my damn hoodie. Rodney, you noticed the last few shows I haven't been doing it with a hoodie, right? Because it's
Yeah.
steamy in here, my guy.
Yeah.
Now I got the Capitals hoodie right next to me, man. I might have to pull it out, dude. Thank you so much yesterday, man. Yeah, they came at just the right time because it started getting a little bit hot yesterday around these parts.
So was that one of those things for me? Because I think I've probably had about 2 or 3 AC units that take a shit. What was yours?
AC unit? It was the head. It was the faceplate. The faceplate's got shot.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
Okay. Okay.
when we lost power,
Probably blew that shit out.
like a fuse or some shit. Man.
Oh,
So
okay. Okay. So that answers my question, because with me, it's
it
always
wasn't
like,
a fuse. It was like a glit. It was
yeah. I always kind of sense that something's going on, because I'm like, I've got it set on whatever, but it's not like reaching that. And I'll sit there and dick around and don't do anything with it. And then it stops, or there's water in the pan, and it's like, okay, well,
Right.
I might have to do something with it.
Yeah, if there's water in the pan.
That's a sick feeling when that damn AC doesn't work around here.
So usually, if your AC does cut out, that's the first thing you should do is go to your water heater or whatnot, and see if there's any water regulated. If you got it backed up, if you do got a clog, then you blow it out. Check your drain outside. Usually it'll trickle outside too. If it doesn't, make sure that's probably a good indicator that you got a clog or whatnot, and then blow that sucker out and put a little vinegar in there and make sure eats it up or whatever.
Boom, rock and roll.
Yeah, rock and roll, man. Hopefully you're back in a, that was not the case. We needed to do faceplate and whatnot, and man, it did.
So have you ever had the heater go out, or the heating not work when it's cold?
No,
when it's cold.
No. See, usually I rather, and that's a good. You want to talk about a hypothetical Tuesday?
I'll take that.
I will take
that.
Heat going out. I can always get warm. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
I'm much rather. I'll find layers and I'll do something. I'll build a fire or whatnot.
Yeah.
But now you put me in. Come on, man. You put me in Texas and then take my AC away.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to be a hard ass, man. But you want to find me soft as Charmin? Do that to me.
Yeah. Wags, I'm looking over there. I'm looking at the chat, and it's all Lakers conversation. It's ham. We already talked about LeBron, but here we go. No LeBron, no Steph, no KD. We're on to the new era of the NBA, my man.
So we're gonna put this all on Darvin Ham's shoulders.
I know, right? It's like, come on. I mean, I know you had the thing
Do you
last
really,
night.
Now that is a good question. How much influence do we actually think Darvin Ham has?
Exactly.
You don't think LeBron James, anywhere LeBron James goes, is coaching that team?
Darvin Ham is like the Barry Switzer thing.
He's away from Darvin Ham, Rodney. I'm just saying, like, I don't think it's all on Darvin Ham.
Oh no, I don't either. I mean, everything that happens right there. I mean, every decision, the on court stuff, and I mean, LeBron is probably a part of that also. But man, when you've got LeBron in the fold right there, it says it right there. That's your GM is LeBron. He's gonna do whatever the hell he wants to do.
Right.
That's how that's going to roll.
Coach, except for anymore, right? Like I think Spoelstra was maybe, and still Spoelstra hadn't ascended to the level that he was at when he had LeBron, Wade, and Bosh, right? But I don't think he was Riley level yet.
Right.
You know what I mean? Now he's starting to reach that type of level. I think from here on, or it's not a coincidence that you've usually seen a lower marquee type of coach or a lower named coach than LeBron. And I mean, of course, who's not going to be a lower name than LeBron? That's kind of a stupid statement to make, but still, you're not going to see a main headliner anymore. Like Lou might have been maybe the highest headliner that I've seen.
Yeah.
With run with LeBron since Spoelstra or whatnot. But I mean, like, and that's just it. Like, it's not to undermine the head coach or whatever. Whatever team LeBron's on, LeBron, no decision is going, even now with the Lakers, like since LeBron's been there, no decision has gone without going through LeBron. It's not been made since, unless it's gone through LeBron. Like I'm telling, that's just how it is. I don't know if it's in his contract or not, but he has that much influence on the damn game.
Yeah. There's no doubt about that. And we had the discussion yesterday, and I mean, I guess as he should to a certain extent, but that's where LeBron's word is the law. He is the de facto
sure,
GM.
Yeah. And my point, Rodney, I just don't think he's gonna have head coaches. Like, there's not gonna be a Jason Kidd, working on LeBron's or the head coach for LeBron. Like that's not going to happen to where there's not going to have two alphas or two dominant basketball acumens going head to head. It's just not going to happen. Like, could you see Steve Nash and LeBron James on the same team?
No.
Could Steve Nash be the head coach for LeBron James?
No. And see, that's why, to me, the whole conversation with LeBron,
Tom Thibodeau be with LeBron.
That's why LeBron coming to San Antonio with Pop, to me, that is like, okay, that is interesting right there for a lot of reasons. The whole, being a part of the franchise and
maybe because Pop's too old. Maybe because Pop,
I think the respect level, those dudes are buddies.
Word.
Yeah, those dudes are. I mean, I'm not going to say they're dudes, but I mean, there's like a mutual respect level between those two, and just from all the history that they've had, with San Antonio and the teams that LeBron's been a part of in the past, that's the coach where I think it could possibly be, and he'd still have to have some input. I assure you. And I think Greg Popovich would be the one to be like, "Stand back, son. Stand back. This is my team."
But anyway, like I think LeBron would be an absolute extension to Pop, and I think both of those guys would have enough professionalism to not have an issue on the court. I think in that given scenario, Pop would acquiesce to LeBron James, and then they would have a really intense talk about it behind closed doors. That's the kind of mentality that I see Pop having. I don't know if that would be the same. I don't know if that would be reciprocated with LeBron James. That's a really cool scenario, a really cool hypothetical to throw out there on this hypothetical Tuesday. I don't, man. Unless Bronny goes to San Antonio, like I don't see it happen.
And I get what Jake is saying here, and I totally understand with his comments here. But the whole thing is, I mean, I think what this allows to happen is, because what Wemby needs, he needs some veteran presence. I think that would be helpful for him. Bring some guys in, work through the draft, work through some free agency, start building whoever you want to surround Wemby with. It needs to, if you're going to try to duplicate the big three, you got to go find the other two that need to be younger, obviously. But I mean, Pop has always brought in a solid veteran base to help the young guys. LeBron, that's a huge undertaking. That's a lot to take in. And I mean, to me, LeBron in San Antonio is just fucking weird. I mean, there's no other way.
Yeah, that would. I don't think LeBron would even live here. I think LeBron would fly in for every damn game every night. You know what I mean? Like, that seems crazy to me. LeBron living in San Antonio. Holy hell.
That'd be crazy.
That would be absolutely nuts. But yeah, I mean, and let's be real, the only way that's happening is if Bronny James goes to San Antonio. Like, and even if he gets drafted by San Antonio, you can expect the trade, because I don't know if LeBron James would move to Texas. I just don't know. I just don't know if he would.
No.
Even though it's fantastic here, you don't have to pay your state taxes. There's no state tax here, LeBron, but you're gonna make up a little bit of that in sales tax. So, but still, look, in property tax, you'll be paying property tax, but it's a lot better than where where you got houses at now, man. But still,
yeah.
I think Yeah, again, that all rests on the hypothetical draft pick of Bronny James if he gets even if he gets drafted.
And the other part is, I mean, with the organization, with San Antonio, they want a new building. I mean, they're wanting to do all these different things. And I mean, I think it's a good organizational move for them. You're going to sell a lot of tickets and you get those two guys together. I'm not saying LeBron would do it. I'm not saying that Holt and that bunch would
still need a guard.
That.
They'd still need a guard that can knock down a big time shot.
Be easier to get one though. I think
yeah. I mean,
they'd flock to want to play with that.
Is that do people like playing with LeBron?
I think so.
You got a good probability, a high probability of getting a ring. But do people like getting like playing with LeBron?
Well, I don't know for sure, but I sure as hell know I would. I mean, I think I would.
Yeah.
But that's where with the younger guys. I mean, the younger guys. You want to surround Wemby with that veteran, and then bring those young dudes in that want to be a part of what's going to happen right there. And then that's the other part of that. How long is Pop going to ride this thing out? You know, I think San Antonio's on the come sooner than later. I know next year, yeah, they may suck again. Depending what they get in the draft. But I think San Antonio's going to be knocking on that door.
I don't even know. I don't know if San Antonio's going to be in the run for a lottery pick, though. I think San Antonio's going to be like they're not going to be bottom of the barrel like they were this year.
I'll
look at what happened with Oklahoma.
That's what I'm telling you.
Look at. I mean, Oklahoma now. You have one. You know, Wemby and Chet Holmgren are two huge, long, lengthy rim protectors that can step outside the perimeter and knock down shots. They're unicorns, right?
Yeah.
They can run the floor well. I would say I think Holmgren probably runs the floor a little bit better than Wemby, but still, like Wemby's got so many damn tools, man. Holmgren's fantastic, but Wemby. I think Wemby might have, and again, Holmgren's been in the league, a year more, not much more, but a year more than Wemby does. I'd like to see, Wemby come into his second year, and at the end of 5 years, I'd like to see where both these two dudes are at. But yeah, man, right now, I think Holmgren's got a little bit over Wemby, but Wemby, yeah. I think Wemby's got the actual career, the actual ceiling.
I think so too. You want to talk about LeBron's lifestyle? I think LeBron could do okay in Dallas. I think LeBron could live in Dallas. Further up north, that's kind of depending who you talk to, kind of one of those towns right there.
Is it a plastic town?
A little bit
is Dallas a plastic town?
Yeah. So maybe that'd be
I feel that I've been to a few Stars games, man. I don't know if that's just kind of what I envisioned going in there, or kind of had that preempted thought going in there, but it did feel a little bit like Plastic City going into that. I mean, everywhere I looked, it looked like I was looking at fake breasts. Or at least at that game.
And the funny
augmented chest muscles.
Yeah, there it is. They got a lift kit.
Yeah. And I'm not. That's not an embellishment. I mean, everywhere I looked, it felt like I was looking at a pair of.
Here's a call. He can play for the Mavericks. He can go be in the backfield with Zeke.
Man. But you would put LeBron James. LeBron James would be a tight end, or LeBron James would be a dominant wide receiver. Would he not? The dude's huge. He's 6'8". He's huge. Absolutely huge, man. Put that dude at tight end, man. Also, Celtics took care of the Heat last night. They got one more game to go, and that's it. Well, I say one more game. It's 3-1. I think there's only going to be one more game left. But hell, the Heat, the Heat making somewhat of a gentleman's series. We'll see if it bows out as a gentleman's sweep or not. But also, the aforementioned Thunder that we just got done talking about, they swept the Pelicans last night with no Zion Williams. It just looked like New Orleans was going to struggle, and they did so, going up against the number one team in the West. And you guys know the West is the best so far. So to me, it's shaping up. It's shaping up to be what we know. 1 and 2 going head to head, or coming to a collision course in the West. And right now, man, I liked what I saw. I think Denver still might be the more complete team. They're the deeper team, but the starting five for Oklahoma, they're playing absolutely lights out, man. And especially if Dort's still hitting the way that he's hitting from the perimeter, it's gonna be one hell of a series. I can't wait. I don't want to get too ahead of myself. But I think that Yeah, I mean, if the Celtics continue to ride clean and kind of have, you know, somewhat of an easy path to to the finals. I mean, if they don't have to go deep with Miami and they don't have to go deep into the next series, there's a damn good chance that we could actually get somewhat of a battle here because of just a head-to-head clash in the Western Conference Championships, and then they have to go play, you know, an East team that's probably had nowhere near of the feat or the road to the championship that the West has had.
I think the bigger question is, with Boston, I mean, Porzingis went down last night.
Yeah, but I didn't see when's he going to return. I didn't see what the severity of it.
They ruled out an Achilles injury, so that
okay.
There's always that. So I don't know. I mean, I think at this point, there's no need to return in this series.
I would not bring him back. I don't think you need him.
Yeah, let this thing finish itself out. I mean, this path is set here. You're up 3-1. I mean, just get set to move on. But man, I'm looking forward to Nuggets Thunder. I mean, that's when the shit's going to get real. I mean, I really do think that Oklahoma City, the things that they do well, I think they're going to be the ones that are going to take a stab there at Denver. And see, like you're talking about, they may be the only ones that they.
I see this, Robert. But look, I think I'm just a prisoner of the moment with Ant-Man. I think I'm just falling in love with Ant-Man. Like, I don't know if Minnesota is the more complete team. I love the two-man game that they have between Cat and Ant-Man. But still, like, I think the better, more deeper team is Oklahoma. I think Oklahoma is wild and they can play fantastic with their starting five. They got better complementary players, I think. But I mean, you can't deny what Minnesota's doing either, man. Like Minnesota's pretty damn tough. But still, dude. God, that's just it about the West. It's really hard. It's really hard to pick one about the West because the West is so the 1 through 4. Like, I mean, and when actually I say 1 through 5, I should say 1 through 5, because Dallas is actually the 5th. They're not the 4th, but still, like Dallas to me should even be up there with the 3, man. Like all. The top 3 teams played for the best spot or played for the top spot, on the final day of the NBA. So that's I don't know. That's the competition you want to be around, man. That's why I feel like the West is always the best, man. They're at least
I mean,
past 20 years, dude.
This is very much, keeping in pattern right here. I mean, it's been the West and it's going to be the West for the foreseeable future. But, we get to the Western Conference Finals, it's going to be like, okay, there's the NBA Finals right there. The best team, whoever comes out of that. But I mean, we say that, but like you're talking about, whether it's Boston or whoever comes out of the East, it's like one of those things to where, I mean, you're not primed and conditioned and you're not tested and you're going to come in and you're just going to get steamrolled by whoever comes out of the West. I mean, because you come out of the West, it's like we talk about the move going to the SEC, whether it's baseball, football, whatever it is. You're playing the best teams each and every time that you get out on the court, field, whatever the fuck it is. And you come out and then you get subpar opponents. And I don't know, dude. The West's going to be fun to watch the rest of the way.
We do have we got 3 games in the NBA tonight. We got Sixers and Knicks. Knicks got the lead right now, 3-1. What you like in here, my guy?
Sorry, what was that? I was reading the code of text line.
We got Knicks and Sixers tonight. For basketball, we got 3 matchups, 3 contests tonight. The Knicks have a 3-1 lead in the series over the 76ers. Can Joel Embiid and company make this thing actually happen again? Look, DiVincenzo was off. I think it was game 3. Game 3, DiVincenzo was off a little bit, but he seemed to right the ship or whatnot. Josh Hart playing fantastic. We talked about that. Julius Randle. That how big of a stud did that dude, or big of an impact did that dude can make, and also the emergence of Jalen Brunson playing at the top of his game as well. I don't think 76ers have an answer for him. I thought, with Embiid being able to come back, they might be able to be a disguised 7, but no, they're going to be done. They're bowing out. Tonight will be the last game of this series. Sal's Knicks takes care of it.
Yeah, I agree. And
you didn't take care of business in Camden, though, buddy. Huh? 2-0 Birds over the Yanks, baby.
And I was right there with you where I thought the 76ers were going to sneak in here with Embiid coming back. And I'm really surprised to be sitting here and to say, well, they've gotten a game. and this thing is going to
No,
end. And they're going to
Harris isn't doing not much either. Sixers just need to reload. Their plan has fallen short, Rodney.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, the Knicks are going to move on. They're done, and they being the 76ers. I mean, and then Pacers, Bucks.
Dude, I got that series completely wrong. Like,
dude,
I thought
me
the Bucks
too.
were going to steamroll, but of course, when one of the best players in the league goes down, it's going to change the course of the series. So yeah, I mean, and then Halliburton, Siakam, they're playing well over there on Indiana side. So look, that's you can't take anything away from Turner's crew, from the Pacer crew, man, but they're legit. I mean, they're actually going to be moving on here. It's 3-1 in Indiana land. I think the Indiana's Pacers actually take care of the Bucks tonight.
Yeah, and I mean, Longhorn Bear just said it too.
Lillard's down too.
Yeah, so he's down. So yeah, they're out. And yeah, I mean that's really one of the ones that I totally got wrong, because it's been exactly flipped to what I thought it was going to happen. So I don't know. And then you got the 2-2 series there in between. We're talking about all these 3-1s, and then by the way, we actually do have a 2-2 series in round 1. So yeah, 3 games, 3 of them tonight.
Yeah, I like right now Cleveland's getting the spot here at 5.5. Give me the Magic. Give me the Magic to shock there. I'll take the Magic and put some green in my pocket there. I know Cleveland's favored, especially it's a road team, or it's a home team there. It's a home event. But give me the Magic to shock on the road here. I don't think the Magic win. I think they cover it. I think it gets within 1, maybe 2.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad we have one that is
Doc Rivers is inevitable. Doc hasn't done his best, but when the 2 best players on your team, and arguably is Dame still top 10? Dame's still top 10, right?
I would think so. I would think so.
There's so much talent in the NBA. There's so much scoring talent in the NBA. Is Dame top 10?
But this is where you go back when you bring in Doc Rivers, when you bring him in that early into the season, and it's like, okay, we're going to bring this veteran, well-established. Let's check his resume. Bring him in, and you're going to get the same results that you get from Doc Rivers. Is what's about to happen right here. This has been. I totally get the guy. I totally get the players going down. I don't think
Dame's top 10. I don't think Dame's top 10.
Yeah. I don't know.
Right now. Maybe. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's flirting. He's probably flirting, man.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm ready for tomorrow. I want Mavericks Clippers. Let's go. I wish that was today.
Yeah, well, we got to get through today, buddy.
I know.
We do have an athlete of the week. I will be pulling that up. But anyways, man, whether you're watching hockey, basketball, or getting the news on the NBA, you got to do it with audio-visual consultations behind you and on your screen. Whether you want the 2 screens or the 4 screens that BK has, you got to do it with avconsultations.com. Or the past 35 years, they've been setting the standard in audio-visual automation all around the Austin, Central Texas area. They've been doing it in Pluckers. They've been doing it in commercial areas. They've been doing it in my home, and they can do it in your home with the right call. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. I just mentioned their website there. If you don't have an idea of what you want, if you don't know about the 2 TV screens or the 4 TV screens or the perfect setup for you, go to the gallery of projects that they have on the website, and you'll get an idea. I promise you that. It's avconsultations.com. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com.
Oh, a lot of Glenn Rivers chat there in the commentary. How about a word from our friends at Covert BK?
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Indeed, since 1909, nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, and sure as hell not ever. I do like Celtics Knicks in the East Final. That will be some entertaining basketball, I think. Should that happen?
I think it would. I'm really interested to see how the outcome of Porzingis, because if that is indeed the tale, then I feel like I got to tip my hat to the Knicks right now, just because of how solid. And I mean, it's not just the defensive tenacity that Thibodeau brings, and it's being embodied on the court. Basically, Josh Hart is. I can't shut up about this guy. He is everywhere. Like it's not just about the defense though that New York plays, right, and how they grind you down. It's the fact that you're getting scoring out of DiVincenzo that hell everybody kind of saw as a six-man or a bench player. Now he's emerging into a good starting role. And Jalen Brunson has played himself into a conversation. I mean, God, and maybe this is completely over the top, and I am a prisoner of the moment, but the way that he's able to carry the Knicks, or the way that he's able to be the focal point and pacemaker of the Knicks, I feel like he's almost top 5. And that could be over the top, because there's so much talent in the NBA, man. Maybe top 5 guard, probably top 10 in terms of player. Because I just got done, asking if Dame Lillard was a top 10 player. I'm questioning that. Like I legitimately don't know if Dame Lillard. I'm struggling to get that out.
Easy for you to
in the top 10, man. Like
yeah.
There's just so much rising. Somebody said in the chat, you take SGA off of Oklahoma, and there's a good chance that Oklahoma is probably a 7th seed. That's an
great point.
That's an accurate statement. Like SGA's a scoring sensation, and so is Ant. Like you take Ant-Man off of you take Anthony Edwards off of the Timberwolves. Are the Timberwolves even in the playoffs? I argue.
Yeah. Well, and I'll tell you, in the East, as Jake says here,
I think Orlando beats.
Yeah. I think Orlando, and again, this what happens with Porzingis. That's where that's so important in this whole equation right here. But yeah, if Orlando, man, I think they could get in there, because they are. I mean, defense, very defense heavy, and yeah, that right there could kind of be a sleeper pick if that goes down. Watch the Magic. I think the Magic will win tonight. I think the Magic are going to win tonight, take it 3-2. But we'll see. We will see. Yeah, great point, Jake. I like that. And I do think, I mean, the Celtics can make the East Finals without Porzingis. I mean, there's no doubt about that. But that's where, depending who you get, yeah. Watch him, Orlando Magic.
There was some magic on the ice last night. The Stars were able to even up the series and get this thing to 2-2 out there in Vegas. And again, man, now we got a brand new series.
Yeah.
Look,
0-0. Yep.
0-0. Well, no, it's 2-2.
I know.
It's 2-2, man. Because it's hockey. It's a unique sport, but still, yeah, man, able to get it back right. Some other stuff out there. Who else was in? Oh yeah, Florida and Tampa Bay. That wasn't even a damn game though. That was 6-1. 6 damn goals. Bobrovsky's playing at the top of his game too. Ottinger for Dallas seems to be back. Seems to have found his groove. Not just that, like it's also the defense too. Being it. I say this a lot. I bring this up a lot. If your defensive pairs can block shots, if they can keep unwanted pucks off of the goalie, or just keep him from having. Of course, the goalie's going to be tracking, right? But still, it's all about opportunity. I say it all the time. Shots on goal, man. Just throw the damn puck at the net. Throw the damn puck at the net, man. Sometimes the goalie just ain't tracking, or he gets a screen out of nowhere that he just that is just not able to pick up the damn puck. Just put the puck on net, man. Fire shots, and usually, man. If you can block those shots, you're gonna keep the damn puck away from the goalie, obviously, right? It just seems like simple common logic of hockey, but teams struggle to do it at times.
Yeah.
And it feels like Dallas is starting to get back to that, keeping the net clean. It's something that Vegas has done. Vegas did fantastic in the first 2 contests. And it just looks like Dallas is kind of taking that recipe for success. Also, Dallas is starting to score again.
Well, yeah, the beginning of the series. I mean, that was a huge deficiency there.
Tough to watch.
Code text line. Got to tell you, Wags, Hoop Dog checking in, and
Hoop Dog. Hoop Dog.
We shouldn't talk about all kinds of stuff on this program, but look, I'm gonna read this to you, and it's like I got some news this morning from some friends of mine. kind of down today.
Jesus,
I mean,
man, you before you even get into this, you make me worried about what the hell I'm gonna hear. What's up?
No.
Okay.
This is where we talk about sometimes a kind word is something that can brighten your day. And I'm gonna read this at 10:40. This is brighten my day. It says, "Morning chaos dudes. You guys have a great day. I appreciate you guys." Plain and simple.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
You know, just
Rodney, you
kind
preface
word.
shit with some doomsday stuff. You know that?
What's that?
You preface stuff making me feel like it's doomsday.
No,
You
it's just
you set
no.
stuff up like Wags. The end of the world. You know how the world's going to an end, Wags.
I'll tell you about it offline. It's just kind of a crazy situation. I mean, not anything that I'm fine. My family's fine. Whatever. It's just kind of
okay. I'm sorry, man. I love
it's all good. It's all good.
We're all gonna breathe clean air as long as I'm around. That's for sure.
Clean air. That's for damn sure. Hey, Mike McCarthy mentioned there in the YouTube. Yeah. Jerry heard bells. He's going to hear bells when he hires the next guy, I'm assuming, because you're setting this dude up to be a lame duck.
What's up? What do you
Harry checking in right here talking about it just randomly came up. Remember, I heard bells when Jerry hired Mike McCarthy. It was like, yeah, I do remember that quote.
They drink whiskey all night. He opened the Johnny Walker Blue or what,
Yeah.
What color label of Johnny Walker is it? Once Daddy opens up the Johnny Walker, it's hard to say. It's just hard to say no to. Mike McCarthy, you were struggling to get a damn job. You were fortunate that Jerry Jones even brought you in. Hell, he even said it in your post press or in your presser, right? He was just like, this is just something that we need. We needed this. We needed this. Well, hell, no shit. Anybody needs a damn job,
Yeah,
my God, man. You want to talk about awkward conversations? That was an awkward interview. That was an awkward press conference. Mike McCarthy joining the damn Dallas Cowboys, man. It was just like, my God, the prodigal son's returned home, and I don't even remember you coming from Dallas.
Right, and that's the whole thing. I mean, it's been a McCarthy, Aaron Rodgers led team that has been beating your ass here. So I'm assuming that's why Jerry thought it would be a great idea to get him after his hiatus. But the fact, Wags, to me still that this dude like point blank lied to Jerry and Steven and all that. I watched every Cowboy game last year, and all this.
You don't say that going into a job interview. You don't say like, oh yeah, man, I've done this, and this, just to get me in the damn door. And then once I'm in the door, I'm gonna find out whatever the hell it is I need to do to become an expert.
Yeah, that fucking dude comes in there. Yeah, man, I studied and all this other stuff, and you come in and it's like, dude, come on. And then hell, then it was proven that he was lying, and he pretty much admitted he was lying.
He had himself a skeleton team. Yeah, he had himself a skeleton team, and they were going over all the plays and all the the ideology, the football ideology that McCarthy wanted to do, the McCarthyism, neo McCarthyism.
Well, and there you go. There's the Dallas Cowboy problem. I mean, it's like shit like that. I mean, when you want to talk about somebody that's running a business and somebody comes in and sells them a bill of goods like that, it's like it's that door-to-door salesman. It's
I feel like Jerry gets the wool pulled over his eyes a lot. Or maybe Jerry maybe it's the emotional side of him that just really gets in the way of things, because it feels like he does like just love a lot and love on the wrong stuff. You know what I mean? Like Jerry's just got a big heart. Jerry's just got a big heart and a big pocketbook.
And that's the thing. Like this whole thing with all in, where we're all laughing about where they're saying they're all in. I think, and that's where I wish that Jerry Jones was my friend and he liked me, because I think if Jerry Jones likes you, he's going to be all in and he will do anything for you. He'll believe anything that you tell him. He you go ask him for $2 million, he'll give it to you. I mean, it is. And that's the knock there, like bringing Zeke back. I mean, all this running back talk with Jonathan Brooks and who's going to do this and who's going to do that. He knew all along what his plan was to go get Zeke, because he heard me tell him to do it right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Maybe Jerry is my friend.
Maybe I mean, I don't know. You want to talk about bringing people back. There's been speculations that one Tom Brady could be coming back to the NFL. Now, Coach Mayo thinks that it's highly unlikely that he comes back as a Patriot, but people are talking about Tom. I don't know if it's Tom Brady trying to get back in shape for the league, because I mean, you've heard the comments that he's made. Like, he doesn't think the quarterback play is that exceptional in in the league right now. Like,
he's better than a lot of them.
Yeah, yeah. I would argue that too. I would argue to think that Tom Brady could still play at a top level.
Mm-hmm.
Especially, you know, I saw the video of him running, doing sprints. He looks ripped, dude. I don't know if he's in football shape or not, but he's in pretty damn good shape. I think it's all hype. I think it's all Brady hype for marketing, because he's about to drop, you know, something on his product line or something like that. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, maybe he's, you know, got some people that are still in the league, but hey, man, throw this out there. You know, let this float a little bit, that I could be coming back to the league, get my hype up so I can get some sales going here for TB12 or whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's the case, but there are some people speculating that Tom Brady could be coming back to the league.
Yeah, I've heard that a lot. And
on this hypothetical Tuesday.
Right. And the thing is with Brady, I think Brady really is one of those guys to where it's like, okay, you're kind of out of the limelight for a little bit.
It's right here. Wait till he gets that paycheck from Fox.
Well, yeah. You would think so. Speaking of Fox, over to CBS, you see they threw Boomer and Phil Simms out of the NFL Today booth, replacing them with the great Matt Ryan. The great Matt Ryan.
Well, you got to get younger. Matt Ryan, you know what? You're not gonna see me cry. I like Boomer, of course. I love Boomer being a terpy. But yeah, like, even as a Giants fan, I can't stand Phil Simms. I can't. I can't. I share the same old sentiment that Bill Parcells has. Hey, Phil, shut up. I'll coach the game. All right. Like, I still, to this day, you know, whenever I see Phil Simms talk, all I can think about is Parcells telling him to shut up, because I just can't stand him. So,
yeah, I'm with you.
You know what? He's a great player. I don't know why. I can't stand his analysis.
Yeah. It, you know, I think, I don't know, obviously being a Giants quarterback that he was, that I watched growing up. I mean, he was never my favorite guy, but he's just very bland. I'm like, okay. I mean, Chris is kind of a shock guy, Chris Simms, where he has some really good intel and he says stuff, but I think Chris is modern day,
tech savvy too. Yeah, I was gonna say he's modernized. He's got some tech working with him, but Phil's a dinosaur.
Yeah, he is.
But now, who's the other dude that they're bringing on? Matt Ryan and who?
Matt Ryan will come in. You still keep James Brown.
Okay.
I don't know who the third is, but those two dudes are definitely out. So, and I think that's a good change.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see Boomer stick around. I think Boomer's got a great podcast.
He has that outlet to fall back on, and
sure.
It's like, you look at Fox. I mean, I was never a Terry Bradshaw fan. Obviously, he's a Cowboys fan, but you know,
he's entertaining.
He's entertaining. But now it's like, dude, stop.
Is it JJ Watt?
Oh, is he on?
TV says JJ Watt.
Oh, okay. Now there you go. Matt Ryan and JJ Watt. So that's definitely trending in the young, newer. You know blood.
What though? I didn't think that I would be a Pat McAfee fan when McAfee started, you know, making the rounds and touring and stuff. And dude, like now, you know, I think McAfee's probably one of the best talking. McAfee doesn't hold back. He definitely gives it to you, the realist out of all of them. He's not masking his takes that ESPN wants him to mask. I still think he's not as raw as he used to be, but he's still the rawest out there in mainstream media. Yeah,
I'm with you. I was never, and granted, I didn't listen to a whole lot of Pat McAfee.
Oh, he's a good old boy, man. Dude, I'm telling you right now, he would shotgun beers with you. He'd jump over a fire pit with you, jump into a damn pond with. I mean, he feels. I don't know him, you know, between Adam and Paul, but he seems like a good dude, man.
He really does. And I will honestly say, and I will take this one on the chin, I was wrong, because I was not a fan of that dude. And it was like sushi. I don't like sushi because I've never tried it. You
never had sushi?
Dude, I ain't eating that shit. Are you kidding me?
All right, that
stuff is alive. The eyes are open.
We're gonna go play some pickleball, and then we're gonna go get some sushi, because we're gonna start getting you out of your comfort zone. We're gonna start making you comfortable with the uncomfortable. You're gonna start you already wear them tight bike pants or whatnot.
Here's the first thing you got to do is get me out of the house, because this is my comfort zone. My wife and I had this discussion last night. Maybe that's another reason I'm depressed. She's like, you got to get out of the house a little bit. I'm like, all my work is here. Everything I need is here. My dog, my computers, my content, my phone, everything I need is right here. I don't need to go anywhere.
Well, I love you, man. So there's nothing, there's nothing to be upset or depressed about. We're going to get you out of the house. We're going to get you some sunshine, blue skies, and, maybe walk into some clouds. We'll talk to Ruse. We'll go down there and talk to Ruse or whatnot. And then we'll get out there and maybe we'll get some sunshine on our faces and, get some pickleball going too, bro.
I think that'd be good for us. But McAfee, I mean, I really do. I mean, his takes, he backs them up. The dude just tells it like it is. And I mean, that's the refreshing thing. Like when you listen to Stephen Smith and all these other guys, it just
the only punter kicker I like. I'll tell you that.
What's that?
He's the only punter kicker I like.
That's the thing. That was my thing. I think I probably said it on this show. I'm like, oh, what's a show with the punter? Yeah, kind of taking a jab at him.
Yeah. I remember you saying
really
that.
Good. The dude's really good. I will take him over any of those other guys any day, because it shows very raw. Very raw.
We kind of just mentioned getting outside and having a fun time, man. You can do that by playing pickleball. So all you pickleball players out there in Austin, let's gear up and get ready for it, man, with the gear that's designed right here in Austin, Texas. Look no further than Pick Sports Gear. Their equipment is crafted with precision and passion right here in the heart of the city, known for the love of sports and innovation. From top-of-the-line paddles to premium accessories, they have everything you need to dominate the court. You've seen me dominate the court. I stay out of the kitchen, and I put the backspin on it, baby. Demos are happening in Austin. Make sure you stay tuned to that. We just had Satish on the show 2 weeks ago talking about the stuff that went down this past Friday at the Crossroads. We got some more stuff coming up with demo days, too. Make sure you're hitting up the website to find out all the information. That's picksportsgear.com, PIXsportsgear.com. Live like a champion like that, baby. Dominate the floor. Dominate the court.
That can be you, friends. That can be you.
That can be you. That can be you. Stay out of the kitchen. Stay out of the kitchen.
Oh, Lord, let's see what we got here. We got that double R likes on Mac. I do wish a guy would wear a shirt. I mean, put a shirt on.
Dude's got some arms, man. The dude's got some arms. If you had arms like that, you'd show him off. And I think
no shit.
Wrestling too. Is he trying to do like a crossover with wrestling?
He did wrestling. I think he broadcast wrestling.
The dude did a backflip. Did a backflip off the turnbuckle.
He was at the WrestleMania. I think he's like on there because I heard him talking one day. He had to get to Canada. He had to find his wife. The wife had to find the passport to get him to Raw.
McAfee is a brand. He is not a clown. I see what you're saying. Like Glenn, he does act clowny at times, but he is a brand. He's making the most of his time right now, and he is getting that loot. He's getting that paper, as they say.
And here's I think like
do they still say paper? Is paper still a term?
Paper? Money?
I'm getting that paper. I'm getting that paper.
That's what I'm talking about. But
Stacks of Society.
Look how, I mean, the ESPN lets him go on there and talk the way we talk on here. And, they run their
no.
He
cusses. He does not.
I mean, not like we
does not get as raw as we get.
No, they're not dropping F-bombs like you
but
do.
He gets raw. Now, I wouldn't even say, because we don't even hold back on, I steer away from them. I don't talk about political views for a reason.
No.
But when they do come up, we don't hold back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to tell you they all suck.
Well, that's the whole thing. Yeah. I don't think he can quite do that. I mean, because I think Disney is aligned with one side or the other, but whatever the case is right there. But
don't even get me started.
No, I know. But he's gone in and he's made those shows entertaining. Like I said, Cowherd, I'll listen to Cowherd on the radio. I don't care to sit there and watch him. If I'm driving, I like some of. You know what I like about Cowherd?
Just because of the white noise, like Cowherd's got that voice that you just put on, in the background, and or like you're just driving, you're paying attention to the road, and then all of a sudden, he might say something that's just out of left field, and you're like, what? And then you turn him up a little bit. Yeah, that's kind of like how I see Cowherd.
I tell you what I like about Cowherd is years ago I found some stuff when I first wanted to learn radio and all this stuff, and I found something with Colin Cowherd talking about time spent listening, all these different things, radio analytics, all this bullshit that really they give me a stiffy when I start hearing this stuff. And he was talking about how to format a show, with intros and breaks and all this different stuff. And it was really intriguing to listen to him. And so now that's like, well, I'll go listen to him, and I'm like, okay. I want to hear him throw to break. I want to hear him come back out of breaks. I want to hear him do all this. I know it's stupid.
No, it's funny to hear where it's funny to hear your ideology of radio and to know where my ideology of radio. Mine came from Adam Carolla with Corolla One podcast. Like that's how I kind of got into it. I started because I did like I was podcasting before I did radio.
Oh yeah,
right. So you know I had to reteach myself how to do a delivery when you have the FFA. Right? No, it's not FFA. FCC. Thank you. When you have them regulating, your damn comms or whatnot. So,
yeah.
Anyways, it's a different delivery altogether. You want to get some baseball before we get out of here?
Yeah, absolutely. Astros back in action tonight. Brand new first baseman.
What's that?
Brand new first baseman.
Yeah, you excited, huh?
The Tides, dude. As long as it ain't Jose Abreu, you could put Mickey Mouse over there. I'd be happy.
Come on, man. It can't be that bad, my guy.
Dude,
Orioles were in action last night. They got a busy. They got the win over the Pinstripes, 2-0 there. Who else? The Brew Crew. Brew Crew took one to the Rays. Rays look like they're starting to climb out of the bottom of the East. Still too early to tell yet. Dodgers, of course, dominating, and the A's. Dude, the A's have kind of. The A's took one from the Orioles there. They've been raising some eyebrows. They just took one from the Bat and Bucks. The A's could be making a little splash, with their little squad out west. Tonight, though, we got your Astros back in action here. What do you like tonight?
Well,
also got the Rangers in the curly fries.
Or
the Walgreens, whatever you call them.
The Walgreens. I'm curious to see Loperfido making the move. I mean, does he play immediately? I'm assuming if he's been promoted and they're going to bring him up, that they're going to play him. Is that going to make a change at first base? What you need is a productivity, hopefully, that you're going to get at the plate that he's had, in AAA. So hopefully you get all of that. It's a solid thing there. But the Astros, I mean, hey, they took two of those. I mean, they won the last two games that they played, so that's a step in the right direction. So hopefully you continue to see that and you just start seeing some progress and generating some runs, getting across the dish. But the thing about it is, Wags, when you're talking there about the A's, I mean, because like we talk about the West, even though with the shitty start the Astros have had, I mean, it's conceivable that if they can get their shit together, they get right back in the race. They can get right back in the race. The West is there for the taking.
I might take the Guardians tonight, man. Going up against Brown. I might take the Guardians tonight. That line right now is I'll wait. I think I'm gonna wait until that pops out. What else we got? We got Nationals, Rangers. That's almost even. Probably take that. We also got Orioles and Yankees again. That's back in action. What's another game that I wanted that jumped off? Oh yeah, Red Sox and Giants. Red Sox and Giants with Webb and Crystal here, or Criswell rather. We're sitting at 120 for San Francisco, or 130 now for San Francisco. That might be something to look at there. Keep your eye on that. Again, that first pitch there is around. Well, that's a later game, I think.
That's a later one.
That's 6:10. So make sure, hit me up on Twitter, not the fake Wags. I'll be giving you my updated lines for that too. And then the Bravos, man, the Bravos and the Mariners out west. That's going to be one of your late matchups, one of your primetime games tonight to watch. If you don't have enough hockey and basketball to watch tonight, if you just want to watch some regular season baseball, that's going to be a good one that I think. Right now, the line is minus 125 for the Bravos there. You're getting a good side of the house for Seattle with 105. So we'll keep you updated on that line there. Castillo on the bump and Lopez for the Bravos there. Lopez has been hot, man. Rocking a solid ERA under there at 0.0 or 0.72, my guys. So it's good baseball tonight. Good baseball.
Dodgers in the D-bags tonight as well, a little bit later. Hey, it starts early. I mean, it starts, I guess, 1:40. Cardinals Tigers.
Give them a couple starts. Give them a couple starts, Rob.
Yeah.
Give them a couple starts.
Yeah. It's going to be fine.
Mad Max will be back, man. What else you got going on tonight, Rodney?
It's going to be fine. Tonight it's baseball, hockey, I take that back. I've actually got to do some voiceover stuff for some racing stuff that's coming up. So I'll be doing that.
Hey, there you go.
But the nice thing is it's so easy to keep up with all this now. I mean, I was thinking about this the other day, like going through that baseball schedule right there. Like on Monday night, when you had one game, you're probably not old enough to remember this. It was like Monday Night Baseball. You could watch one game. That's it.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
I don't thank God I did not have to endure that, man.
One game on ABC. That's all you got.
As long as it's the only, as long as it's HCS or Orioles baseball, I'd be fine.
Well, that was a thing. It was all random back then. I mean, you might be watching, random shit. And if it got to 10-0 in the second inning, you're watching that the whole rest of the way because they can't flip to anything else.
You gonna be watching the hockey tonight? You could be
watching hockey tonight, my man.
Potential 4 games that could be ending. The series could be ending in all 4 of these games, 3-1 in all of these games here. Bruins, you got the Beantown squad out there trying to take out the Maple Leafs, Tavares, Austin Matthews and crew. Look, I'd like to tell you that the Maple Leafs have a chance, but it's also in Boston. And look, man, I had Boston as probably one of the tops out of the East. And, it's not just because of their tandem in goalie or at goalie, but they're a fantastic squad. Once you get some playoff pasta going and Marchand, starts getting busy licking people's butt cracks or whatnot, the Bruins are just a tough and tenacious team. Now, I say that tongue in cheek because I hate Marchand. I absolutely hate Marchand. You got the Islanders and the Hurricanes as well. Puck drops at 6:30 on TBS there. I think the bunch of jerks from Carolina take care of this. The Islanders, look, you tried to make it a fight, man, but too little, too late. Gentleman sweep that happens here again. Yep. Jets and Avalanche. Avalanche on the road. Now, this one is one that the Jets actually might be able to take. This one, the series might not end tonight. I still think the Avalanche come out of this series, but there's a good chance that the Jets get one in Winnipeg here and make this thing 3-2. And then the Predators and Canucks. Yeah, I'm sorry, Nashville, you're done.
Yeah, they're done. That's it. Yeah, these could all end tonight.
They could, but I do think
they probably will.
I think Winnipeg keeps the series going here tonight.
Wags, my turn. I'll be right back.
Good, there he goes. I don't know where you're going, buddy, but I hope you're doing well. And make sure you guys, check out the lines tonight. We'll be keeping you updated on that. I had a fantasy football draft last night, a Dynasty League fantasy football draft. And if you'll allow me to entertain you with it, I'd love to talk about it. So it's a keeper league, of course. And when I say Dynasty League, meaning we can only draft rookies, right? And through 1 through 6, we had 6 rounds of it. I had the first pick overall. Shocker. I went with Caleb Williams. I also had the 9th pick in the draft. And I struggled here. Because my roster is an absolute complete mess. I inherited the roster. I bought in at half price to get this damn roster. So usually the league buy-in's like $300. I got to get into it for $150. The commissioner covers the other half, and or it's either done by like a makeup by supplemental entry fees by the league or whatnot by other managers, just until the pot's right, until I get in there buying an inherited ball club. But anyways, being able to get back into this draft and having, acquiring draft picks. And I did, like, I sold Derrick Henry to acquire another first round pick. And the year before that, I got Bijan Robinson. And so this year I needed to address my quarterback issues and my wide receivers. I had no idea that Odunze would fall to me at 9, but I also had the option to take Xavier Worthy as well. Because that was my first struggle with the pick. Like, because obviously at pick 1 you're taking Caleb Williams. That's kind of a no-brainer, right? Took Caleb Williams, but do I do the stack, or do I do arguably take Xavier Worthy that could potentially turn into wide receiver 1 with no Rashee Rice, right? I didn't want to put too much of a hypothetical and too much weight into that. I just felt it was too much of a decision to make moving forward just for a fantasy draft pick. I knew for 3 or 4 years, if I took Odunze and Caleb, I would have that stack at least for 3 or 4 years, right? I knew that was a certainty that I would have. So I went with Odunze. Then your boy got Bucky Irving. I landed who else? I landed a dude from Florida that just got drafted by San Francisco. And if that's going to happen, if they're taking him early in that round, that probably going to mean that means, either Debo Samuels or Ayuk is probably going to be exiting San Francisco, and this guy's going to move in as probably either the one or the wide receiver 2 position. Can't remember the guy's name though. Anyways, I got some studs. Your boy. Oh, and I also took Jordan Travis. In the damn 5th round. So put him on my taxi squad. But yeah, thank you for letting me entertain you with some fantasy football, getting nerdy and shit. But
did you get Michael Penix?
Michael Penix did he went in the 3rd round. But
oh really?
I forgot who took Michael Penix Jr.
Yeah.
But anyways, I know it's right around the corner. Dynasty leagues are already happening because of the NFL rookie draft just happening now. So if your leagues are starting to to emerge and starting to come back, hit me up. I'll help you out. You got any questions? Hit me up. Let's go.
Absolutely. Speaking of let's
go.
Hey,
Jamie, Jordan,
right here. There's a man.
Man with the plan. What you got going on, Jordan?
Man, not a ton. Kind of just enjoying this last day at home. About to start.
You got to go on the road?
Yeah, kind of spring ball for me starts tomorrow. Well, actually starts today. I'm gonna get over to Saxey and Garland to go see Khalil Lockett, the 5-star receiver, our number 12 overall prospect in the nation. And then after that, I'm gonna get on the road. I'll go to Temple tomorrow, go see Jamarian Carlton, our number 43 prospect in the 26 class. He's an edge rusher, and then Jason Bradford, who's the 6'2.5", 195-pound corner I'm in love with over at Temple. That's only got 3 offers. So
wow.
Gonna see them, and then Thursday, Friday, I'll see Lake Travis, LBJ, Weiss, Bastrop, and then gonna go hang out with one of my buddies in San Marcos, who's at Texas State this weekend. And then next week, Waco University is the only school I know for sure as of now. But I'll probably do my Houston week next week as well. So
going on toward now. Hey, who pays for all that now? You can per diem.
That's yeah. So
Jordan,
hey, what's
Jordan,
that?
Conversation you got to have.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no. It's been life changing. Getting the full time gig and the salary, being able to expense stuff. Because up until June 1st, everywhere I traveled, I was on my own dollar. So
God damn,
now I'm taking care. Yeah, now, I mean, I don't get to expense everything, but I get taken care of. So
yeah, what? Damn, that's good. That's hard. That's hard on a young dude, man. Damn, bro.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. Hey, man, I covered. Man, I'll tell you what. A lot of people man, I got my job, no degree and nothing. Never did a day of class, nothing.
Well, hey,
and I'm the youngest one in the industry. But how many people are willing to cover Baylor for $300 a month for 10 articles a month for a year?
Yeah.
And sleeping the Airbnbs that people they'll rent out their apartment complexes in the hood, their apartment, sleeping in those. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
It was a long time coming to June 1st, but
somebody told me a long time ago, and I was much older when I was told this than you are, but it was if you want to work in sports, you don't turn anything down. You figure out a way to make it work.
A labor of love.
And that's, but for you, Jordan, this shit never stops, right? Because, I know we're in the off season. But when it comes to high school, I mean, I've got coaches blowing me up. I've got ex-coaches blowing me up, telling me shit. And it's damn, we're only in April.
The off season is Jordan's season. That's the thing.
Yeah. No, I mean, I always say it spring ball is where all the money is made in this job. Because most of the settings you will see kids, there's kind of a time limit on how long you can talk to them. Or spring ball, most of the time it's after school, or it's okay, do I go to class or do I do an interview with this guy? You know what I mean? So you get a lot more access. It's one-on-one time. Usually you're the only reporter there. You'll also run into some coaches. This is crazy, but last year I had already known I was getting the Texas job by March.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of going to Baylor spring ball practices, I went to mostly Texas ones that last spring in May. And I went out to Jasper to go see Ty Anthony Smith. when I went out there, he wasn't in practice. He was hurt, but his coach, Coach Cremedy, he's old school. He doesn't let him have his phone or nothing while he's sitting at practice. And so I pull up, and Ty Anthony's got this big ass smile on his face because he's like, man, thank God you're here. Like, I was just going to be over here doing nothing for an hour. And so I'm talking with Ty Anthony. He's giving me like me and him were tight because covering Baylor for so long helped me out with Texas because Baylor's offering these kids way before Texas does.
Sure.
So Ty Anthony we had a relationship going back, but I mean, he gave everything to me for that hour. He told me everything that was going on. I mean, we talked about it in San Antonio this January, but like he's like was straight up telling me he's going to Texas and like went on for like an hour about it. And in January, I'm like, look, you had told me back in May it was Texas and then ended up committing to 3 other schools by the time you committed to Texas. So like, and he ended up saying it was just a roller coaster for him during that time. He'd fall in love with a different school each day. And the day I showed up, it was Texas. So I was just like, hey, it makes sense. Like, that's how all majority of recruits are. But the following day, after I go see Ty Anthony Smith, I go to another spring ball practice in the Houston area the next day, and I run into a Texas coach, and it works out perfectly. And I hit the ground running June 1st with a couple great sources, but like the main one was just because I happened to be there, right time, right place.
Right.
And like that's why I try to go to like as many events as I can. Is because you won't miss stuff if you're there, and you never know who will be there. So
hey man, go to class, Jordan. That's the number one rule. Just go to class. Show up.
See, Jordan, when I go up and try to talk to these guys, whether it's at a practice that I go to or a game or whatever, I come rolling up and they think I'm the fucking referee. They're like, hey, well, I mean, got black pants on or whatever, and they're like, here comes what's the referee want?
Man, I mean it's been a while, but I'd be lying to you if like there's been multiple times where I pulled up to a spring ball practice and the coaches will be like, you just move in or something, or like, and I'm just like, no, dude, I'm Jordan Scruggs from 20. We talked on the phone yesterday. Like, no, I'm not a high school. You know what I mean? So that part sucks, but I'm starting to, but like I'm 21 here. Yeah, I'm 21.
Jordan's the young one, and Rodney absolutely. You do look like a damn referee.
Well, and the other thing is, when I come rolling up at a football game to do a broadcast, you see that suitcase that I carry. I come rolling up.
I know exactly. I know exactly what you're talking.
They're like, okay, the referee's locker room is down there. I'm like, I'm not the ref. I wish I could run with them. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
All right, gents. Jeff, what's up, brother? How you doing today, man? How's your Tuesday?
I'm good. I may have to step off camera for a second. I've got dealing with dog issues here at the house. So
the dog issues. What? It's damn shame what they did to that dog, huh?
I just got an old dog. She got in trouble getting off the floor sometimes because she refuses to lay down on the carpet or rug. She wants to lay down on the hard floor, and it's a little hard for her to get up. So.
My pup threw up on her little couch over here yesterday, and she got throw up on her pillowcase and on her little sweater that she sits in that used to be mine. I immediately went and washed all that stuff, dried it, and put it all back for her. I was telling my wife last night, she's like, "You haven't done your own laundry in 2 weeks."
Yeah, let me close my mic and my cam just for like 30 seconds.
I can take you out of there if you need to.
Gents, I got to get ready to roll too, man. So I'm going to leave Jordan in the hands of Rodney. Jordan, you're going to be okay though. I promise. You're going to survive this, man. But you guys be good, dude. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow, man. Happy Tuesday. We'll see you guys tomorrow for Hump Day.
Yeah, I know it's a long ways out, and a lot of schools still haven't even officially posted their schedules. But do you already know any games you're for sure going to try to call in Austin this fall?
For me, Jordan, I think what it's going to be, because with the deal that I'm in, we're going to be exclusively Round Rock ISD. So I think for me this year, it'll be everything here in 25-6A, either at the Palace or here at Dragon, which is like a mile from me. So it'll be that, unless I get some isolated stuff, you know, in preseason. So I don't know, so some of those 25-6A games get a little racy. We'll see what happens there. I think that district's gonna, it's Vandy's to lose, I guess. So we'll see how that all shakes out, I reckon.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of who even will be the main guys in that district that are D1. The only one I can think of off the top is Caden Cook.
That's about it. Yeah.
and like, yeah, the Vandergrift has forget this kid's name. They have some white receiver that's like 6'4" that can play. I forget his name. But that kid's gonna play D1 ball somewhere, I think.
There was one. They had one. I would always call him Beauchamp.
He's now at Texas. Yeah.
Now he's at Texas.
If he doesn't catch that touchdown in the spring game, I'm telling you, I'm getting rocked by a pigskin right here by whatever walk on through it. So
that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah. All right, man. Y'all have a good
week. Thank you, Rodney. I appreciate that. I apologize for that, everybody. Like I said, my dog.
All right, man. We'll talk to y'all tomorrow.
Stubborn, so appreciate it. Thank you, Rodney. All right, it's only an hour. It's Jeff. It's Jordan. Jordan, sorry for that, man. My dog. She's a stubborn old gal, so she's gonna go find a place to lay down on the carpet now. So, anyway, so release the Colby Seller. We still got residual draft to talk about. We can talk about recruiting. We can go over everything, but for the Colby Sellers recruitment, going back to when Texas and Deuce Williams parted ways, it was probably gonna be an uphill climb for Texas to finish this off. They're in the final three with Oklahoma and Texas A&M, which you said was probably going to be those three schools standing at the end. Handicap this one for Texas. Can Texas realistically get themselves to a position where, in the next 2 weeks, they can get a commitment from Colby Sellers? And let's say if they don't, do they still pursue him as though they've got a chance?
Look, they're always going to have a realistic shot, no matter what. 2 weeks, or May 11th, just under 2 weeks. That's a lot of time. Decision hasn't been made yet. I definitely like the field versus Texas, but could Texas get this done? Yes, they could. Do I expect that to happen, though? No, I don't. Or at least as things currently stand on April 30th. Yeah, and I mean, with Shadow Creek, there's 4 kids at Shadow Creek right now that hold offers from Texas. 2026 receiver Christopher Stewart Jr., 2025 3-star receiver Ja'Cory Watson, and then 4-star corner Colby Sellers, 3-star linebacker Anthony Williams, who at one time was committed to Texas. Shadow Creek, they also have a lot of other Division I Power 5 prospects outside of those ones, but those are kind of the main ones. And obviously, there's 4 of them. Texas isn't recruiting all 4 of them. They're only talking to 2 of them right now. Chris Stewart Jr., the 2026 receiver, and then Colby Sellers. Obviously, Deuce Williams committed or decommitted about 2 months ago. If you remember kind of watching the shows around that time, you could kind of read between the lines on what happened there. Out of all the kids at Shadow Creek, all the ones with offers, a lot of them are close, but none of them are closer friends than Deuce and Colby. I'm telling you, those 2 kids are each other's best friend. So once that happened with Deuce, I already wasn't huge on Texas's chances for Colby. But I mean, that really shot Texas in the foot with Colby, I think. And I wouldn't say there's ever a true nail in the coffin until signing day comes and it's been signed. And even now with the portal, even then, that's not even the nail in the coffin. But I think the first domino to really fall to kind of really start pushing Colby, I guess, away from Texas and more so towards the other schools that made the top 3 was back when Deuce decommitted. So going to be interesting. A&M has a lot of momentum. OU has obviously held the lead most of the spring. So I'm interested to see how it's going to shake out these next few days leading up to May 11th. But I mean, yeah. And, he's pretty much the main corner target on the board outside of Dorian Brew. Obviously, Devin Sanchez is the #1 rated corner in America once he committed to Ohio State. I mean, even when he committed, Texas didn't even make the top 3 for him. They were truly – it never felt like Texas was truly in it for Devin Sanchez besides super early on. And once he decommitted, they pivoted to Dorian Brew and Colby Sellers as the 2 main corner prospects. Now that Colby looks to be heading elsewhere, at least I'm expecting him to commit elsewhere on May 11th. Dorian Brew is going to receive a lot of emphasis and a lot of pressure on him. And to be honest with you, I felt like, Texas has been, I wouldn't say ahead of the pace, but they have been aware for a long time about where they're at with Colby Sellers. So, them potentially pivoting to Dorian Brew is cornerback 1, like officially. It won't necessarily be news. that I think I've written about it. I think I've talked about it on the show as well. But like where Texas is at with the cornerbacks on the board, and then Dorian Brew feels exactly like where they were last year with the receiver board and Ryan Wingo, where it was Micah Hudson. Look, we're going to recruit this kid. We have to. He's too talented to just stop talking to him. But we think he's going to Tech. We're going to pivot and start putting all our eggs in the Ryan Wingo basket. That is how the last few weeks have felt, where Kobe Sellers is in Micah Hudson's shoes and Dorian Brew is in Ryan Wingo's shoes. So, I know that was kind of all over the place.
No,
but that's pretty much it. And
all over the place right now.
Yeah. So this, and then last thing for Kobe, he has 3 officials set right now for the schools in his top 3. Obviously, those 3 officials are set for June. He's committing May 11th. His plan is to just get rid of the other 2 OVs. He's only going to OV the school he commits to. And he's going to shut it down and be a pretty big peer recruiter too once he's made his commitment. So that being said, once he does shut it down, look, I'd be a fool to say this thing's over because anything can happen in 2024 with NIL and recruiting. But with Kobe Sellers, he's a pretty solid kid with a great foundation. So I think it'd be pretty hard for anyone to pull him off his commitment once he gives it.
I think the developmental piece for Texas needs to continue to be huge. Obviously, that goes without saying, but I think at corner specifically, it could change your plans for the portal in December because you know you're losing Gavin Holmes. You know Jahdae Barron's moving on. We don't know how much corner Jahdae is going to play, but let's say he's 60-40 star to corner this year. Right. So Jahdae's going to be one of your top 4 or 5 guys in terms of corner snaps by the end of the year. He should be. You're going to lose those 2 guys. You've got Manny Muhammad, who's going to enter a draft eligible year in 2025. So Warren Roberson, Kobe Black, Wardell Mack, developing those guys, figuring out what you've got with those guys. You don't have maybe as much time as you would like to figure out what you've got with those guys, but you probably need to have an idea coming out of camp of, all right, is this a guy we feel like we can keep on the developmental track, that he's on a good trajectory, or do we need to plan on taking probably 2, maybe 3 corners from the portal in December? I think that's all the high school recruitment stuff is going to do.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's true. That's a great point. And I mean, all I've talked about, I feel like on the show, at least as of late, especially with everything that's gone down, regarding players in the secondary at Texas or future players in the secondary at Texas. But like, man, if there's a position, and again, this is going to kind of come off bad, but if there's a position Texas can afford to whiff on in 2024, it's probably corner.
You mean in 25?
Or in 25, my bad. Yeah, still used to 24, but it's probably 2025 corners. It wasn't a great secondary class to begin with. And I mean, they signed a great secondary haul last year, and I talked about it a lot. Phil Smee is the only true safety, so they need safeties. But Santana Wilson, Wardell Mack, Kobe Black, all those dudes are corners. And JJR, he's going to get moved around, I think, but, I'm not sure about his fit long term. But, like, you have 3 dudes who are 1,000% corners to where, like, your margin for error is much bigger in 25 just because of the cycle you signed in 24.
Yeah.
And, on the flip side, that's why safety is so important, obviously. And Cade Phillips, he's the main target there behind Jonah Williams. Another thing that makes Dorian Brew so important, we have him listed as a corner. He's 6'2", and a half, I think about 180, 185. Really well put together prospect. His dad ran in the Olympics. His mom's in the Ohio State Hall of Fame for her track and field career. He can be a safety or a corner, but pretty much, I think the easiest way to dumb it down is he's kind of on the Kobe Black timeline where he would play that big physical boundary corner at Texas, but he could play the other positions, could be a safety. We might end up switching his position tag to safety maybe one day, but for the time stands, or as it stands right now, he's going to be a corner. I guess, Antoine, to answer your question, Jackson Blackwell, the 2025 3-star D lineman out of Lorena, Texas hosted him in March, I believe. I know they hosted him at least one time this spring on unofficial. Haven't offered yet. They're talking to him, keeping him warm, some communication. If I'm going to be transparent, I don't really see an offer coming there unless Texas was to miss on a lot of D-line targets. He's really talented. Like, we have this kid ranked higher than Landon Rink, and he kind of was unknown. He only had a couple offers and then showed up to Under Armour Houston or Under Armour Dallas and just tested like an actual freak show. Like had like the second or third best testing numbers that day, and is just a regular looking 6'2", yoked up white boy from Lorena. So really, really fun player, a really fun surprise that day. He's picked up some good offers. I think Baylor. I know Baylor's offered him. I believe Texas Tech, TCU. And that's kind of the type of program I'm expecting him to end up at. But a really talented player, very traitsy, had great production at Lorena. Obviously kind of on the smaller level, not a 6A school, but, production is always a plus, and especially when he has production plus testing. And if you want to know who was one of the first offers before he got the boost from having numbers in Under Armour, Jeff Choate in Nevada. So he brought over some names from Texas. Obviously, everyone talked about, Joey Thomas, Jaquez Smith, I think was there before. I think he got a job in the NFL. But he also brought over some personnel guys, I believe. And, when you're at Nevada, you're going to have a lot more freedom to kind of call your shots and, take shots like that. And, that kind of shows I think the direction Jeff Choate's going to have that program going in. So, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know Keith Smith did get a job in the NFL. Yeah, he's the outside linebackers coach with the Falcons now.
Yeah, well, maybe he can teach their front office how to draft.
Good Lord, they deserve every bit of criticism they're getting, and I like Bijan. I want them to do well because he's there. But good Lord, man, it's insanely idiotic what they did.
Before we head to anything else, CB, I'm just seeing your comment now about a health camp while covering Baylor. I've heard of this health camp thing. I know it's some thing in Waco. Like, what even is that? Because I know you're kind of from.
It's a burger place.
Okay.
Yeah,
I've heard about it, but I'm like, I don't think this is an actual, actual fat camp or anything. But I was just like, what is this?
Yeah, it's old school burger stand. You park your car, you go up to the window, walk up to the window and order your food. They got old school. Their shakes are really good. I haven't had a burger from there in a long time, but dude, their shakes are pretty freaking good. So some people if you get a burger in Waco, some people are double R folks. I know Craig Way prefers double R. I like Health Camp, but
I'll tell you what is the most overrated restaurant.
We got
of Waco.
We got a dispatch from the boss man, and I feel like we need to read this on the air. From one Brad Kellner, Health Camp, top 5 restaurant, not in Waco, not in Central Texas, not in the 254 area code, in the entire state of Texas. BK says Health Camp is top 5.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what is top 1 most overrated restaurant in Waco. It's George's or Giorgio's, whatever the hell.
George's, yeah. George's.
They have places come on, man. It's average. It's average. But are the standards so low in Waco that it really gets gassed up that much? Because this restaurant is talked about I don't even know. My favorite restaurant in Waco is Shorty's, which is a small little hole in the wall kind of college joint on campus that is great wings. So
my brother took me to some, man. See, that's my brother. He took me to one of these places when he lived in Waco. We didn't go to the other one. There was a taco place that was homemade tortillas, the whole bit, but it was some house off of Franklin. It's not you got to know where you're going. They don't have signs that say, "Oh, come here." You got to know where you're going. The other one, he said there was a chicken place and he's like, I guess you're going to a really good chicken place with they sell actual Kool-Aid in the chicken place, not fruit punch or anything like that. It's legit. They're selling Kool-Aid at the front. He's like, it's really good chicken, but we never went to that chicken place. No, I'll say this about George's, probably 10 to 20 years ago, it was awesome. The last couple of times I've been there, it's been good, but it hasn't been oh man, this is terrific. And I know my brother would probably slap me for that because he loves George's. But man, there's some good spots in Waco. VTEX barbecue. You ever have the gut pack at VTEX?
I've never even heard of that.
There's a reason they call it the gut pack. It's just like the little like styrofoam containers, the ones that's like you put a burger or a sandwich in, just like the little square. They basically fill one of those. It's like brisket, beans, chili, Fritos, cheese, the whole deal, and you just eat it. Like it's basically like basically everything you would find like on a brisket plate. You know, if like you got a brisket plate, but it's like all kind of mashed up into a concoction with Fritos on top and put it
into a fart box.
Well, that's the downside of the gut. There's a reason that gut pack. That's a meal that lives up to its name, right there.
Man, the main reason I just shit talk Georgios or whatnot is because it's George O's.
George's. It's home of the big O. It's home of the big O.
Okay.
Yeah.
The main reason I kind of drag it is because when I first started covering Baylor, I got like half the staff's contact info.
I just got the angry George's text from my brother, by the way, so I'm gonna have to deal with that later.
And was trying to like build up kind of, I guess, my rapport with some of them. So I'm coming into town for this camp, the Baylor camp. It's my first camp I'm going to cover, right? First thing I'm going to cover, actually. I just started.
Mm-hmm.
And I texted all these numbers I got. And I'm like, hey, I'm going to get some lunch for the camp and then some dinner after. I'll be in town all day. What are y'all's food recs? I usually just drive through Waco. I don't stop. Every single one of them said George's. And so I'm like, all right, got to go to George's. But I've already been to George's like 3 times in my life. And I'm like, I'll try it again.
What did you get? I
don't remember. That's how forgettable the experience was.
See, that's the thing.
I've been there multiple times, though, and it's because the dude who I talked about I'm going to go hang out with at Texas State, his grandpa owns a huge ranch out in Moody. I'm assuming you know Moody.
Yeah.
We'd always go into town and would go to Georgia sometimes. So, but look, I know I'm hating on Georgia's or whatever. I'm mostly just being a dick. So,
if you got to go to Georgia's, you got to get the chicken fried steak. See, that's the problem. Some people that don't like good establishments, they get the wrong thing. Like, I'll give you a great example. Myself, was Mike Roach with us? I think Mike was with us. Chris Hummer and EJ Holland. We went to Kirby Lane. We were all covering something at Texas. It was something recruiting related. Might have been one of the pool parties during the summer. Anyway, we go eat lunch. We're like, hey, we're going to get something to eat. We go to Kirby Lane. There's the Kirby Lane right there, not very far from campus. So we go, and of course, you go to Kirby Lane. What do you get? You get breakfast. Doesn't matter what time of day you go. You get breakfast at Kirby Lane.
And you get that goddamn Kirby queso every time.
EJ got like either a burger or a chicken fried steak, something. And we're like, dude, you're not going to like it. And I got breakfast, and my meal was fine. And I didn't hear too many complaints. I didn't hear any complaints from Chris and Mike. And EJ's like, it's garbage. It's trash. I'm like, because you didn't get what you're supposed to get. So that's the problem, too. So you got it when you're going somewhere. You got to know what you're getting.
Yeah, I don't know what's your go-to order at Kirby. I'll usually get some chocolate chip pancakes and I forget the name of the omelet, but the omelet with the potatoes in it. I think it's just called the baked potato omelet.
Yeah, I get the Kirby Lane combo and whatever. Usually, whatever seasonal pancakes they got, I'll roll with, unless it's like just something that. Yeah. And then I'll just honestly, man, I just get straight up, just like give me just straight up, just buttermilk pancakes. Straight up plain pancakes, which is fine with me.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. As far as Magnolia Table goes, Haley, all I see is the other girls I grew up with just go there for the photo op on Instagram, and just like 90% of the time with places like that, the food and experience is absolute dog shit. It just looks cool. So I'm interested to hear what people's thoughts are actually on there, because like it looks like a fun time, but I mean, you're out of your mind if you think I'm going to just go hang out at the silos, you know what I mean? And just chill in Waco, Texas.
Yeah. So. I'll tell you what, man, I shout out to an eatery not too far from me. It's a little bit out of the way for people in the Austin area, but I'm only like 30, 40 minutes from Seguin. Burnt Bean is one of these barbecue places that's come on the scene like in the last 5 or so years. It's won all these awards. My daughter had a t-ball game in Seguin on Saturday, so we went and ate there after the game. Dude, it was great, man. It was top notch. I'm a big turkey fan. If the turkey is juicy like 2 days after it's been in the fridge still, then it's on point. So it was good. Got barbacoa, dirty rice, had like some cheesy poblano squash. It's a little bit bougie of a barbecue place, but it was really good. So
damn,
your
I need to get out there.
weren't being lived up to the hype. It was worth the hype, worth the wait. So.
Well, maybe they could have an NIL deal soon because the quarterback at Seguin High.
You're telling me about him.
I'm in love with. Yeah, he's awesome. His name's Corey Daly.
Yeah.
He's like 6'4", 6'5". He looks like he's 6'8", though, because he's skinny as hell. Like, I'm serious. He's maybe 170, 175. Super, super thin. But he's one of those, like, sinewy strong athletes. Again, super skinny, super small, light frame.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, he can just spin the shit out of the ball. In terms of what he needs to work on, he needs to figure out how to generate more power up through his feet. I think just a big part of that is because he's so light. He needs to add more weight, and he knows it. But you know, it's hard, and these kids are growing. Like they'll do literally anything, and it'll still sometimes be impossible to put on weight. So, not that that's necessarily his scenario, but you know, it's a timely process. Right now, he holds 2 offers: UTRGV. You got Incarnate Word yesterday, the day before. And I mean, look, I think this kid is 1,000% an FBS quarterback. I think he could be a Power 4 quarterback. He does throw piss missiles, CB, to answer your question. And he's also the juice quarterback, and he starts with juice. And I mean, I know it's 7-on-7, but things I've seen this kid do in 7-on-7 are things that resemble Power 5 quarterbacks. He also runs track, is in a relay for Seguin, I believe. His dad is also the head football coach at Seguin. Used to coach at Clear Springs, a couple other Houston area programs, but his father was originally from Seguin, so once he got offered that job, he left Clear Springs. And then Corey also plays basketball. He averages like 13.8, like 7 and 6, and is a really good, solid hooper. And as far as football goes, Seguin didn't have an amazing year last year. They play in kind of a tough district. They're in that Smithson Valley 5A district. But, I mean, he's a varsity starter in football, basketball, also runs track in a 5A D1 district. So,
yeah,
pretty impressive.
You mentioned something there that I think is worth doubling back on.
And he's a 2026, by the way. Sorry.
Not to get too far off on a non-UT related college football tangent in the state, but I really hope that UTRGV opening that football program, and especially because Travis Bush is running the thing down there. He was previously, he's been a high school head coach. He was at New Braunfels Canyon. He was at Seguin before he took the UTRGV job. Been an assistant at U of H. He's been at Texas State. Travis Bush has been in kind of that south central to RGV part of the state pretty much his whole coaching career. I do hope that it's prospects kind of in Seguin's part of that part of the state, Jordan, where nobody really claims it. It's too far out of the way to be Austin. It's too far out of the way to be San Antonio. Nobody really claims it.
Centex.
It's kind of Centex, yeah. But I hope that for places like Seguin, you know, parts around San Antonio, south of San Antonio, I hope this gets some kids on the radar a little bit. You know, the more FCS, FBS opportunities kids in this state have, man, I'm all for it. So props to UTRGV getting that football program up and running. And you know what, man, I feel like that program is going to have a ton of support. I could be wrong, but I feel like people, and you kind of got a taste of it, you know, being from Lake Travis, whenever it would be Valley Week. And, you know, you'd see like the fan bases at like Los Fresnos, like they are in the Rio Grande Valley. They are really, really passionate about football. Like they are starved for football. So I think to have a Division I program in their backyard that they can latch onto, I'm kind of excited to see what comes of that UTRGV gig.
Oh yeah. See, Antoine, told you. But yeah, no, I'm excited to see UTRGV too. You know, I think the community could really rally around them down there, and you know, another football program in Texas. That means more opportunities for kids. So a lot to like about that. And there's
two programs. I'll be like that with RGV. I want to see what that does, and I really, and, you know, I'll be honest, I got to know the UTEP staff a little bit, the Dana Dimmel staff, because I had a friend on that staff. I really wanted them to succeed, and they did. They had a couple of nice years, but I really hope Scotty Walden kind of takes that program and really gets the El Paso. That's a major metro area. I don't think people realize, Jordan, how big El Paso is. I really hope Scotty Walden can get out in the community and get them to latch on to UTEP football and kind of make it El Paso's program. Because I feel like, I'm not saying that El Paso is going to be, UTEP's going to be the next Boise State or be kind of this, you know, this up and coming program that's going to, you know, be in the mix to be in the CFP. But I do think it can be a lot more consistent than it has been. It's been way too up and down and way too down for as long as it has.
Yeah. I just retweeted a tweet of mine on Twitter about Corey Daly. If y'all want to go look in the comments, there's some of his best throws from 7-on-7.
Is there any in-state programs, Jordan, that you want to see do well? Like you know, I said, like, I'm interested to see UTRGV. I want to see UTEP do well, just because they're kind of the redheaded stepchild of FBS schools in the state. I'm a Texas State grad, so I always want to see them do well. You know, you get to know some people like on the North Texas staff. I want to see UNT do well. Same thing at Rice. Got to know some people on the Rice staff. Hope they do well. I mean, I guess it's just you get to know people, and specifically high school coaches that go on to get college jobs. Like you want to see people you know and people that put in the work do well. I guess that's what it boils down to for me. Like I'd tell you this, man. Anywhere that Sean Bell is coaching, I want to see that program do well. You know, people may not want to hear me say this, but I've known Joey McGuire for a long time. I want to see, other than when they're playing Texas, I want to see Texas Tech do well. So,
yeah, no, I mean, I want Tech to do well. UNT, UTEP, UTRGV would be dope. But yeah, I mean, and then like, I don't know. I think it'd be really cool to see SMU be good. I really think that. I know a lot of people probably won't agree with that, and they're going to be in that BS conference known as the ACC.
Oh, yeah, like the traditional powers of the ACC, Cal and Stanford.
Yeah, yeah, I'd love to see them actually compete for a title in the ACC and all that. So,
I think part of it is, and I go back to and Rex, I totally get it. Like Joe, you know, Joey's
gonna program. I get why everyone but like the media hates him.
Trust me. You know, I get it. But you know, you gotta and I just go back to Mike Leach when Mike Leach had success at Tech. And I think you've seen GJ Kinney do this successfully at Texas State. I think you saw Herman do this at U of H. If you're not Texas or Texas A&M, or, you know, and even I think to an extent, like even Baylor, TCU, those kind of programs have to do this, you've got to build your own identity and really carve out a niche and be like, okay, this is our brand. This is what we want people to associate Texas Tech football or University of Houston football or SMU football, and like kind of make that its own unique organism. Mike Leach did that at Tech, I think better than pretty much anybody has. Say what you want about the guy, and I don't have very nice things to say about him. Art Briles did that at Baylor. I mean, Baylor under Briles had I'm talking about on the field, had a very unique identity. Like you could tell what their brand of football was all about. Herman did that at U of H. I mean, they were the plucky underdog ankle biters. You know, they'll fight your ass for 4 quarters. Like it was a really unique brand. And I think I think there's too much talent in this state. There's too many people moving here for this state not to have multiple FBS programs that are bowl eligible, that are competing for conference championships. On top of that, with the transfer portal, the resources in this state, there's too many quality prospects attached to the state for you not to have multiple FBS programs that are good at the same time. That's why it's boggled my mind. It blows my mind that, like, if you look out through history, there's never really been a sustained period of time where Texas and Texas A&M have been good at the same time. I'm talking about like elite competing for national championships kind of good at the same time.
Yeah. Well,
and I'm talking about, and I'm like, oh, okay, there was this year or these back-to-back years. No, I'm talking like 5 to 7 years where you get to talk about, okay, is this a sustained dynasty? It's never been like, hey, it's a top 5 or a top 10 matchup every year when Texas and Texas A&M played for like this 5 to 7 year run. It hadn't happened, and that just blows my mind.
Yeah, no, it is true. And Houston, I think, is another program I'd like to see kind of on the rise. It is interesting though. I think they have a really good staff. Like, obviously, those guys turned Tulane around. I mean, they beat USC in the Cotton Bowl.
All things equal, and I'll including Sark. I really believe this. I think pound for pound, Willie Fritz is the best head coach coaching football at the division, at the FBS level in the state of Texas. I really believe that. I think he does the best job of scheming, game planning, evaluating, developing, getting the most out of what he's got. And that's I'm not knocking Sark or anybody else. I just think, man, one guy that if I'm running a program and I've been down in the dumps and I got to get it jump started, Willie Fritz is the guy I'm hiring. I think the world of Willie Fritz as a football coach.
Yeah. No, I mean, he's awesome. The one thing I'll have to say, they have how do I want to say this? The staff that's now at Houston has a very particular way they do things.
Mm-hmm.
And that goes back to when they're at Tulane. And I don't want to say it's necessarily unorthodox, but it's unorthodox when you're going to compare it to the way that things are done by other Power 5 staffs in the state. So I have heard kind of some interesting opinions and stuff from high school coaches. Nothing negative, nothing bad, but just kind of being like, hey, it is kind of not strange, but interesting that they're doing it this way.
Yeah.
Or whatnot. But I mean, look, I'm a big Fritz fan. He's also got his son on staff as the DPP, I believe, or ADPP with the player personnel.
Mm-hmm.
So, and Sean Bell too, he was at Baylor when I was covering Baylor, and it was an easy guy to root for. Has a lot of Texas high school football ties. So
Sean Bell gave me one of my best in-person sports moments I've ever had when I watched Baylor in 2004 beat A&M in overtime. Baylor hadn't beaten A&M since 1986, and that was in 2004, so almost 20 years. And that was cool. I've talked about that game a lot. I love going back and thinking about that game.
Yeah. But like Houston, the thing I'm not worried about them is they're going to continue doing a good job of landing the players that aren't ranked properly that end up turning into the biggest names in the portal. What I'm curious is how much of the top talent can they land? You know what I mean? Like, how many top 247 guys can they keep in Houston? Because there's going to be about a dozen each year, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how many could they keep home? And, nowadays, relationships, all that development, all that stuff, it matters less and less because NIL money, that's important.
Mm-hmm.
That's a huge reason why a lot of schools land a lot of top 247 guys. Obviously, all the other football things, the program and trajectory, all that's important as well. But like, I'm very curious to see how aggressive UH is going to get with Fertitta and NIL dollars. And putting money.
My question for you. I don't know if you've heard anything about what their collective setup is like, but it just seems like, and I don't know if it's a cultural thing with them or it's just maybe easier to funnel money there. It seems like their NIL setup for basketball is more conducive to winning a championship than their football NIL setup has been.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, look, they lost a lot of guys in the portal. And, while those were Dana Holgerson's guys, they would have started. Sam Brown would have started at UH last year, and he's getting paid out the ass in Miami instead. Jamari Caldwell. They had like 2 other starters on the D-line leave. They had a lot of other guys on defense and offense leave. They don't have a lot coming back. Mikhail Harrison Pilot, their 3rd highest ranked recruit in program history, left after 1 year.
Yeah.
And as far as their collective goes, there's no way they're not putting a significantly larger amount of money into basketball. It just has to be. That's the only thing that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
But I do know with their collective, just talking to some NIL sources, Dana Holgerson's son was who was in charge of the collective. Once that staff got fired, they still haven't really appointed someone.
Oh, okay.
And so it's kind of getting managed by a crew of people, and the NIL sources I have aren't. They don't think it's the cleanest setup over there currently. So, but things will change. They're going to figure it out, and if Fertitta and the football program want to really reach its ceiling, they're going to need to get more involved. So
I tell you what, you talk about it though, with the portal and NIL. I think the 3 schools that really, you talk about, I've said this before, and I didn't originate this, but I adopted it because I love it. Finishing second in a recruitment has never been more important than it is now. And at least maintaining that relationship. I think if you're a program like Houston or SMU, if you're trying to recruit a kid that is going to end up going to, Texas or Texas A&M or Oklahoma or LSU, wherever, maintain that relationship, because when that kid goes into the portal, if they want to go back home, you're an option for them. I think you look at the 3. I know Rice is in the Houston metro area, but Rice is such a different animal because of the academics and just the way things are structured there. But I think
sorry to cut you off. Rice does a phenomenal job or a sneaky good job of recruiting Central Texas, the Austin area, like Sean Fresh, Dede Alexander, a lot of different guys. Also, like
Calvin Anderson.
Yeah, and they'll recruit inner city programs too. You obviously got to have the grades, but like they pull kids out of SOC. Sean Fresh is from OBJ. You know what I mean? Those are life-changing opportunities.
Yeah.
So,
but I think though, okay, so I'll throw Rice in there. Those 4 schools, if you got a kid that wants to go back home, you can be a really good fallback option for a kid coming home looking for a place to play in the portal. So I think that's where those 4 schools can benefit. But I kind of exclude Rice because they're not a power conference program. SMU is now, TCU is, and Houston is. So that to me is where you can clean up in the portal, is getting those guys that maybe, and it's not going to be a ton of guys every year, but man, it could be if you get 1 or 2, if you get one, let's say 3 guys like that between the winter period and the spring period, that could be 3 guys that win you a football game or 2 in the fall. It could be the difference between you being 6-6 and you being 8-4, you being 5-7 to 7-5, you being 8-4 to maybe 10-2 and competing for a conference championship.
Oh yeah. And I mean, like, some might laugh at this, but like Rice made one of the best hires in the coaching offseason last offseason. And this guy is like just as, if not more respected than Chris Gilbert is in the Texas high school coaching world. And it's John Kay.
Yeah.
Rice hired John Kay, who's been the North Shore head coach for over a decade, multiple state titles, to come coach linebackers at Rice last offseason. And this past year with North Shore, they still went to state again. It was their first year without Coach K. But like, that's one of the best hires anyone made in the country.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's going to be kind of handicapped. He can only recruit guys who are like whiz kids, But like, I really think John Kay in 10 years from now is going to be one of the bigger coaches for sure in Texas, if not the country. He's just too good at what he does.
I think I think if you're looking at John Kay, I think if you're looking at the coaching trajectory, the guy that I immediately thought of, Drew Svoboda, the guy I got to know a little bit when I was on the covering recruiting going in and around the state, was a head coach at Klein Collins when Klein Collins was really good. He ends up going to Rice, like you said, takes the running backs coach job at Rice, ends up as the special teams coordinator. And then from Rice, he moves on to Memphis. And then from Memphis, where did Drew Svoboda end up after that? Spent 2 seasons with Nick Saban in Alabama before coming back to UNT. So those are the kinds of jobs where you can, if you're a high school football coach in the state of Texas, you can kind of springboard yourself. Hell, look at Jeff Traylor. Jeff Traylor was the tight ends coach at Texas in 2015. Oh yeah, 2015. What is it? 5 years later, he's running the program at UTSA. That's it can put you on the fast track. I think too, man. Now, I didn't think we were going to talk a lot of FBS stuff in the state, but I like where this conversation has gone. That's just kind of what we do on this show. I really dig Rice hiring Bobby Merritt away from Texas. Bobby Merritt was the guy for Sark that pretty much, evaluated guys in the transfer portal. It was a really one of those key cogs in that, player personnel machine that Sark has at Texas now. And is losing Bobby Merritt gonna cripple Texas from an evaluation standpoint? I'd like to think not. But can he be a really big asset for Rice? Absolutely, 100%. You got a guy that's not only helped Texas win a conference championship, he's got NFL front office and scouting experience. He's got CFL front office experience. That's a big deal for Rice, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess we can get into a little recruiting with 5 minutes left till the guys come in for fall start.
And I just real quick want to point everybody to get over to Horns 24/7. You can still get, from a recruiting standpoint, you still get the Stampede that was posted yesterday. If you want recruit reactions to the NFL draft, which I know everybody's interested to read anything draft related right now. Also, a couple of good articles from our national folks. Jordan, you get more. Jordan's got the Kobe Sellers article up there right now. That's one of our top stories this morning. Also, Mike Roach has a War Daddy recruit, part of the national team's War Daddy recruit series on Khalid Lockett, analyzing the contenders for Khalid Lockett. Jordan, how would you handicap that Khalid Lockett race right now?
Texas, LSU, Florida State.
There you go. And then Troy Hoon, the quarterback out of California, top 247 kid in the class of 2026, planning a return visit to Texas. I don't want to get too far out in front of my skis, Jordan. When we talk about 26 quarterbacks, he might have a very, very slight early lead to be the guy for Texas in 2026. He's at least in that group of contenders to be the quarterback take for Texas in 26.
Yeah, so right now in 2026, there's only 2 quarterbacks with offer. Well, there's 3. One of them's Jared Curtis. He's committed to Georgia. I probably have a better chance of getting struck by lightning right now than Curtis does flipping to Texas. That's just kind of how that one looks. So I'm not going to include him in this conversation. But Troy Hoon and Dia Bell, the son of Raja Bell, whatever, are the 2 main targets at quarterback for 2026. I've only seen Dia in person. I've actually never seen Troy in person. When he showed up for the junior day, I was in Dallas watching Dia play 7-on-7. So, yeah, a lot to like about both of them. We have Dia ranked about 100 spots higher, but we're still projecting Troy Hoon as a draft pick. I think is a 4th, 5th round guy, somewhere in the 140s, I believe. So a lot to like about that. And, I mean, I think I write it each time. I have to write about 26 quarterbacks, but I really like the chances of Hoon ending up as a quarterback in Texas's class and not Bell. It seems like Hoon is – how do I describe this? Not that it seems like he's being more organized in this process and has a more concrete idea of how the process will end and when it will end. Whereas Dia Bell, talking to him, it seems like he's still in the process of feeling out every single school that talks to him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where with Troy, it feels like he's already told the Washington States he's not coming. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. Where Dia is picking up the phone. That's kind of where it feels. It feels like Troy will come to a decision quicker. And even if he doesn't, he was offered first before Dia was. So that also will kind of tell you. And Chris Gilbert going to UNT was a way bigger loss than Glasscock to Ole Miss was, respectively. But I guess to answer this question, the Cunningham that Antoine is talking about is Jonathan Cunningham. We have him ranked as a 3-star. We have him ranked as a 3-star in the 2025 class. I believe he's an 87 or 88 3-star. But yeah, he is a take. Right now, him, Pettijohn, Matai Tawahi out of San Clemente, California. He's a USC commit. Those are, the guys who could call and commit right now. Cunningham's going to come in for an OV. Other schools in the mix room are SMU, TCU. He's like the top linebacker target for both of those schools. I think Baylor, maybe Utah or something like that could also be in there somewhere, but definitely feels like Texas and the 2 Metroplex programs. I'm 1,000% leaning to Texas. Now that I think about it, kind of surprised I haven't written about it more. But
you're right. It's amazing how when you live this, you can just pull it up and recall. 89 3-star, number 49 overall in the state. So he's the top 50 kid in the state.
Yeah. So look, I think he has a great shot to end up in Texas's class. I know he's a 3-star, but 3-stars are talented players too. So, and like Devondre Sweat, Byron Murphy were 3-stars too. So
it's hey, we had Murphy as a 4 in our defense. Our in-house rankings had Murphy as a 4. I think though, traditionally, once you get to look, for that stuff, I like to look at the state rankings. If you're a top 50 kid in the state, usually you've got like around, let's say 40 to 45 guys every year are going to be forced blue chip guys in the state of Texas. Probably around like the mid 30s to the 40s, depending on the year, is where the top 247 cutoff is going to be. So if you're an 89 3-star in the top 50, it could be, you're almost splitting hairs when you talk about what separates the guys at the bottom end of the top 247 from the guys at the very top of the 3-star tier. It's not much that's going to separate them. It could be a track time is not quite where you want it to be, the height or the weight or the length. Like I said, you're splitting hairs at that point. You're talking about guys that, for the most part, in terms of football skills, are pretty much on the same plane. It's just now you're getting into the nitty gritty. You're getting really granular when you talk about that kind of separation from a 94-star to an 89 3-star.
Yeah. And I'll try to run through some Antoine's comments real quick before we bring in the guys. But another thing that's kind of
Jordan's cell phone number, so you can just call him when the show's over. You can just get Jordan to answer your recruiting questions whenever.
We not giving no. We are not giving out my number on this show. But
555.
What was I gonna say? Cunningham. It's funny with Cunningham. You want to guess what his nickname is?
Randall?
Deuce. Right. So feel kind of bad, but
I don't know why I ran Cunningham on the brain this morning.
But yeah, but it's kind of funny how that works. But
look at my cup. Look at my coaster stayed on the cup. How crazy is that?
Yeah, but okay. So Peyton Houston from Shreveport, he's already camped once. I know he camped at the June Elite Camp last June in summer 2023. I know he's visited at least for one game besides then. He already's got, I think, about 10 offers. And look, this is just one of those classic early young freshman phenom quarterbacks. A little undersized, but I mean, the kid is 15, 14. He's a freshman in high school. So, not hitting too hard on the size right now. I've seen him throw the ball in person multiple times. Was probably the third, fourth best quarterback at Under Armour Dallas. Keelan Russell was unanimous number 1, wasn't close. But Peyton Houston was really good that day. Also showed up to Elite 11 Austin, the regional, about a week later, and was one of the few quarterbacks who could actually put the ball through the wind. Couldn't do it as consistently as guys like Keelan Russell or Jake Fett could, but that still, like, showing flashes as a freshman next to a guy like Keelan Russell is a big deal.
Hey,
this kid is gonna be.
Yeah, the other 2026 quarterback, I couldn't think of him a minute ago, but I know Will Griffin from Tampa. He's also a kid that visited. Was that for the junior day?
Yeah, so
he visited. Yeah.
So but Peyton Houston will be one of the top elite QB prospects in 2027. Will Griffin, on the other hand, he's out of Tampa Catholic, I believe. Obviously from Tampa. But
Jesuit,
with him,
Jesuit.
Tampa Jesuit. I knew it was one of their related schools, but for him, he's actually started going back to his 8th grade year. Down in Florida, you can play on varsity as an 8th grader. He's one of those cats. So a lot of production.
Eric in here in a minute. Tell us about that wheels off high school football.
Yeah. a lot of experience, a lot of production already. Has kind of built like a linebacker, really burly chested, thick, well put together passer. Texas hasn't offered him yet though. He's visited for the junior day. He came down for one of the April 6th or April 13th Longhorn City Limits days. And I believe he made it to a game as well in the fall. So he's been down to campus 2 or 3 times already. Again, they haven't offered with where they're at with Hoon and Bell. Full transparency, I think he might be more of a contingency plan at this point. But yeah, and then last, Grant Smith from Grand Oaks. Look, they're evaluating him. They're looking at him. He is just a really hard evaluation, though, because he'll show up to camps, he'll light it on fire. He's grading 7-on-7. But in pads at Grand Oaks, like, he'll make a lot of mistakes. A lot of it is just because there's, like, no talent around him at Grand Oaks, I'm being honest. But he does do some things when the pads are on under the lights that I think are some turnoffs. But, he shows up to camp and it's, who is this? So he's going to have an interesting recruitment. He holds some interesting offers. He got A&M from Petrino. He has Arkansas from Petrino. He's got pretty much all the Power Fives in Texas, I think, besides. Doesn't have UT. I don't think he's been offered or re-offered by A&M.
No, but he's got not reporting SMU either, but he's got, just run him down, he's got Arkansas, Baylor, Cal, U of H, K-State, TCU, and Tech.
Yeah, but if there is going to be a quarterback in Texas in 2026 that gets recruited, I wrote about it last week in my storylines on 2026, but I don't think it happens. The 26 quarterback class is horrible, or not horrible. It's horrible compared to what Texas usually produces from a perspective. I don't see any of these guys as being Texas level talents, but if one of them was to turn into one, I think it would be Grant Smith from Grand Oaks. My second pick would be Roman Seymour from Fort Bend Ridgepoint, but he's not even going to start as a junior. So he's going to be interesting too. So,
Tech, Kitley and Joey can offer whoever they want at quarterback. At some point, I just better see Will Hammond from Hutto. I'm talking piss missiles from Eastern Williamson County, Jordan, going all over the Big 12.
Hey, you want to take a wild guess who was first to tell Will Hammond he needs to make a Twitter because he's going to get recruited?
I'm guessing that would be you.
Oh yeah. He's an OG, Juice OG. We could have used him last year, but he didn't want to play because he had already committed. And it's like, I'm not playing 7-on-7. This is stupid. And we were obviously upset. I mean, he's a Power 5 quarterback. So.
Sounds more and more like my kind of quarterback. Eric, we were talking about Will Griffin from Tampa Jesuit, your neck of the woods. It started since he was in the 8th grade. You know, tell us some more about that wheels off high school football in the state of Florida where y'all have a middle school guys come up and play with 18-year-olds?
Yeah, because there's no middle school football in the state of Florida. That's why, Jeff, it's been a bit of a rough 12, 15 hours or so. As you know, I'm heading back to Florida. I'm trying to get a bunch of things done before I leave. Jordan has started fall start off for me in a horrendous way. The one thing you cannot do is mix up Tampa Catholic Crusader class of 2010 right here with Tampa Jesuit, the rivalry, 2 schools separated by 12 blocks, a rivalry that the Crusaders, the good guys in green and white, which included all my 4 years, lost for 21 years in a row. We lost.
Damn, that ain't no rivalry.
But Jeff, Tampa Catholic put out. If you remember Kenny Kelly, who went to Miami, Daryl Jackson, Denard Span. There's like there's like a 5-year stretch where they put out a bunch of guys, and then now things have picked up with the Kevin Knoxes of the world and the later crew. But you cannot mix up that rivalry, Jordan. So yes, Jeff, to your point, no middle school football in Florida, so you will have 8th graders playing high school, especially at the private schools. And Jordan, come on, man. Tampa Catholic, Tampa Jesuit, they're not the same thing.
Hey,
Jesuit ran y'all's ass off the field and won 66-35 this past fall, according to Max Preps. But in 2022, you got them during Will Griffin's freshman year. You won 20-19, probably a barn burner.
Correct.
Let's see 2021. Could Will Griffin get it done as an 8th grader?
Eric,
he could 42-0.
Don't feel offended by anything Jordan says. Jordan's part of the Lakes rivalry.
Yeah, and I was on the right side of that one. Lake Travis was winning it every year when I was at Lake Travis.
If in the parking lot of either one of those high schools, if you drive like an American-made car, it's frowned upon.
Well, Jeff, to be fair, you're talking about 2 private Catholic schools, so it was the same.
Yeah,
Catholic and Jesuit. It's the same.
Represent Jesuit. That's where I went, baby.
Keenan, where'd you go to school?
Jesuit.
Dallas Jesuit.
Dallas Jesuit. Is my mic working?
Yeah. You buffered a little bit. You're good.
Sorry. Yeah, I went to Dallas Jesuit.
The Fighting Jake Olivers.
Yeah.
I like how. Wow. Yeah. His dad was the football coach or one of the football coaches. I'm sure you knew that already. But Jake was a super nice guy, dude.
Gary Oliver. This is one of those recruitments I remember vividly because Gary Oliver, Texas A&M legend, played with Kevin Murray back in the 80s. When Jake picked Texas over Texas A&M, you talk about Aggies being pissed off
They were
something fierce. Yeah, that was Aggies were just as mad about Jake Oliver picking Texas as they were when Kyler transferred. Like, it was that level of vitriol toward the family.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
before we get
I
out of here,
remember that because Jake, I think he medically retired as a junior in college or something, or he like focused on academics or something like that.
Yeah.
But I remember he was the grade below me in Jesuit, and when Jesuit played Bishop Lynch for the last time, because Jesuit just kicked their ass so many times to stop the rivalry. Jake Oliver was a freshman, and he had like 3 or 4 touchdown receptions. And he just looked like an adult out there with children. It was pretty awesome to watch. He was like a 4-star, I think. So pretty cool that he ended up at UT. He's a super nice kid. I don't know what he's up to now. He might be coaching or he might be over it. I don't know.
I think he was getting involved something in the business world, I think, is what he was going on to next.
Smart move.
So,
hey,
right.
You want to know who Lake Travis also has a winning record against? Jesuit.
What? I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah. I saw Lake Travis put Emmitt Smith's son in a box 2 years in a row.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah. A lot of
in a
former
row.
Dallas Cowboys kids went to high school with me. Like, one of my good friends is Jason's son. That guy was like one of my good friends in high school. So a lot of those Troy Aikman's kid went to Jesuit. Babe Loffenberg's kid, RIP, but he went to Jesuit too. So
yeah,
a lot of that was like the saddest day ever at my high school. But a lot of former Cowboys kids went to Jesuit and along play. CJ Haley was a friend of mine. Charles Haley's son. He was a corner. He went and played for UTEP.
Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Charles Haley,
a lot of guys
Charles Haley, before he got traded from the 49ers, ripped the soft top off of Tim Harris's car in the parking lot at the 49ers complex and urinated all over the inside of it.
Why? It was someone a rookie?
No, Charles Haley had like legit, like he had undiagnosed bipolar disorder. So like he would.
No, I feel bad.
He would do stuff like that, like just, if you ever read Jeff Perlman's book, like Charles opens up about that in the book, but teammates were like, yeah, dude, we were terrified. There were some wild personalities on the early 90s Cowboys teams, but dudes like, yeah, we were get terrified of Charles Haley.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, his son was like a very good friend of mine. And that's really sad. I didn't know that about him, but it's interesting. I'm glad he's doing better now.
He's good now, but yeah, he would do,
There's a story that Jeff wants to tell that I know he's holding back on.
I'm gonna tell it, but I've got to omit the name because I can't put somebody's business out like that. There's a reporter who I'm sure some people in this chat watching right now will know their name if I said it. They were covering the Cowboys, and this is when Charles Haley played with the Cowboys. They were doing an interview. I don't remember who the player was, but everybody was kind of gathered around the locker, and the guy's sitting in a chair and feels something on his shoulder. And allegedly, it was Charles Haley's crank was on the dude's shoulder.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, man. It was rough. Being around those 90s Cowboys was rough, man. But hey, that was a hell of a dynasty, though.
I'll say, at least y'all got some wins. That's what matters.
We define the NFL.
Hey, Eric, real quick.
Yes, sir.
Am I wrong remembering this? But wasn't Kenny Kelly, when he was at Miami, wasn't he one of those like 30-year-old quarterbacks as he played minor league baseball for a few years?
Nah, Kenny Kelly actually came. He left Miami the year before Ken Dorsey started.
Yeah.
He started and left Miami to go play baseball. He was not one of the 30-year-olds. Yeah,
I had it backwards.
No, all right. Yeah, got it backwards. But yeah, he started the you remember that classic game? Probably one of my favorite college football games of all time, the '98 Miami UCLA game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
after Hurricane. Yeah, Kenny Kelly part of that game. But no, yeah, he ended up leaving to go play for the Devil Rays.
If they'd have lost that, you got Butch Davis might have gotten fired.
and I never get the great Butch Davis stories that we had. Which before I let y'all go, hoping to actually touch base with Butch, because with the 11 players being drafted, and Jeff, you and I have talked about this a little bit. You talk about the fact that Texas had to hit on so many guys in the recruiting class. Yeah. Just want to get Butch's perspective on kind of A, what went into that process, and B, what they kind of did as far as jump starting program there. So hoping to put that together for Horns 24/7.
I'll tell you this, they don't the NCAA has like you might as well call it the Butch Davis rule when they were getting like Santana Moss and Andre Johnson on track scholarships. Yeah, they don't let you do that anymore. They count those toward track scholarships. Yeah,
because at UT, right? Isn't that like? Well, I guess it's at every school now. Once you take a scholarship, you're in that sport. Like
you can like Marquise Goodwin is a classic example, right? Marquise on a track scholarship was going to be a dual sport guy. But everybody knew, Mac knew, Bubba Thornton, the track coach at the time, knew like the minute Marquise steps on the field and plays one snap of football, that track scholarship reverts to a football scholarship. So you better make sure you're not over the 85 if Marquise Goodwin's going to play.
Yeah, that'd be terrible.
No, they had Andre Johnson and Santana Moss and a bunch of other dudes on track scholarships. And
yeah. So anyhow,
all right.
It, fellas.
We've cut into false starts time for about the last 10 minutes, so you boys take it over, and we'll be back. Actually, I'll be back to do it tomorrow, not only with Jordan from 11 to noon, but I'll be on from noon to 1 with Keenan because Eric is on assignment tomorrow.
I am on. That is correct. The Touchdown Club of Houston, Steve Sarkisian will be speaking, so I will be in Houston to cover that. So,
all right, so we'll do it tomorrow. You guys take it easy, and everybody enjoy the rest of your day.
Yes, sir. I'm going to get out of here in a sec, but have you ever been to the Touchdown Club, Eric?
I have not, no.
Yeah, so I've never been, but I've always wanted to go. I can't go this week or tomorrow, obviously, but they do a great job with the high school stuff. Is this going to be like in the same ceremony? Do you know?
I'm not sure. I just got the information for where it's going to be.
Okay.
I'll touch base with you off air and see if I get that info.
Okay, just because like I remember one year like they gave like Kelvin Banks offensive line MVP at Houston, and then like 20 minutes later Sark gave a speech or whatever. So I assume they might be doing the same thing. I don't know, but I was just curious. But I'll let you get out of here. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Appreciate y'all.
All right, Jordan. All right, this is false start. I guess we're at 12:17, but hey, a little crosstalk.
Man. We had a good time with those boys.
Yeah, man, a little crosstalk never hurt anyone. Before I get into the, crux of today's show, little programming note, as Jeff mentioned, he's going to be here from 12 to 1. I am heading back to the Sunshine State for a little bit. I guess I will talk about that a little bit later on, but going to have a buddy of mine, Joe Lonergan, did a great job. He's done some radio on some different spots. He's going to fill in with Keenan Thursday, and we'll see Friday. Hopefully I can be off the road Friday and be back with my guy, False Start. Keenan Womack, what's going on, brother?
Got a haircut.
I actually know. Listen, I should notice that, man. I should notice that. Like the thing is,
I'm always wearing a hat. That's the difference. Ooh,
yeah, as someone who went with the baldy at age 28, I don't have the same appreciation for the haircuts that I should.
I get that. But I mean, my flow was it was Mississippi River flow at that point, man. I was down to my shoulders. Like
it was flowing. It was flowing. What up, CB? As always, appreciate you rocking with us. It was flowing, and you had the beard, so definitely a little clean shape in action. So
wild, bro.
Yeah, got plenty. We're going to try to jump into here in today's show. Want to come back to that poll question that question we raised as far as what's your favorite SEC event coming up here in 2023, 2024. But Keenan, I just kind of want to jump into some things, kind of leading off where the guys left us, man. I would love to get your thoughts. I've never asked. Just what are your thoughts on the whole recruiting services? Obviously, I work for one in 24/7. You have worked for one in Rivals. And, we've seen coaches, Steve Sarkisian, when talking about Trey Owens' performance, saying, hey, it threw his little jab out there at the recruiting services saying, we don't care about stars. We think we know how to evaluate quarterbacks. And a lot of coaches take that approach. But I'm just curious your thoughts on because listen, I'm sure Texas in the Tom Herman years and Charlie Strong years, Mac Brown years, probably had a top 5, top 10 recruiting class in there. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to equal wins. I'm a big development guy, but I would love your thoughts just on recruiting services as a whole, man.
We saw the issues with development in the early 10s, right? They get a guy like Charlie Strong gets a guy like Malik Jefferson, who's a 5-star, just a star linebacker out of McKinney, I think, from around Texas, around North Texas. But they bring him in, he's a 5-star, and they play him at the wrong position for a year, and then he underperforms, as you do, and you play him at the wrong position. They finally move him to the right position, and he's really good. the way you, it's the strength and conditioning, it's the scheme that you play within. So many things can affect a guy's development that I think, On 3, Rivals, 24/7, ESPN, everybody who does this is, they're kind of guessing a little bit. They're like, I think it's valuable because I think it puts kids on the map. That's what I like about it. Is that, like, when I worked for Rivals, I got to work with some kids who nobody in the families. Yeah, ESPN does have the worst recruiting rankings. We can say that. When you work with these kids, right? Like it was really touching to me to get to help kids whose nobody in their family had ever been to college, and they get to go to college because they're good at basketball. And that to me made the sites worth it, because the sites are very helpful to the kids, man. It gets their name on the map sometimes. I mean, obviously the local schools are going to probably know who you are if you're really good, but how would USC know about a kid in Florida necessarily without sending scouts down there without a ton of information out about the kid already and different takes on the kid? There's the only thing I don't like about the recruiting sites is the site wars. I think the sites were too mean to each other, to be honest. Not mean, but competitive with each other. I just think because someone had hired a decent Malik Jefferson. Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%. He was going to go to A&M. Their defense was a disaster, and he got to Texas, and their defense was a disaster. So, good times. Anyway, I think the sites are important because it helps kids get put on the map nationally versus just regionally. Because there's only so many scholarships regionally, but nationally, you never know. I mean, especially in basketball, like football, a lot more regional with recruiting, I think, than basketball probably is. Because basketball, it's a smaller team, but like if you look at Texas' roster, they're not all Texas guys. In basketball. In football, they mostly are. In basketball, they're not all Texas guys, So I think it helps the kids more than anything. Whether it's the end-all be-all is, of course, up to the coaches who are recruiting the kids. And, I'm sure Sark knows what the hell he's doing when he's looking for a quarterback. But I think the sites are good for the kids more than anything.
Yeah, Keenan, just like Jeff said, getting a little bit of delay on you, so it might be where you're at in the room there. But
sorry.
No, you're all good. Just forgot to point it out to you. Nevertheless, I kind of have a similar take as you in terms of, and this is my first go around with, working for a recruiting site, right? And obviously 24/7, we as a company are trying to expand what we do in terms of, game coverage, right? And a myriad of different things, but the heart and soul of 24/7 is recruiting. I listen to my bosses and they're like, hey, we prefer, for example, doing this, not have anyone on from Rivals or On 3. I personally don't care. Right. I don't get into the beef back and forth with the recruiting and the this person versus that person. It's not really my style. But in terms of the actual service itself, listen, I believe this. When you're talking about people 17 through 24 years old, there are so many mitigating circumstances. And I apply this to the draft as well, right? I think maybe once you've been through college for 3 or 4 years and you're dealing professionals, you say this is going to be your full-time job. You're not going to have to go to school. You're not going to, in theory, you just, this is your profession. You can kind of pinpoint it a little bit better. But especially when it comes to kids 16, 17, 18 years old, you have no idea how they are going to adapt to college and big time college football. And I used to be, and I'll say this, I used to be someone who I kind of railed against the recruiting services a bit before I started working for them, before I had a general understanding of what makes a kid a 2-star, a 3-star, a 4-star, a 5-star, and what they're projecting, right? And what that projection is not necessarily of what that kid is going to be at the next level, meaning college, as much as it is, hey, based on previous players, based on a myriad of factors, we believe, height, weight, track times, speed, pedigree, et cetera, we think this person has the potential to be a top round pick or so on and so forth, right? It's projecting all the way through. It's not just insert 5-star kid is going to be, the next Quinn Ewers or Arch Manning at Texas, right? Or next, Michael Penix or whoever. But with that being said, I will say this. It's an imperfect science. Even with the amount of people that On 3, 24/7, Rivals, et cetera, have, it's kind of hard to get to see in depth every single kid, right? And one of the things that I think has been a challenge for me is here in Texas, you know, high school football is king. I've talked about this a lot when I've been on Jeff and Jordan's show. In Florida, you got a lot of talent, you got a lot of dudes, but high school football is not king. I mean, just high school athletics, the resources that are poured into it. I can't begin to emphasize, Keenan, just how piss poor some of the facilities are. You go into South Florida, some of these where you're getting the Lamar Jacksons and, you know, all Antonio Browns and, you know, all these great talents who are playing on fields that I know some kids in South Florida just got turf fields, you know, within the past 2, 3, 4 years, still playing on grass fields, playing on those fields where you can feel the damn concrete underneath you, right? And those things play a factor. And that's not even talking about, again, I've talked about this with Jeff. The coaching in Florida is not the same as it is here. You know, coaches can make a living here. You're getting those former, you know, Texas players who go back and want to be the coach at Lake Travis, whether it's just a position coach, right? And, you know, I went to a Tampa Catholic, which was a private school, but even then, the dude who's your linebackers coach or your D coordinator, that dude might be working a 9 to 5, or even in some scenarios, like he's the barber or he's working at Jiffy Lube and then is getting off his shift and decide like, all right, you know, I'm going to come here and coach ball. So that's been the thing that I think, you know, kind of makes, in terms of truly assessing talent, is our guy Jake Bales comes and says sites also give us
good point, Jake.
Great content. And that is true. That is very true. And that's something that I think can't be ignored. You know, listen, I didn't mean to turn this into a whole journalism discussion, but I think the difference between that and like a newspaper is like you get that sense of community, right? Like that's what, you know, a 24/7 Arrivals and On 3 are going to do. So yeah, man, just wanted to get your thoughts there. Definitely want to ask you this though. When taking a look at Texas, and I think we've got a lot of off-season time to cover, so I just kind of want to spitball here with you for a little bit. You know, in terms of if we just take it position by position, I also want to get into Texas basketball too, because they made an addition. So we got to make sure we cover that. But,
local kid.
Yeah. But taking it position by position, man, where do you feel strongest about this Texas football team? Like it could be, you know, just Quinn as a whole. Like it could be, you know, the you know, receiver room as a whole. I'm just curious where you kind of feel strongest based off the spring about this football team.
Definitely wide receivers where I would feel best. They are over. They're just. They have too much talent. Almost. Somebody's gonna have to leave. Like it's just the way it is. Like there's just too many mouths to feed. You have like 7 5-star receivers or something. Not 5-star by the recruiting rankings necessarily, although there are plenty of them too. But just guys who are transfers who are extremely productive at the schools before them. So I would say wide receiver group on the offense is the one I feel probably the best about. And then on defense, what I feel the best about is probably the edge position, which is crazy saying that. I feel like that's been a weakness for a long time for Texas. I'm trying to think of the last dominant edge rusher they had. I mean, the first one that comes to mind is Arakpo. I know there's more recent one. I guess Osai would be the most recent really good guy really good pass rusher, although he played some outside linebacker too. But you know, I think a lot of it has to do with, you know, because so much of each position group is reliant on the position group next to it, right? Like the linebackers group is so dependent on how good the defensive tackles are. And so, you know, having a great wide receiver room is really important, of course, but like, I trust the offensive line, and that's why I think the wide receiver group is going to be good. It's because I think the offensive line is good, and I think Quinn is good, and I think they'll be able to run the ball because the offensive line is good. I just think Sark has built a very complete team, and that was the problem with a lot of the teams before, like the Herman teams, right? They'd have great skill position players, but they just never had guys for the trenches. They never had good linemen. They never had good defensive linemen. They didn't really have a ton of edge rushers under Herman either. So, and they had a few. Again, they had Osai, but there's not like a long list of guys that were sacking the quarterback every game. So I think this year they have a depth at the edge position. That's really important.
Keenan, I don't know if you remember Steve Sarkisian kind of just saying it incessantly last year, talking about it. Almost got, you know, it was almost comedic at times how often he would say it when he would talk about, again, you know, I'm just really impressed with the versatility of this football team. And Initially when he said that after the Rice game, I've heard so many post-game, speeches where it's like post-game, presses where it's like, all right, coach is trying to cover up for a bad performance. You find a way to spin it because obviously that Rice game, they started slow. Yeah. And I kind of dismissed it. I kind of wrote it off. At the end, Sark was right. And I wrote this, that the versatility of last year's team, finding different ways to win, that is a skill. And it's something that I followed up and asked Sark about this offseason. And he says that, he's still in the process of identifying it during spring and kind of what's going to be really the strengths and weaknesses of this football team. And in my mind, the reason I lead with that is we've talked about it a ton, right? You got to replace T'Vondre Sweat and Byron Murphy. There were many times last year that you knew if your run game wasn't necessarily going, and for the most part it was with Jonathan Brooks, but if the offense started slow, those guys are going to erase it. Those guys in Sweat and Murphy going to just blow up what opposing offense is going to do, buy you some time until you're going to get going, right? I even look about a game like the Houston game where obviously Quinn gets banged up, but they started, remember, they came out the gate just putting up points on the board. I remember actually, funny, Keenan, and I'm just kind of waxing poetically about last year's season here, but I don't know if you remember this. Donovan Smith, the first offensive play for Houston, it was, I remember it was the first or third. It was the first drive for sure. He has a deep pass, and it wasn't Matt Golden. I think it may have been Joseph Manjack or Sam Brown. It might have been Sam Brown who dropped a wide open touchdown pass. And it was at that point you knew, okay, this is Texas's game. They're going to make it happen.
Yep.
But
that was literally going to be like a 60-yard touchdown.
It was going to be a 60-yard TD, and they were going to, and remember, Houston being a bad team last year, felt like they were going to get run out of the building coming off of the loss against Oklahoma. They needed that response. Obviously, they came back and made it a game, but
yeah,
the different ways that Texas was able to win last year, I don't know. It's early. It's we're just getting out of spring. I don't know. This may be a team, Keenan. I'm going to answer the question I asked, but this may be a team where it's Quinn Ewers airing it out, to the receivers. And it's the combination of Jaden Blue and CJ Baxter making it happen up front, with the run game behind those big boys up front. This defense is one that, again, I hesitate to say it regresses, but I almost can't think of any other way to term it because you lose. Think about it. 4 guys off that defense were drafted. Murphy, Sweat, Jalen Ford, Ryan Watts. That's a hell of a lot of talent to replace on defense. So to my question that I asked you as far as position group I feel strongest about, I'm all in, man. I am all in on Quinn Ewers. I wrote this. I've talked about Quinn being the most unappreciated player in college football. I think this is a year that Quinn Ewers, given the talent that's around him, he'll continue to take these incremental steps in this offense and make things happen. And I'm at the point now, and again, who knows how they'll look in the fall, but I'm really kind of settled in on what's going to cover up for Sweat and Murphy is going to be Quinn Ewers. It's going to be him being a top 5, top 3 quarterback in the nation. If you have that guy, that can do it. That's my perspective.
Oh yeah. A good quarterback can really cover up for a lot of holes. Shoot, man, I say this all the time. I think Charlie Strong got Texas because he had Teddy Bridgewater at Louisville.
Right.
I think that guy erased a lot of holes in the offensive game plan. I think Teddy Bridgewater was just that kind of guy, could just make things happen regardless of what the play call is. He's a true quarterback, and you saw it in the NFL. He was never a starter, but he played a ton of reps. Or maybe he was even a starter, but he played a ton of reps. I love what you said about Ewers. That's such a refreshing take of it's just overlooking him or talking about Arch. And it's like, you have one of the highest rated, wasn't he 24/7's highest rated recruit ever, or like top 5 ever or something?
No, he was.
I think he was for Rivals too.
He was a number 1 player in the nation when he came out. Yeah.
Yeah. So when he was at South Lake Carroll and he was just ripping it down the sidelines, everybody was like, he's amazing, but will it translate? Like, will the big arm translate? Will he be able to throw these intermediate passes, which he's great at? He's great at the intermediate game. He's great at the short game. And like you said, I think the long game can be figured out because I feel like the main problem is he'll like step off his back foot sometimes if he throws that deep ball, and that kind of like, I don't know, messes with your ability to connect with a receiver. But I'm starting to fix that. Vince Young and Quinn Ewers, only perfect radio recruits. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Let's drop that comment. There we go. Keenan, one transition, a little bit of hoops here. Again, sorry, it's a little bit of delay. A little bit, so if I'm slow picking you up, just because it's that delay, I'm not sure when you're done talking.
No worries. But, my bad, dude.
Texas, in addition, one, quite frankly, that a lot of people didn't see coming. I know I didn't see it coming. You want to kind of give your thoughts on, how that addition fits the roster and kind of where they go from here?
Yeah, so yesterday Texas picked up Vanderbilt transfer Malik Presley, who's sort of a local kid. He's from San Marcos, played for San Marcos High School. I can't remember if he got offered by RT or Beard or whoever. I can't remember when he was offered. But he didn't play a ton at Vandy last year, but he's one of those wing players. He's like a 6'6", 6'7", kind of like bigger, sort of small forward type archetype role. And they've been looking for that, right? Like I mentioned Kevin Pelton Jr. the other day, and that guy, the San Diego kid, I think that's probably maybe off the table now if they sign Malik Presley, because they need those last two roster spots have to go to bigs, man. And we're going to find out about Brandon Garrison, right? We're going to find out today who the center is for Texas, whether it's going to be Brandon Garrison or somebody else, because I think Shedrick's more of a 4. In a perfect world, you play him at the 4 more, in my opinion, just because he's just got more of a forwards game than a big post body you up kind of guy. He's more of a finesse big, I guess I would say, which typically in my mind lends itself to being a 4 more than a 5. But man, I think the Brandon Garrison thing, I have heard things, but like I was kind of told not to say anything yet, so I'm going to refrain from saying anything. Maybe you can say something, but I was sort of told what might happen. They're like, don't tell anybody, so I can't. I guess that's a terrible thing to do on the radio, is to say, oh, I know something, but I'm not going to tell you. So I'm sorry for that, but we'll see today.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we may have heard conflicting things. I mean, everything that kind of we've been talking about behind the scenes is that it looks like that's not going to come to fruition. But
okay, all right, just yeah,
we may be hearing different things there. We
heard the same thing.
Okay, all right. Do want to ask you this? Have you seen the deal with Mexico's JT Toppin, kid from Oak Cliff?
I love JT Toppin, man. He's from Oak Cliff. He went to Faith Family.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I know all about this kid. I wrote about him recently for Sports Illustrated. Like 2 months ago, I wrote about him. So he's a kid from Oak Cliff, right? He's like a 6'8", 6'9" kind of power forward type. And he was excellent as a freshman at New Mexico. I mean, New Mexico was a good team last year, man. They made a run, and JT Toppin was a big part of it. They almost they made it to the Mountain West Conference final, and I think they beat San Diego State in that game, if I recall correctly, and that got them into the tournament. And they had Jameer Nelson Jr. on that team, or Jamal Mashburn Jr. on that team. They had some good players. But JT Toppin is a guy who is my friend, is his agent, actually. So some interesting stuff going on with him. He's being looked at by the NBA. But, I mean, man, if Texas could somehow pull that off, that would be monstrous. That kid is a bona fide NBA player. And maybe next year or 2 years from now, he's an NBA guy. Would be a massive pickup if that's on the table.
Is he a guy who walks in and starts, in your opinion?
Oh, yeah. No question. No question. He starts over almost anybody. At like most schools, he would start. That's how good he is. He is so athletic. He's so strong. He's got a nice amount of touch. His game is very much like a post game, right? He's not going to throw you, but he's a very skilled interior player. He's athletic, strong. I mean, just dude, sign me up. Sign me up for JT Toppin.
I feel like this might be a nice little segue. We're going to kind of pivot a little bit away from UT for a little bit because, of course, I feel like we'd be remiss if I didn't ask you about LeBron James and we see what happens.
The resident bronzexual on the show.
That's why I figured I'd have to ask you, man, just your thoughts on, them ending early again, Phoenix getting swept early. Do any of those guys make a move? Just your thoughts. I mean, you're a Bron guy. I know that. So I want to leave you some room.
I'm a KD guy too, though.
You are a KD guy too, of course. But go ahead.
I would say more than anything, it's a changing of the guard, right? they're handing it off to the new generation this year, right? You have Luka, you have Edwards, right? You have so many young guys, Jason Tatum. There's so many guys under 26, 25 and under that are just unbelievable players right now. But yeah, man, Steph Curry, LeBron James, Chris Paul, Kevin Durant, those guys are old. They're getting old. That's what happened to Shane. It's an ironic joke. People call people who love Braun sexual. I reclaim the word as an FU to LeBron haters.
I think Jake
I love Braun.
Jake, I just want to say I agree with you. I agree with you, by the way. So thank you.
I totally can be, brother. I'm Mavs first, LeBron second, my friend. I don't understand what Mavs fans have against LeBron. What has he done to them other than lose to the Minnows? You know? It's like Texas fans say they hate USC. I'm like, what have they done to you other than lose to you in the national championship? Like, well, I don't understand. Yeah, it's a changing of the guard, man. And I think this year is going to be a year where the young guys kind of come forward. I mean, it's going to depend a lot. I think the Mavs play tomorrow, so we'll figure out because that's going to be huge for Luka, man. They have to get past that first round. But as far as he and D-Wade, that was 15 years ago. Come on. Even Dirk has forgiven them. He said it was fine recently. And Dirk says he loves LeBron. Come on. We're not getting into this. Anyway, it's changing of the guard.
Jake, keep him coming. As someone who's not a LeBron fan, keep him coming, Jake. You got all the leeway here on this show.
Yeah, I know Eric's all on board with the LeBron hate.
I'm sorry. I will let you finish your point, kid.
No, I don't care. I don't care. It's all sports, man. It's all a joke. It's not that important. But yeah, man, I just love to see this new generation of players just coming forth, man. It's really cool. It's like a coming out party for a lot of these guys. I mean, the T-Wolves, man, Anthony Edwards he put the NBA on notice, man. Like, yo, I'm up next. Like, come and get it. Pretty cool.
Listen, if you want to talk about someone who I align, and I hate to have the old man take, but I think, Keenan, I am a firm believer that when it comes to sports, you're shaped by like your initial introduction to sports is what shapes like your perspective. And for me, growing up in Tampa, I was shaped by late 90s Tampa Bay Buccaneers football, which means I love defense. Warren Sapp, Derek Brooks, John Lynch.
Fair enough.
I watched a ton of 17-13 Buck wins, right? So like I'm a big defense guy. So that's why sometimes it kind of bothers me with some of the rules with defense being taken out of the game. Same thing growing up there and being part of a family that had a lot of Knicks fans. So the Knicks Heat rivalry, I love that tension. I like when dudes go at it. And that's why for me, the Anthony Edwards is a throwback. Someone who's like, yo, I didn't grow up in the AAU culture. We weren't all friends. We weren't all teammates. I'm coming to bust your ass, plain and simple. I miss that.
How Luka is.
That competitive spirit. And it's one of the things that, listen, I am not a LeBron hater by any stretch of the imagination, but I will say this. I can't. It's hard for me to forgive him for the decision. He paved the way for this teaming culture that is why Kevin Durant, I love KD as a person. I love KD as a hooper, and I'm going to give you a chance to respond. But how do you go to the team that knocked you out? Like that to me just defies everything that I know about what is the competitive spirit of sports, right? And listen, I understand it can't be both sides. I look at Dame Lillard. You can make the argument he waited too long, right, to get out of Portland when it wasn't going to happen. But I just feel like you got to go through those trials and tribulations, and that's what kind of shapes as far as why I am like Jake Bayless. While I didn't see, Michael Jordan's prime, I saw the last few years. It's why, as he says here, MJ is the GOAT and why Ant Edwards is MJ's son. But I will give you the room to opine on wherever you want to take that.
Okay. LeBron's decision to not start the super team phenomenon, right? That was the Boston Celtics 2 years before.
That's fair.
Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce and Ray Allen all teamed up and joined the Celtics.
That's fair.
That was the birth of the super team phenomenon. Now, LeBron played it up, sure. And that was corny, sure. But here's the thing, man. That is the only thing he's done wrong, really. Yeah, maybe he's corny. He gets made fun of. He's a dork. He is a dork. LeBron's a total dork. He's a dad. He's a dork dad. That's what he is. He's corny. He's goofy. He's silly. But when he's on the court, you can't stop him. I mean, look at those. I mean, look at anything from the last 10 years. I mean, this past year, people are crapping on his tenure at the Lakers. They won a championship. They made a Western Conference Finals after that. Like, it's not like he went there and they got swept in the first round 5 years, man. They won a championship, and yes, it was the bubble championship, but I'm one of the guys that thinks the bubble championship is every bit as legit as any other. Everybody's playing field isn't advantage in the bubble playoffs. There's no home court for either team, no crowd, there's no fans, there's no traveling. It's just hooping. It's like, and I'll say this too about the bubble playoffs. Some of the best basketball I've ever seen was those early playoff rounds, and the Jazz Nuggets series, the first round of one of the best series I've ever watched. Jamal Murray back-to-back 50-point games. What's his name from the Jazz? Who's the guard for the Jazz?
Donovan Mitchell.
Yep. He was scoring like 50 points a game. It was just amazing basketball. So that's what I like about the aura. Aura is subjective, though, isn't it? Kind of. MJ's scarier probably, but like LeBron is, I think, every bit as good on the court. I mean, sure, there you can split hairs and say one's, but the point I'm trying to make is that MJ might be the best. I'm not even saying he's not, but he's not head and shoulders above LeBron, is what I'm saying. It's if he is better, it's not by a ton. And I'm a guy that if you give me an all-time draft to start a franchise with, I'm taking LeBron number one.
Okay. Listen, you know what I love about these debates, and you can take it to football too. For me, I never get tired of these debates because everyone has a strong opinion. Everyone has a passionate opinion. But this to me is as simple as and Jake says LeBron's real debate is him versus Magic, which I can't.
That's a good point. I'll give you that.
I can't disagree. But take it to football. This is the Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes debate, right? Because Patrick Mahomes is physically the most gifted quarterback I've ever seen. And that's no disrespect to like guys like Michael Vick who could sling it 80 yards and run 4.4. Michael Vick was not the accurate thrower that Patrick Mahomes is. I look at even Lamar Jackson. I'm a huge Lamar Jackson guy, but in terms of the total package, Patrick Mahomes is the most physically gifted quarterback you'll ever see. But Tom Brady is the best quarterback of all time. And that to me is kind of the MJ LeBron deal in my mind. Yeah. And as someone who's seen, I remember LeBron's, coming out St. Vincent, St. Mary, the first game against Sacramento, et cetera, right? Like
5-7, something like that.
Yeah. There's just a level of greatness that comes with Michael Jordan that I think is universally respected. That's just my take. That's just my take on that one, which I didn't intend this to turn to an MJ LeBron discussion.
No, it's fun, dude. I love basketball. I'll talk basketball for hours.
The NBA playoffs. Really quick, before we pivot back to UT, you're Mavs, man. Like, how you feeling?
I mean, they don't have Kawhi, but I should feel better than I do. I don't feel great. I don't, because the Mavericks are 0-2 against this team in the playoffs already. They've never beaten the Clippers in the playoffs since Luka's been there, at least. And so this is like a monkey off your back kind of deal for Luka. Like, he needs to win this series because he's just going to never beat the can't get out of the first round allegations. I know he got to a Western Conference Finals, but he keeps losing early to the Clippers. It's like, and what I think the problem is it's not, he's playing some CTE. Luka's not been efficient at all. Kyrie's been pretty good. But I think the key for the Mavericks is in the offseason, if they lose in the first round, I don't think they're going to. I think they're going to probably win this series in 6 games. I think they're going to win the next 2. I don't know why. I have no reason to think that. I just kind of think that that's what's going to happen. They need to figure out how to play without Luka on the floor because their whole team is built around him at all times. It's all guys who are open 3-point shooters, guys who can run off ball, guys who can cut, and there's not a lot of guys who can create their own shots outside of Luka and Kyrie. So I think that's something to look at for them in the offseason, is that they're too built around their star. There's not enough versatility on the team. Like you said about Sark, versatility, that's a thing. That's really important, So the Mavericks need to get a little more versatile, I think. Their defense has gotten better with the PJ and Gafford acquisitions, but a lot to be desired in this playoff series, man. Not going to lie.
Getting it back to UT, something I kind of want to get in before we close up shop here is, and we've talked about it, for the duration of this week, kind of your SEC event that you're looking forward to. But Keenan, what game on this schedule would mean more to you as someone who was long suffering through, you went to college during, the Herman years and the Charlie years. What win would mean more to you? I'm going to give you 3.
Okay.
Beating defending champion Michigan at Michigan, beating UGA at home, or winning the first matchup in how many years versus Texas A&M?
Texas A&M. Not even because I hate A&M, but it's such a fun rivalry, man. Like, I've been missing that rivalry since it ended. Like, it's just really unfortunate that they never played. They played in baseball and stuff, but they played a football game. They haven't played a football game since 2011, which, real quick story about that 2011 game. I was with my dad at a bar in Washington, D.C., because it was the only place we could find the Texas A&M game in the whole play. I don't know why. I guess it was just regional, so it wasn't playing in our region. So we had to go to the only bar in D.C. that we could find was an A&M bar. So Texas A&M, we're at the A&M bar. We're in Texas stuff. Just getting heckled like crazy. But when Justin Tucker hit that field goal to win the game, I turned around and started going, SEC, and my dad grabbed me. It's like, dude, we're not getting beat up here. I'm sorry. And now this is joining SEC. So what a weird turn of events. I think for the program's sake, Georgia would probably be the most important, but you just can't lose to A&M after all this time and trash talk and hatred. You just cannot lose that game. You can't, especially when the programs are at this point.
As Jake says, didn't even know that people in DC gave a rip about college sports, which
Jake, all the bad people have to go somewhere to watch their sports in DC.
Jake, as someone who went to grad school in Chicago, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't. It's one of those towns, one of those cities that's just it's so pro sports dominant that I'm with you. It's like, wait a minute, they actually do care about college sports. But Jack, what's going on? Appreciate you rocking with us. SD says he missed
Jack.
so much.
Must be in the game.
Yeah, but I want to ask you this again, because kind of piggybacking off what you said. What makes A&M different? And for anyone listening, drop in the comments as well. What makes A&M different than Oklahoma, than Texas Tech in terms of the rivalry?
Oh, I'll tell you. Texas fans don't respect Texas or Texas Tech or Texas A&M, but they hate but respect OU. That's typically what I've heard. I don't have that opinion. I don't disrespect universities, really. I'll make fun of sports teams, but you're not going to catch me talking academic smack to anybody. It's really gross to me and elitist. I think that's the main difference, though, is they can be we actually, OU is a great program, has had history recently, success, and A&M never really has had success. They haven't won a championship since 1939. Tech never won. I think Tech and A&M are more in the same vein than OU. And, it's a funny rivalry because, I have so many friends that went to all 3 of those schools, man. I know so many people at every school. I know people who live in all those college towns still. So it's gonna be really interesting to bring the rivalry back. I think it's gonna feed families as the Twitter people.
Well, I mean, I told you this before, Keenan. I've got a little bit of personal experience. I have a friend of mine who went to Texas Tech, and she talked about the fact that this is her words, not mine. So if we got any, Aggies watching, I don't know why you're watching this, but nevertheless, if you are, it ain't my words. That A&M's a cult. That A&M is just a cult. That's what I was told about A&M.
Mm-hmm.
That the Texas fans kind of just look at Texas Tech as just your little runt, the way that Ole Miss views Mississippi State, right? Is those wayward people out in West Texas who have no class. That's kind of what I've gotten from Tech.
Yeah.
And then the OU thing, I think, is just the long time hatred, as our guy Magic Man says this, right? You can't spell
FOU without FOU. I like that, dude. That's pretty funny.
Jack says this: you take a win over the Aggies more than Georgia for sure. Fortunately, they're both going down.
I like the confidence, Jack.
I'll say this again: I don't think you can lose to A&M because of all the reasons you just stated, with how long it's been since that game was played, and especially the first year in the SEC. Given the success that Texas has had this past year, that in my mind, in College Station at Kyle Field, that would be a hard one to stomach.
That would be brutal to like keep you out of the playoff or something. Oh no.
That's right.
That'd be rough.
Jake says, surprised A&M and Tech haven't tried to play each other. The same tier to me. I know they hate each other.
They hate each other. Hate each other. A&M and Tech hate each other. It's really, I didn't realize that until a few years ago when my Tech friends were like, yeah, we got to fight Tech fans. Let's not say that about all of them. Some of them.
Listen, Keenan, I'll say this. I don't like to speak with a broad brush, but I talked about my experience. I told you my experience covering that game out in Lubbock.
Oh, I was at the Chris Beard return game, dude.
Okay.
So I was at the game where Chris Beard came back to Tech for the first time. When he was in Texas.
So you understand. You understand.
Oh, do I understand? I've been out to Lubbock a few times, man. I understand the hatred runs freaking deep out there, man. They're not playing around. But I have a lot of people I love there. And like, I got so many friends who went to Tech, and like my brother-in-law and his wife went to Tech, and like all of that. But yeah, some of their fans suck, but a lot of Texas fans suck too. Let's be real. You know, every fan base has fans that suck.
Oh, I mean, no doubt about that. I mean, the thing that was, because listen, I've been to Lubbock, covered games out there twice. Once was Florida International, who Texas Tech could not care less about, right? So that was just a jovial environment, whatnot. It's pretty cool. Although the one time I've ever been heckled by fans on the field was at Texas Tech following that.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that.
Which was actually just kind of funny, nevertheless. And then, of course, the atmosphere out there at U.S. Supermarkets Arena, which it's
legit home.
What'd you say, Keenan? Sorry, you broke up there.
It's a legit home court they have.
Not even the fact it's legit home court. I will say this: in the now going on almost 9 years I've been doing this, that was one of the most tense atmospheres that it was palpable just going into the arena. You felt it 60, 75 minutes before, even like walking inside the arena, you felt it. So when all hell broke loose, early on, the Max got fouled and, they're calling Max, a pussy and whatnot. Like, it was just one of those things that didn't shock me. Got here, Jackson, another old Southwest Conference Union.
That's a good point.
Arkansas.
They hate Texas, man. I had a lot of friends who went to Arkansas too. Dallas is like a feeder to all of the SEC and Big 12 schools, right? So I think Jake might be right, dude. I think they might be the most hostile environment. Like, oh, bro, like they don't care. They don't care. That's the difference, man. It's like, well, I'll just text you this. I'm not gonna say it on the air. But yeah, no, it makes sense. It makes sense. Makes sense why that would be more hostile than like even A&M.
And to kind of wrap us up here, I think at least it's one thing, and I've been asked this when I've done radio. I've done a couple spots in some SEC towns, kind of preemptively before the year. And one of the questions I get is, "Oh, is Texas ready for the atmosphere and hostility they're going to receive from SEC?" Listen, they faced this week in, week out last year. Every team was throwing their best shot, their haymaker, at Texas. So if they weren't shaped by last year, I don't know what will shape them. So I think they'll be ready to walk into an Arkansas,
I do too.
To walk into a Texas A&M, listen, Texas is a brand. Teams are going to they're going to treat Texas like their Super Bowl. That's just a fact of the matter, the national championship. So I have no doubts that Sark will have these guys ready to go. It's that Michigan one, as Jake said in the comment that, he's going to Ann Arbor, so it'll be damned if they lose.
There's just no animosity there,
No,
I don't
there's
hate
no
Michigan. They don't hate
there's
us.
no animosity there. I think that one is going to resemble more of the Alabama game, because the Alabama game felt like a oh my gosh, these are two heavyweight programs, and
title fight.
Title fight, and it ended up being a great game. I think Michigan will resemble that more, but I do think Michigan, having been the defending national champions, will want to send a statement, both fan base and on the field, right? In terms of Texas, like that's what I think is one in my mind. That's super interesting to watch. So we'll definitely keep an eye on all of those things. And again, we'll be talking about this all week. Like I said, programming note, I will be heading out. For those, I'll just tell a quick story for those who may not know. Obviously, I am from Florida, heading back home a little bit for the summer, going to visit some family and checking on my mom and all that good stuff. So I will be out tomorrow. I'll be at the Touchdown Club of Houston, listen to Steve Sarkisian, and then Jeff will fill in tomorrow. Got my buddy Joe Londergan. We'll introduce he and Keenan. They're going to do great stuff. They will chip in Thursday and Friday. I will be back on the horn Monday from the Sunshine State. I'll try not to rub it in Keenan too much. I'll probably be somewhere near the beach hanging out.
I'm going to L 3 week. That's okay. I can handle it.
All right. So see, there you go. So you will get a chance to feel it. But we will not take up too much of Chip Brown, Zay Collier, their 2-hour illustrious program. Going to bring the fellas here. Chip, what is going on? CB, repping the lines as always. Zay, what's happening, my man?
What up? Dude, what happened to your Tampa Bay Lightning last night?
Chip, did I hit you right where it hurts when the Lions lost in the playoffs, man? No, I didn't go for the jugular, right? No, listen, here's what happened. The Florida Panthers are the better team. Little brother is always gonna come up and eventually become better, right? And that is what happened. The Lightning won 2 straight Stanley Cups. Little brother had to kind of get in the gym. You know how it is. You take little brother out on the court, you beat him a couple times and decide, all right, we're going to get in the gym. They're going to hit the weight room. They start working on their game. And that's what happened. So be it as it may, that's what happened. So there's your answer, Chip Brown.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. You could have led with that first, but it's all good.
I didn't realize that was a tender spot. My bad.
I have Chip working this job, being reporting. Most of my fandoms are gone. I have 2 real fandoms that can hurt me right here. Tampa Bay Lightning hockey and UCF football. Those are the only 2. The rest of them, I can live. So, okay. Anyhow, fellas, y'all, exactly, right? Y'all have a great show. I know y'all got plenty to dive into. It's all yours, guys.
Peace out,
Great show. Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you're spending some time with us. Chip and Zay holding it down right here. Midday, Texas Sports Unfiltered. Zay.
What's happening, man?
LeBron and the Lakers are going fishing.
Yep.
You called it.
Yeah, and it was tough last night. If you're a Lakers fan, I mean, it seemed like they were going back and forth, and the team that had the ball last would win the game, and that's exactly what happened. And, yeah, Jamal Murray, he's just a tough son of a bee. 2-game winners, both at home, rips the heart out of all Lakers fans around not just California but the nation. And now this might be the last time you see LeBron James ever wear a Lakers jersey, unless if you draft his son, then maybe he might stick around. But we'll see. It's going to be a very interesting summer. We're going to see Team USA with Steph, LeBron, and Durant, and the rest of that very thick lineup. And, yeah, that should be fun. But as far as the NBA goes with the Lakers, probably got to get rid of Darvin Ham, D'Angelo Russell, even though he was better this season. Him in the playoffs, he's not a playoff guy. Anthony Davis.
Okay, do you get rid of Darvin Ham, or how much do you put on Rob Pelinka? Because he's made some questionable moves. I mean, he let old Caruso walk right out the door. They could have used his presence.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's one thing that people take for granted. Like everybody just thinks, oh, you're playing with LeBron James. He's going to make guys like Austin Reeves better. He's going to make guys like D'Angelo Russell better. And that is fair to a certain extent. But a lot of what you saw in the bubble was a lot of luck. I mean, yes, they were a good team. They deserve that championship. I don't give them an asterisk for it like a lot of people do. But you allow Anthony Davis to get 2 months of rest due to COVID-19. And then they come back and they're fresh. They're ready to go. You hear all the stories about LeBron being the focal point on wanting to play, and kind of everybody else was 1 foot in, 1 foot out. Like LeBron and those guys, they were ready, while everybody else, I don't think you could say the same thing. So a lot went into play. Rajon Rondo was terrific. He's retired now. Like they should have kept that team together as long as possible. Dwight Howard was good for them. Like you just mentioned, Caruso, Kyle Kuzma. That 2020 team was really good, but all those guys are 4 years older. Like Anthony Davis has had a lot of wear and tear since then. And he had that weird I don't know if he had a stinger or what. It definitely looked like a stinger, but that's something that you have to worry about every game with Anthony Davis. And they tried to make Austin Reeves what Alex Caruso was. He's not. Alex Caruso is an elite defender, first team all defense type of guy. Austin Reeves, good offensive player, but his defense, as you saw in this series, Jamal Murray took advantage of him the whole time. And that's what it was last year. Like, that's such a bad mismatch. Such a bad mismatch. Horrible. And they got Kentavious Caldwell-Pope off of that 2020 team. Now he's out here getting buckets for the Nuggets, which he's such a good role player. Such a good role player. At 6'6", he knocks down shots. He runs the floor. He guards. It's just, they ran to a better team. And
Didn't you hate the Russell Westbrook trade when it first came up? Like LeBron and AD were the only ones who thought it would work, apparently.
Yeah, but I don't know. Just Russell, at that point in time, I think Russell was still prideful on being one of the best players in the league. Russell, I think, realized after experiences like that, hey, that's not the case anymore. That's why it was really good for him and big of him this season to say, hey, Ty Lue, I get it. You want to play us all and start us all like Paul George, Kawhi, Russ, and James Harden when he came over in the midseason trade, but that's not realistic. Start James. I'll come off the bench, and I'll be fine with that. And the Russell Westbrook version of the Lakers, he wasn't doing all that shit. Like, he was trying to come in and still be the man, and his shot selection was bad. And one thing with LeBron, you got to be able to play off ball. You got to be able to knock down the outside shot because the ball's in his hands a lot. And he loves making those decisions and passing it out to the perimeter guys. And Russell Westbrook, not being the three-point shooter, he struggled with that. So, yeah, it didn't make any sense for me, and that's why it didn't work out. And we're seeing with the Clippers that sometimes it still doesn't work out. Even though Russell might be a different player and have a different mindset, he's still not that same Russell Westbrook that we saw winning MVPs and averaging a triple-double every single game like 5 to 7 years ago. So I don't know what you do when you're the Lakers. Rob Pelinka, yeah, he definitely deserves some blame. But that team in 2020 had a lot going their way, and breaking them all apart just because guys are going to go out looking for more money, knowing that they played on a team that won a championship like Caruso did. That's kind of what happened. You can't keep the crew together forever, especially in this day and era of what professional sports is. So
we have NBA playoffs with no LeBron, no Steph Curry. Yikes.
Yeah. Jackass say LeBron looked desperate towards the end of the game, but did he look too comfortable while losing in the series from the beginning? Yeah, some of his choice of words were odd when he was just like, it's just basketball. But then when you see him on the court, like, he's battling, like he's getting pissed at refs, throwing hissy fits. Like, that's a guy that cares. I mean, he definitely shows it in odd ways, but yeah, I think he's a realist and understands that, man, if D'Angelo Russell's not going to give me anything, if Rui Hachimura's not going to give me anything, like he's played on winning teams. He's played with Kevin Love and Kyrie Irving. He's played with Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh. You know what I'm saying? So when you're a part of that, and then you see your current roster and you're like, oh, man, I look to my left, D'Angelo Russell's going 0 in games. I look to my right, Rui Hachimura is going back-to-back games, not even getting over double digits, and also getting absolutely torched by Michael Porter Jr. What can I do? You know, that's just – and then LeBron knows that he doesn't have that same, you know, even though he's still a Hall of Fame caliber player, he just doesn't have that same Miami LeBron, second stint Cavs LeBron. He doesn't have that same athleticism and ability to take over the games due to father time, him being in year 21 and being 39 years old. So, yeah.
So are you saying goodbye to the LeBron, KD, Steph era in terms of deep runs in the playoffs?
Yeah.
On your current teams, are they going to have to move?
Yeah, they're going to have to move. They're going to have to play with some of those guys. You know what I'm saying? If I'm Oklahoma City or if I'm Kevin Durant, I'll be like, man, maybe we can make a deal with Oklahoma City, get this guy back. If I'm Cleveland, I'm like, man, maybe we could get LeBron back somehow. You know, just they got to play with those teams that are on the rise. And, yeah, if they stick around and think that they're going to be the number ones on these championship caliber teams, then you're right, Chip. I think that time has come to an end. So that era, the Stephs, Brons, Durants, yeah, that thing is coming to an end right before our eyes. And guys like Ant Edwards and Jason Tatum and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Luka, those dudes, that's what it's about. Like Bird and Magic passed it to Jordan. You know what I'm saying? MJ passed it to Kobe and Shaq and Tim Duncan and them. And, you know, those guys passed it off to Bron and Steph. Like, that's what it is. That's what it is in sports. We always see it. That's crazy to believe.
Everyone needs to go to San Antonio, right, to play with Victor Wembanyama.
I'm telling you. But a lot of these guys, like, again, this new era of player, do they really want to take Pop's shit? Like, that's the new thing. Like, is Greg Popovich outcoached his era to where he can't relate with these guys anymore? I don't think so. And I think some of these guys need to nut up and realize that. Like, I thought it was very important for Pop to coach that USA team that won the Olympics in 2021 because that kept him around a little longer. I think I was smart to get with all of those big top stars to be like, hey, man, I'm a lot cooler than you think. So whenever the time comes and we get somebody to where it's worth coming down to San Antonio for, remember me. I'm not that same Pop that used to cuss out Tony Parker every chance he got. Like that Pop, he's not there anymore, but he's still a hard ass. He's still that military background, Greg Popovich. So that's who wants to deal with it. And San Antonio. You hear Barkley talking about him all the time, along about the big old women and stuff like that. I love San Antonio. Would I live there by choice? It take a lot. It take a lot for your boy to move to the ATX. Like, if I want to get some good tacos or some good Mexican food, cool. Let's go to San Antonio for the weekend. I'm down. I'm with it. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing wrong with that. But as far as living there, as a millionaire, like Victor Wembanyama, he's perfect. The European guys, they're perfect because they're like, oh, this is just what we expected. Like, they don't necessarily like have expectations for some reason. Like the Americans, they messed up. So Victor Wembanyama, he's embracing it. Tony Parker embraced it. Manu Ginobili, they all embraced San Antonio. There's just certain guys that I don't think have that in them. Like Tim Duncan, not everybody's Tim Duncan. Like, you saw his outfits back in the day. Talk about a guy that didn't give a damn. It was all about just hoops. That's it. That's it. Hoops. And
yeah, man, he's from the Bahamas. He's chill.
Yeah, he's chill. Like, maybe he probably had a pool in the backyard to where he could do laps and stuff coming from his swimming background. Like, you know, you get everything you need. Like, Kawhi couldn't handle it. Kawhi couldn't handle it. Kawhi was like, yo, Kawhi couldn't handle Toronto. Toronto is one of the most amazing cities in the world. And
especially for especially for the brothers, because they're like unicorns up there.
That's
like the
what I'm
women go
saying.
crazy.
That's what I'm saying. He said, "No, I gotta go back home." Now look at him. Now look at him. Grass ain't always greener, man. So you can live back home in the summer. Like all you gotta do is spend 6 months, maybe 7 in San Antonio.
Yeah, but you're on the road so much anyway.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, are you really home
Yeah.
during the season ever?
Yeah, go out and live in those suburb area where SeaWorld and Fiesta, Texas is at and stuff away from everybody. You'll be good. Living great. Like eating tacos every day. Come on.
Come on, man.
Come on, man. It's hard to beat.
All right, so Kristaps Porzingis has to check out of the game last night. The Celtics won. They're up 3-1 on the Miami Heat. But Porzingis, calf injury. If this becomes a thing, watch out, man. Celtics are not is he just being a little drama king here?
No, I think he's legitimate hurt. Like this is something that you've always had to worry about with him, and kind of what you think about with Victor Wembanyama, just guys that are that tall dealing with these leg injuries. I mean, we've always seen it, so
as long as it's not a foot injury, because once the big guys have feet injuries, it's over.
So it's a calf? Because I thought it was like Achilles or something. They're saying calf?
They were saying calf.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's fine, I guess. I mean, it's not fine because it's Porzingis, but yeah, that's not good for them. I mean, they're going to breeze by the Heat next game with or without him. I'm pretty sure they can handle the Indiana Pacers in the next series, but when you get down to the Eastern Conference Finals, yeah, it's not. It would be Orlando or Cleveland. That's what would be their next matchup, which I told you that series is serious. But those two teams, that's going to 7. They're going to wear each other out by the time they get to Boston, and that won't be good. But again, if they make it to the finals, and let's say they don't have Kristaps Porzingis, and they play at Denver, and you got to play Nikola Jokic against Al Horford, I mean, that's brutal. That's tough right there, But this Nuggets team's not the same, and the Nuggets, they can't look past the Wolves. Like the teams that are like around right now have legitimate big men that are doing big time things. Karl Anthony Towns, Rudy Gobert, you got Joker, you got Chet Holmgren. Chet Holmgren looked great in the first round for the for the Thunder. He looked terrific. Hitting the 3, blocking shots. Even though he's a Slim Jim, that dude, he's tough as hell. But yeah, I'd be worried if I'm the Boston Celtics because Porzingis, he's just such a big part of your team. But again, I continue to say, Chip, when your 3rd and 4th guy could go for 38 and shit, what do you do with that? Derek White, 8 threes, 38 points. He's not on the scouting report. Like, that's the dude you just say, all right, we'll live with him. If you're Eric Spoelstra, we got to stop Tatum. We got to stop Brown first. If we stop them, then we'll go from there. But then the guys coming in, dropping 38 with the ultimate green light. It's just, man, what? And they don't have Jimmy Butler, so you knew it was going to kill him at the end. But, yeah, the Celtics, they still need Porzingis. I think if they're going to win a championship, if they have him, it's hard for me to see a team that will get in their way. I think the Timberwolves will give them a tough matchup, though, just because Ant Edwards is nuts, man. God, he's nuts. And he's great for the league. I love Anthony Edwards. He's as unhinged, wild, unapologetic, ghetto, in the best way. I say that in a positive way. I'm not saying that in a negative way because it's authentic. Like, we know you're a country boy from Atlanta. Like, he doesn't hide it at all. You know, him and Durant talked about Durant being his favorite player growing up, and he wasn't starstruck, that's for sure. Like, he went at the Phoenix Suns, and that's why they swept their ass under the rug. But yeah, it's a good playoffs. It's been a good playoffs.
Yeah. All right, we'll come back. We'll come back to the NBA. I want to get into some conversation because Brad Crawford from 247 Sports has come out with his power ranking following spring football. Okay, so we're gonna go from worst to first. So Brad's got Vanderbilt at number 16. By the way, Texas plays Vanderbilt. It is one of Texas's road games. That's convenient. A lot of people noting Texas has a favorable schedule in the SEC. We'll point that out along the way. At number 15, Mississippi State. Mississippi State under Jeff Lebby now. Jeff Lebby was OU's offensive coordinator, Art Briles' son-in-law. So they've gone from a defensive-minded, they went from Mike Leach to his defensive coordinator. Now they're back to someone who's going to be, trying to air it out. And
yeah, Jeff Lebby, bring your brother-in-law on the field in Mississippi. It'll be different. You'll get a different reaction. Mississippi State. You'll get a different reaction. Just bring him on the field. He's only family. That's what you're supposed to do to the family. You're supposed to make them feel included. I don't know why he got so much grief last year. That was preposterous. Come on, Jeff. You did the right thing. I bet your wife appreciated that,
Yeah. Sometimes you gotta look out for the missus.
Yeah, shout out to my man Kevin, my father-in-law. I love you, man. That's my guy. He's just looking out for his father-in-law. Ain't nothing wrong with that. That's what you're supposed to do. You want to get good with your wife's pops. Every man knows that. Jeff Lebby, that's all he was trying to do. And everybody's going to give him all this grief and crap because of it. He's just a good family man.
Whether he brings Art Briles onto the field at Mississippi State or not, and if there was a school, that's probably the one where you could bring Art Briles in, because they want to beat Ole Miss so bad. They want to get out of this number 15 in the SEC power poll from Brad Crawford. They have all new starters on the offensive and defensive line. By the way, Texas plays Mississippi State. They open the SEC schedule against Mississippi State September 28th in Austin. Number 14, the Arkansas Razorbacks. You got Sam Pittman under some fire after a rough season last year. He's brought in Bobby Petrino as his offensive coordinator. The prodigal Petrino has returned to Arkansas after getting fired as the head coach while diddling his assistant there. Back in the day, everyone remembers the road rash from the motorcycle accident.
Just trying to show the girl around campus. Come on.
Right.
She needed a ride. What are we doing?
Tour.
Gosh, we're such a judgmental society. Just trying to show her around. You know what I'm saying? She said she's never been on a moped before.
Right. A little one of those little scooters.
Yeah, just showing her around campus, the beautiful sights of Fayetteville.
So remember, KJ Jefferson has left Arkansas, the guy who pounded Texas 2 years ago or 3 years ago. He's now at Central Florida. He's now at my man Eric, his alma mater. And so KJ Jefferson is gone. It's Taylon Green, the Boise State transfer, who is going to be at quarterback. Arkansas lost, a couple of their best defenders to the NFL draft. And Rocket Sanders, their running back, has transferred to South Carolina. So Arkansas comes in at number 14.
Yo, the best thing that could have happened to Sam was getting John Calipari, for basketball, because that's going to let the pressure. He's still on the hot seat, but John Calipari came in with an ice pack and slid it under his ass. Was like, I got you for a little bit. Not for long, but I got you for a little bit, dog. So it's up to you to have maybe just a not mediocre season and show some life, which I still think they get rid of him. Like, they got to be really competing for some SEC hardware, and I don't think that's going to happen. But John Calipari is definitely giving Sam Pittman a little bit more life out here due to the hiring with him in basketball.
Yeah, I mean, people are talking basketball.
Yeah, football.
So yeah, that will last right up until the season starts.
Yeah.
Basketball doesn't really get cooking until November. So
if they win 7 games and beat Texas in that set, I know I'm not talking about for us. That'd be horrible for us. I'm just talking about for Arkansas folk. If they win 7 and beat Texas while doing it, do you think that saves Sam's job?
Oh, probably.
I think so too. As
Probably.
messed up as that sounds, I think so too.
I mean,
I think he's good. I think he's good for a little bit. Like,
by the way,
extension, shit.
Texas plays Arkansas. They play them in Fayetteville, November 16th. That's the tricky close to the season for Texas, where they play 2 of their last 3 on the road. We'll get to that in a second.
Yeah, I guess.
So Arkansas comes in at number 14. At number 13, South Carolina. South Carolina under Shane Beamer. They've got, they think they might have an improved offensive line. They lost their top receiver, Xavier Legette, to the NFL draft. And so we'll see. Redshirt freshman quarterback Lenora Sellers takes over for Spencer Rattler. And defensively, South Carolina should be better. They got some guys out of the portal. They're kind of a wait and see team. So South Carolina at number 13. Kentucky at number 12 in Brad Crawford 24/7 Sports SEC Power Rankings coming out of the spring. Kentucky, they've been trying to get faster on offense. They've got, they lost their running back Ray Davis to the NFL. A couple of impact starters on defense they lost as well. But they have Georgia quarterback transfer Brock Vandegrift and new offensive coordinator Bush Hamden. So we'll see how that works.
They're one of the most experienced teams in the nation, right? Yeah.
Yeah. They have good offensive and defensive lines. They bring back a bunch of starters. So Kentucky's dangerous to me. And Kentucky is on Texas's schedule. Kentucky is sandwiched right between the road games to Arkansas and Texas A&M to finish the season. And that game against Kentucky is in Austin. So Texas can't get caught napping. Okay, coming in at number 11, SEC Power Rankings after the spring, the Florida Gators. Florida's got an unbelievably tough schedule. So, they've got a good quarterback room. We've talked to Hummer about this, and Hummer is going to join us tomorrow instead of today for his usual spot because he's got some stuff going on today. But they've got Graham Mertz, the Wisconsin transfer still, who kind of got better as the season went on last year, and 5-star DJ Lagway at quarterback. And the offense, should be pretty good. So, defensively, you lose, a few guys, but like Florida could be a better team. And their schedule is so hard that they could finish with a worse record than some teams ahead of them. Like they could be a better team than some teams who finish ahead of them. Yeah. Listen to this schedule. Listen to this schedule for Florida. Like, if you want to know what a tough SEC schedule is, well, first of all, you're playing Miami in the non-conference, the Miami Hurricanes. We'll see if they're a better football team than they were a year ago. But they play A&M. They're at Mississippi State. Then they're at Tennessee. They get Kentucky at home. They play Georgia. Then they're at Texas. Then they play LSU and Ole Miss. So the only SEC team, in the top half that they avoid is Alabama. But they're playing Georgia, they're playing Texas, they're playing LSU, they're playing Ole Miss. And they finish at Florida State.
Yeah, that's brutal. Like them having to play their rivals just because they're in state, like Miami and Florida State, that are out of conference. That's tough. That's brutal. I know those are the games that the Florida folk want to see, but if you're Billy Napier, which you're holding on by a thread for your job, and I'm with you, CB, DJ Lagway, that might be Billy Napier's savior, because if he could throw him in early and keep him around, and Lagway comes out and says, yo, if y'all fire Napier, I'm in the transfer portal because he's the big 5-star out of East Texas, then, hey, Billy Napier might be able to stick around. But it's not like it changes, because we know the schedule stays the same. It just flips in 2025. So he has back-to-back brutal seasons. It's just the home becomes the away and the away becomes the home. So the next 2 years for Florida, it's rough, real rough. And
rough.
I don't know if Billy Napier will be able to survive. We'll see. But yeah, they're not doing them any favors.
All right, at number 10, SEC Power Poll coming out of the spring from my man Brad Crawford, 24/7 Sports. The Auburn Tigers. Auburn at number 10. Hugh Freeze. He's hoping he's got a quarterback. I mean, Peyton Thorne, who they brought in from Michigan State. It was actually down to Casey Thompson and Peyton Thorne. They went with Peyton Thorne.
Oh, come on.
And he was up and down, to say the least. They've got a 3-way quarterback battle going on with Peyton Thorne, Holden Garner, and Hank Brown. And Hugh Freeze said that competition will extend into fall camp. So
wait, so Casey Thompson's third string?
No. Casey's at OU.
Oh, okay.
No, he thought that Auburn was gonna offer him instead of Peyton Thorne.
Oh, yeah.
And they went with Peyton Thorne, who was meh. So, but Auburn hit the portal. They've got Trill Carter. They got Jaron Thompson from Texas.
Jaron Thompson, first team all SEC this year. What you laugh like that for?
Stop.
What you mean? Blake Gideon ain't holding them back no more? First team all SEC.
No.
Early second day pick, 2025 draft. I'm telling you. Jared Thompson, come on now. He go all that shit you be talking. He probably has you somewhere on his wall for motivation. Oh, that shit Brown said I couldn't tackle. I'm gonna show him.
Hey, show me. Show me.
Oh yeah, he gonna lead the team in tackles, big hits.
I mean, did you see during the draft they kept showing the Caleb Williams 66-yard touchdown run where Jaron dives at his ankles, and Caleb just steps right over him on his way to turning around what was going to be one of the greatest Red River routes in history.
God, you never want to be on draft tape on the other side. Never. I'll never forget CeeDee Lamb's draft, his draft tape. It was all Texas highlights.
I kept getting text messages from Texas fans going, how did CeeDee Lamb get so open?
Yeah.
I'm like, that's Lincoln Riley, man.
And he's pretty good. He's a top 5 receiver in the NFL now. So
yeah,
it's, I get then you're in the moment and you just think he's your average Joe, 5-star, 4-star, whatever the hell he was coming out of high school, going to Norman. But yeah, CeeDee Lamb, there's a separation from him and the average wide receiver in the National Football League. Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit,
Just a little bit. All right. Auburn at number 10. Power rankings in the SEC coming out of spring football from my man Brad Crawford, 24/7 Sports. Okay. Auburn, number 10. Number 9, the Aggies. The Gig'ems. So you've got, Mike Elko taking over. You got Connor Wegman at quarterback. I like Connor Wegman. Like, I thought A&M should have given Jimbo more time with Connor Wegman, but they were like, yeah, you recruited Connor Wegman, but it took you too long to find your Connor Wegman, Jimbo. Remember, they fired Jimbo right after A&M pulverized Mississippi State. And they were doing that because they couldn't stand that Texas was looking like a college football playoff team. John Sharp was like, we need to move on. We need to get ourselves headed in a new direction. The previous athletic director, Ross Bjork, thought that new direction should be Mark Stoops. John Sharp said no. Put the kibosh on that, and they changed course, went to Mike Elko, and now here we are. And Elko, I'll say this. They lost Walter Nolan, their stud defensive tackle, to Ole Miss. But they brought in some dudes on defense. So let's see. Former Florida linebacker Scooby Williams is now at A&M. And, he brought in like half dozen transfers on defense. The sense is A&M's going to be pretty salty on defense. So A&M comes in at number 9. And Texas plays, obviously, A&M to close the season November 30th. That game could get moved to Thanksgiving of that week in College Station.
Who do you have the week before that? Like, who's that Saturday before that Friday?
Kentucky for Texas.
Yeah. I just because the last game of the season, I'd rather have it on Friday to give these guys one more day of rest. There's going to be a lot of battered dudes by that point of the season. So as much rest as possible, I'm good with. I get it. There's a nostalgia feeling on playing on Thursday, but I'd rather Texas has more championship aspirations than A&M. They could care less. They just want to beat Texas, and they'll be good with the season. Texas is actually trying to win the national championship here. So A&M, even though it's a rival game, we're all happy that it's back. They're just in the way at this point. They're trying to ruin what Texas has going on. Ruin it. Completely just shatter it. All of it. They would love Texas to come into that game undefeated and get upset. They would love that. I think Texas would still be in the CFP, with it being 12 teams, but still, they would love that. And yeah, I'm good with it on Friday. Let me enjoy my turkey, watch the Cowboys beat the Commanders probably, and feel like Dak Prescott's having a great season before he chokes a month later, and wait for that game the next day. But yeah,
A&M's schedule, they open against Notre Dame August 31st. Then they play McNeese at Kyle Field September 7th. Then they go to Florida September 14th. Come home, play Bowling Green. Then they play Arkansas at Jerry World. They get Missouri in College Station October 5th. They play at Mississippi State. Mississippi State's supposed to be not good. LSU comes to Kyle Field. Then they go to South Carolina. Then they play New Mexico State for their November tomato can game in the SEC. And then Auburn at Auburn. I mean, that's a manageable schedule for A&M. They're not playing Bama. They're not playing Georgia. They're not playing Tennessee. Their toughest game, I mean, outside of opening with Notre Dame, their toughest SEC game, they get in College Station against Missouri and against LSU. I mean, to me, that's kind of a manageable schedule.
It is a little light, especially if you look at what Florida's got going on.
Right. No, it's
a little light.
Yeah, their toughest games they get at Kyle Field. Missouri and LSU. They don't play Georgia. They don't play Bama. They don't play Tennessee. So, and Texas gets to play Georgia in Austin. So, be a little tougher next year for both teams. All right, so A&M comes in at number 9. SEC Power Rankings coming out of the spring. Number 8, Oklahoma. So everybody's counting on Jackson Arnold being the man. If he's not, Casey Thompson could be getting some action for the Boomers. But they got a new offensive line. Obviously, Tyler Guyton's a Dallas Cowboy now. Their go-to receiver is going to be Deion Burks, who came in from Purdue. And, Jackson Arnold's got to be good because you're remaking your offensive line. The defense should be the calling card. You've got Danny Stutzman coming back. You love Danny Stutzman.
Yeah.
And, most of your returning starters are on the defensive side. So Venables and the Oklahoma Sooners come in at number 8.
Yeah, I mean, I think Deion Burks could be a serious problem, the transfer from Purdue. He's a terrific player that Steve Sarkisian and Chris Jackson were definitely trying to get, but ended up going to Norman. And I'm sure Jackson Arnold's thrilled to have a dynamic player like him to throw it to nonstop. But yeah, this is a revenge game if you're the Texas Longhorn, especially with Danny Stutzman coming back. Like, yeah, he needs to get some humble pie thrown at that dome because he was acting wild after the Red River Shootout game last year with all the merch he sold. And I get it. Hey, bank off of your name as long as you can, my guy, but we owe you one for real. And if you're Quinn Ewers and that whole ball club, just like A&M, yeah, it's a rival game, but they're just another team in your way trying to ruin what you got or potentially can have coming into the season. And that's a problem. That's a problem.
Yeah, if there are a bunch of Oklahoma only fears God, Texas fears Oklahoma t-shirts at the Red River Shootout next year, Yeah. Texas needs to put a muzzle on that bleep like ASAP.
Yeah.
All right. So, go ahead.
No, Quinn Ewers, he had a decent game at the end, but 3 turnovers. You can look at him on being the reason they lost that one. This is probably going to be the last Red River game he's ever going to play. It's personal. I'm telling you, you might not have to talk to baby girl for the whole month. I mean, I know old girl goes to OU, and that's cool. Love is love. You know, you can't help who you fall in love with. I understand that. I'm not naive to that. But you're a Longhorn. She's a Sooner. There's certain things that just won't work no matter what. No matter if you try to, put it into positive terms. I'm not trying to hear it. There's just certain things that can't be unseen. So if you got to cut her off for a month or so to prepare, if she really loves you, she understands, right? If she really loves you, if she really loves you, because again, this could be it. After that, that's it. Like y'all ain't got to worry about the Red River game no more. Y'all could have y'all's own little, situation at the house when it comes on after Quinn Ewers' Texas career, whatever. That's cute, but now that you're playing and they embarrassed you last year, oh yeah, might have to cut her off for the whole month. And that's fine. Ain't nothing wrong with that. She should understand.
Hey, man. Let's see if they're dating still first.
Oh,
okay.
What? Come on. See if they're dating.
I mean, he is Quinn Ewers. You know what I'm saying?
So
just saying.
What's that mean? What's that mean? Like Quinn Ewers a player or something? Is that what you're trying to say?
I mean, if you're the quarterback of Texas,
Quinn Ewers, he could get any girl you want. Is that what you're implying?
Yeah. Is that breaking news? Is that breaking news? Come on, man.
He might not be that type of guy, man.
Okay.
He might not be that type of guy. You know what I'm saying? One woman man. He might not be like he might not be like your guy BJ Johnson. Whoa. Not everybody's like BJ Johnson, Chip.
Whoa.
Not everybody's out here for the hoes and the hoes only. Some guys are out here want to be faithful. Oh yeah, they still together.
Oh, you bootlegging?
Yeah, bootlegging on the boat.
Okay. That was semi-recent?
March 13th.
Okay.
All right. Turks and Caicos. Hold on. Hold on, man. Quinn. Hey. You taking on the Turks and Caicos, bruh? The NIL one looking sweet, huh?
NIL.
Yeah, man. Having drinks out of a pineapple and shit. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They're drinking out of pineapples. They're drinking out of coconuts.
Yeah. This was February 17th. Look how happy Quinn is.
Look how happy they are.
Look how happy he is, man.
Look at all those teeth.
Yep. And she a part of OU Chi Omega.
All right, we interrupt this Perse Hilton update on Quinn Ewers' love life to resume the SEC Power Rankings. Oklahoma at number 8. The Tennessee Volunteers come in at number 7. Josh Heupel and the Vols hoping that Nico Lamaleva is the real deal at quarterback and that James Pierce, disruptive force on defense, that the Volunteers can get back to where they were under Hendon Hooker and not having Joe Milton throw to the other team. So they got some issues in the secondary they got to tighten up, but Tennessee coming in at number 7 in the SEC Power Rankings post-spring football. Texas does not play Tennessee. Number 6, the Missouri Tigers. So Missouri had the breakthrough season last year. Remember their kicker kicked that 61-yarder to beat K-State in the opener, and then the magic kind of ensued from there for Eli Drinkwitz. He gets his quarterback back in Brady Cook. He's got his all-world playmaker, Luther Burden. So, you start there. Remember, they were throwing the bank at Ryan Wingo because they wanted Ryan Wingo to come in and just keep the party going. Yeah. And then, defensively, up front, they're still, they lost Darius Robinson, who was really good, really good. That dude is going to be a big time player in the NFL. Just know that, because he kind of reminds me of the dude with the Chiefs up front.
Chris Jones?
Yeah. Yeah. He's not that big yet.
Jesus.
But he can stop the run. He can rush the passer. Yeah. This dude looks like he's going to be a problem.
Wow.
So, and Eli Drinkwitz also lost his defensive coordinator, Blake Baker, to LSU this offseason. So there's some things, but if you return your quarterback and a playmaker like Luther Burden, people are going to be like, oh. So Missouri comes in at number 6. Texas does not play Missouri.
I feel like Missouri hold on, I'm sorry. I feel like Missouri has a favorable schedule too. It's nothing.
Yeah, let's look. Let's look at the Missouri football schedule in 2024. They open with Murray State. And then they play Buffalo, then Boston College, then Vanderbilt. Damn. So they're 4-0 to start the season. Then they go to College Station. That'll be the showdown right there. We'll learn a lot on October 5th, but then they play UMass. So if they beat A&M, they could be 6-0, and then they play Auburn in Columbia, could be 7-0. Then they play Bama in Tuscaloosa. Then they play OU in Columbia.
Okay, that's still pretty tough.
South Carolina, Mississippi State, and Arkansas. Yeah, no, that's a pretty favorable schedule. You're not you're playing the big dogs. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Bama, new coach, Oklahoma, new quarterback. Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. So you got LSU at number 5, SEC Power Rankings coming out of spring ball. Number 4, Alabama under new coach Kalen DeBoer. They've got Jalen Milroe back at quarterback. Their offensive line, they've got to replace J.C. Latham. Defensively, you lose some studs up front, Dallas Turner, and you lose some studs in the back end, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Terrion Arnold,
Caleb Downs.
Yeah. So you've got, the offensive line should be a strength. And then, the ground game, Justice Haynes, Jam Miller. And they brought in Jeremy Bernard, the receiver from the Washington Huskies, in the portal. And they're going to probably have to rely on a couple of freshman defensive backs. So,
missing Isaiah Bond, missing Mari Knobloch. Where'd they go? Huh?
Oh, well, we're getting to that. We're getting to that.
Where'd those guys end up?
Okay, so Bama at number 4. And Bama is Bama, we think. I think Kalen DeBoer is going to be really good, by the way. So that dude he's never lost. like never lost, you know?
Yeah.
Even, I know it's back to his South Dakota days and all that, but come on, man.
Yo, the dude had Michael Penix Jr. go 8th. Like, say what you want about the pick. I know it might be a little out of this world in a bad way, but still, that looks pretty good on Caleb DeBoer's resume when he goes out recruiting to these folks' houses and be like, hey, QBs, I had a team that didn't need a quarterback at all take one of my guys because he thought he was worth it that much. Then Jalen Polk and Roman Doomsday and Jalen McMillan all get drafted too. So, yeah, you're right. The guy's going to have success in Tuscaloosa. It might not be as fast as some people think, but the next 5 years or so, they're going to be competing for national championships. Watch.
All right, so Bama at number 4, SEC Power Rankings coming out of the spring from my man Brad Crawford, 24/7 Sports. Number 3, Ole Miss. Ole Miss. So talk about like blasphemy the last 15, 16 years. Okay, not that long, but ever since Lane Kiffin's been at Ole Miss, like Alabama fans are saying, are you kidding me? Like, we got to worry about Lane Kiffin. We got to worry about a Lane Kiffin team. Lane Kiffin could never beat Alabama. So Ole Miss, they look like they just went through free agency because they drafted a new defense. Like, they brought in, Walter Nolan from A&M, like 6 starters from the portal on defense. Arkansas's linebacker, Chris Paul. You got Jackson Dart back, and Trey Harris and Jordan Watkins. I mean, can you imagine if they still had Quinshon Judkins, the running back who left for Ohio State? Quinshon Judkins was the truth. Texas does not play Ole Miss, but they went all in the portal. So we'll see if Kiffin can manage all those personalities. See if he has the culture, because Texas comes in at number 2. And I'm telling you right now, the reason, and we'll get Brad Crawford on the show and talk about this stuff, but the reason Texas is number 2 in this poll is because Sarkisian's, got some critical talent coming back, including Quinn Ewers and an offensive line and, 5 starters on defense who have a lot of experience. But by putting Texas ahead of Ole Miss, you're putting Texas's culture ahead of Lane Kiffin's culture. Because on paper, Ole Miss is stacked if they stay healthy.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the thing with Lane. You just kind of never know with him, like how buttoned up is he? How locked in is he? How much is it about what's going on off the field and trying to get clicks and likes and have your dog hang out with sorority girls and playing flag football and dunk contests and the hot dog eating contest? There's just a lot going on. And look, I don't know when that matchup will happen. We could maybe see it in an SEC championship, but Sark's comments that were basically a stray at Lane Kiffin after the orange and white game were pretty telling. I know him and Lane worked together all those years and they have a respect for one another, but that was an interesting thing to say. Like, Sark didn't have to say that. He could have just said, yeah, we just wanted to play football. We wanted to get out there and, have these guys play under the lights with fans, and that's it. He didn't have to say all the, we ain't playing flag football and doing this and that. Like, he didn't have to take that shot at him. So if I'm Lane, I'm like, oh, Steve, I thought we were friends, so that might be a little rivalry that we could see in the future. But yeah, I get why Brad has Texas in front of Ole Miss. Again, Texas has proven itself within the last few years, while Ole Miss, even though they have good seasons, they could just never win that big game. Specifically Alabama, which I know that probably eats Lane Kiffin, that he'll never get a shot at Nick Saban ever again. And his record against him is completely atrocious. But
how about this? Ole Miss has nine projected starters who are transfers. 9. And they have 10 projected starters on defense who are transfers. Now, they're not all from this year. They're from a year ago and 2 years ago. But like my man Ulysses Bentley, the running back from SMU, is now the projected starter at Ole Miss. Lane Kiffin has absolutely, you talk about relying on the portal. Like, people are asking, oh, Sarkisian, he's really hitting the portal. Oh my God. Compared to Lane Kiffin, 9 starters on offense, transfers, 10 projected starters on defense, transfers. That's amazing. Like, I don't even know what you tell high school recruits. At that point, you're like, don't go to Ole Miss as a high school recruit. They're just going to recruit transfers in over you. You can't get to that point unless you've got boosters just willing to, shell out crazy NIL money year after year. Because I'll say this about Steve Sarkisian. He has said we're going to build the backbone of the program on high school talent, especially in the trenches. That is ideal. And if you can show that you can win and guys can get to the NFL, even if they only start 1 year or 2 years, then they'll come like they did to Alabama, play their, develop for a year or two behind NFL players, and then get their turn, go to the NFL and the next wave. And that's what Sarkisian's trying to do. And that's what Sarkisian so far has been able to do. Like, people are like, oh, he's really hitting the portal. I'm like, he has 8 guys that he brought in this year, and that's the most. And it's not like Lane Kiffin, where 9 starters on offense and 10 starters on defense are transfers. Yeah. That's amazing.
Lane's a lot about the show, man. And some guys, they can relate to that. And some guys are like a Kelvin Banks. You know what I'm saying? Just kind of old-fashioned, doesn't want to be seen that much. We'll capitalize on NFL, but a lot of that will be due to his play on the field, not worried about what's on the or off the field first. And I think Lane Kiffin understands that, okay, Sark can have his way, Kalen DeBoer can have his way, all these guys could do their things, but I'm going to separate myself from the others, and we're just going to make it a big party around here. And hopefully I can get enough talent to where if he makes a coaching mistake, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because they're just blasted teams due to talent and just being more athletic than whoever else they're playing. So, yeah, it's a different way of going about it. And he hasn't won the big games. Like, he'll get to these bowl games, he'll win 9 games or so, but we just never seen him get over the hump ever. From Southern Cal, Tennessee, and NFL. Like, Lane Kiffin's just never been that guy. He's cool. He knows offense. But as a head coach, he'll always be a question mark until he proves otherwise. And, again, doing things in a different way like he's doing now, I can't knock a lot of it. But, yeah, this season, more than any, he has to prove a little something.
Well, and that's the reason people are saying that is because the schedule. So Ole Miss, the schedule is gettable. You're playing Furman, Middle Tennessee, and Wake Forest, and then Georgia Southern. So you're 4-0. Then you play Kentucky 5-0. You're at South Carolina, should be 6-0. Then you're at LSU. That's October 12th is when we really might find out how good Ole Miss is. And then Oklahoma in Oxford, at Arkansas. You're playing Georgia in Oxford, and then at Florida and at Mississippi State. So you're not playing Alabama. You're playing LSU and Georgia. You miss Alabama, Missouri, Tennessee. So, and you got to go play LSU in Baton Rouge. But you get Georgia in Oxford. So, yeah. That leads us to number 2, Texas. And by the way, 9 transfers, counting Bill Norton, 9. And that's the most Sark has ever taken. So, you remember Sonny Dykes came in. He brought in 13 transfers immediately when he got to TCU. Lane Kiffin has been in double digits transfers every year. And we'll see. We'll see if the me guys versus the we guys shows up for Ole Miss this year. Yeah. So Texas, we know.
Yeah.
Taking on Michigan, defending national champs in Ann Arbor, and then let's get it on.
Yeah. Yeah, one of the hardest schedules in the nation, man. I mean, everybody talk about Texas schedule being a little easier than others. I don't see that when you got Michigan right off the bat. Like, I don't see that at all, and this team better not see it that way. Because, again, you got a lot of aspirations, a lot of goals you should be setting coming into the SEC, and a lot of experience coming back to go along with all of those big-time transfers. So, yeah, I expect this team to be ready. And look, you saw the 11 guys get drafted. Everybody should be looking in the mirror and saying, I'm next. Like, oh, okay, we really doing something here then. That team got to a college football playoff. I want to be a part of that. I want to make that money. I want to have a Byron Murphy type chain. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what it's about, man. That's what it's
Byron
about.
Murphy type Gucci clothes and a Bentley.
Yo, hey, Byron Murphy. Gosh, man.
He had a diamond grill too, didn't he?
I love that dude. I watched his vlog videos that he put out. If you go to his social media pages or Instagram and go to his YouTube, he's been vlogging these last few weeks and stuff. Yo, that guy, this generation, the Gen Zers, I love those guys. I love them. I'm not part of those old man, get off my lawn vibes. I'm not part of that. Like these Gen Zers, when you see guys like Keon Coleman, who just got drafted by the Bills, who came from Florida State, like that dude's an absolute character. He's hilarious. Like these guys aren't afraid to be in front of the camera. They got their own personalities. It's different. Like Caleb Williams, I know he gets a lot of hate for being different, but man, that's just the new wave. That's just how these kids are. But yeah, Byron Murphy got his boys on there, getting hype with them, cussing, saying all types of shit. And it's great. It's so refreshing.
Hey,
it's so refreshing.
As long as you back it up and keep earning that jack, get to that second contract, because the money he's making off this first contract is nice, especially as a first round pick, but it ain't nothing compared to that second contract.
No.
What did Michael Huff? I hope he listens to Michael Huff. Michael Huff, who got drafted number 7 overall in the first round, said, I'm not buying anything big until I get to my second contract. And once he got that second contract, then he bought the cars that they bring out for junior day and put all out in front of Moncrief. Those are all Huffy's cars, you know, because he said that first contract, I'm banking, I'm putting that away.
Yeah.
I'm investing that. Second contract, I'll buy a little something.
Yeah, buy a little something. That's fine.
Yeah.
Yo, you know Byron Murphy was 6 years old playing with 9-year-olds and playing running back and averaging like 3 touchdowns a game. Isn't that nuts?
I mean,
like what?
Looking at him, I can see it now, but that's crazy. 6-year-olds playing with 9-year-olds, but
6-year-old playing with 9-year-olds, man. His mom said that he was in a 3-point stance at 1 year old.
I know, but Malik Murphy was that kid. He grew fast. Like when he was 10, he wanted to play quarterback. They were putting him on the offensive line, you know? And he's like, no, I'm a quarterback. But he was so big, so fast. Then you have guys like Dylan DeZoo, who's 6'3" until his junior year in high school. Kevin Durant, 6'3" till he was 15. And then he started growing like crazy. That's why he's got such good handle, because he was like a guard.
Wow. Yo, I love those stories, man.
Oh, yeah.
Because they sound fictional. When you hear them, you're just like, oh, yeah, that's why these guys are completely different athletes than the average person trying to play the sport.
All right, so Jake says our Sketty is easier than OU's, I'd say. We got Vandy, Kentucky, Mississippi State, Florida. Don't forget Arkansas. And they got LSU, Bama, Ole Miss, and Tennessee. Yeah. I mean, Texas gets Georgia, but they don't play Bama, LSU, Ole Miss, or Tennessee. So, yes, I agree. Texas got a better schedule than OU.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, OU don't got nobody like Arkansas on their schedule, though. That's a different hate, man. Like, I get it. Like, Brad had them ranked 14th, those Razorbacks, and that makes sense. But they're not going to play like the 14th ranked team when that day comes.
That's right.
They won't.
That's right.
Those fans are going to be nuts. I hope that game is 12 o'clock. That game needs to happen as quick as possible. I don't need those fans to be just hanging around Fayetteville getting plastered all day and it be a night game. A night game at that stadium sounds terrifying. I need a noon, maybe even 11. Maybe get your ass up. I know we hate that. Get y'all's ass up. Get y'all's ass up early. That's one of those games, nighttime in that barn. And again, I have some UTSD. A few years ago, 2021, that wasn't a good look. That was rough, real rough. You know what I'm saying? Like Hudson Card, I still don't think he's bounced back from that day. But, yo, that ain't them Razorbacks, man. They've been waiting on this.
Well, and
waiting on this.
I'll say this, and Jake, I think, is right. He said Mizzou hates OU from their days together in the Big Eight, and that's true. And OU has to go to Mizzou, so that's kind of their version of Texas, Arkansas. We'll see. But number one, power rankings before we get to our man Hank South. Talk a little Longhorns recruiting, including a new basketball signee out of the portal. Number one, Georgia. So power rankings in the SEC coming out of spring ball. Texas number 2, Georgia number 1. Georgia's got Carson Beck. Texas has Quinn Ewers. Georgia has the nucleus of last year's team back that only lost to Alabama. They got 5 senior starters on defense. They added Florida's running back. ATN to their lineup. Yeah.
And he's already fitting in. I think he got hit with a DUI right when he got on campus.
Oh,
fitting in quite
Zay, my man.
nicely in Athens, huh?
Listen.
Huh, youngster?
That's why my man, Perze Hilton, he knows all the rap sheets. He knows all the police blotter and who's dating who. He's already trying to figure out plans for Quinn Ewer's girlfriend the weekend of the Red River Shootout.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
let her know, baby girl.
Planning.
Look, if you love me, I can't talk to you for a whole month. Man. Yes, for a whole month. Yes, all of October. I can't talk. Maybe after the game, if we win. If we lose, I can't talk to you for a whole month. Doesn't mean I don't love you. Doesn't mean I won't come back. But if we lose to Oklahoma, that means I have to go on a rampage. You know, and it's 0 dark 30 then at that point.
Okay, so Georgia, I know. Can't lose to OU again. Georgia plays Clemson to open the season at the Mercedes-Benz Dome, neutral site game. Cade Klubnik needs to bring it in that game. Then they play Tennessee Tech. Then they open SEC play at Kentucky. They play Alabama. So back-to-back road games for Georgia at Kentucky, at Alabama to open SEC play. Then they play Auburn at Sanford Stadium. Then they play Mississippi State at home. Then they come to Texas. Then they go to play the world's largest cocktail party against Florida and Jacksonville. And then Georgia goes to Ole Miss. And then Tennessee comes to Athens. And then Georgia plays UMass and Georgia Tech to finish the season. So not an easy schedule as we bring in our man Hank South, recruiting guru, horns247.com. Hank, how you doing?
I'm good. How are y'all?
Good. We were just going through the Brad Crawford's SEC power rankings coming out of spring football, which has Georgia number 1, Texas number 2. And we were saying with Ole Miss, the way that they hit the portal, my God, they have 9 projected starters who are transfers and 10 starters on defense, projected starters on defense who are transfers, Hank. So Lane has been building his program through the portal. And you tell me, you're the guy in the streets talking to recruits. Like, that should make it harder for Ole Miss to bring in high school talent, because everyone will just say, well, don't go there. They're just going to recruit out of the portal over you. Is that getting used on Ole Miss?
I'm sure it is. That's certainly, that's kind of the opposite of what Texas and Sark envision the portal for. He obviously wants to build his culture from the high school level and, bring in plug and play transfers as needed. Obviously this year was a few more. They lost 11 NFL draft picks. There's, spots they needed to fill or, bolster or fill out the depth chart a little bit more. But yeah, going full transfer, that is a strategy and one that, and it's also harder, you're not really sure how that's going to be, how cohesive is that going to be? With high school kids, you get a while, you get a few years to know them before they're at the college level. With the transfer portal, a kid might enter the portal on a Tuesday and you're hosting him on a visit by Friday, having never met this kid. So, it's certainly an interesting way to go about it. It could be kind of like a boomer or bust kind of thing for Ole Miss. They could be really great. And it probably helps too. They have Jackson Dart. They have a veteran quarterback coming back to, that knows Lane Kiffin's offense, knows what he wants, and he can kind of be the architect or the kind of the leader of it all. And so, yeah, we'll see how that goes. But yeah, that's going to be, they're one of the teams I'm most curious to see how they perform this fall.
Well, before we get into football, we did have some breaking news this week Malik Presley,
Yeah.
6'6", small forward from Vanderbilt, has picked Texas out of the transfer portal. Hank, Malik Presley, your thoughts?
Yeah, kind of I think I kind of caught everyone on by surprise. There's certain, transfer portal moves they make that kind of just quietly, get put together, and this seems to be one of them. But yeah, Malik Presley, a really versatile kid, can play guard, can play forward, 6'6", really athletic. And he's coming home. He's from San Marcos High School, just down I-35. And yeah, everyone, there's been a bunch of debate on our message board on Horns 24/7 about, he averaged 2 points a game and a rebound. Like, his stats aren't, it's like, oh, they're going after this guy. But, you kind of look at his overall body of work. He got better as the season went on. Towards the end of I think the last 3-game or 4-game stretch, he was averaging 6 and 3. So, he was upping his production. And then you never know when someone gets, chance to come home, play in their backyard, maybe that's, the right fit and where they can really flourish. So hopefully for Texas's sake, it's it goes the way the last Vanderbilt transfer went for them with Dylan Dessou. So yeah, exciting pickup for Texas. I think that leaves them with 2 spots to fill, if my math is correct, from the transfer portal. And yeah, we'll kind of see where they attack next.
Is the Malik Presley signing in response to Rightus Petratus picking Cal, do you think? Or
I think probably it had to do with that. And that was another one, is like, it's interesting with basketball in particular, and in some cases football as well. It's like when a kid leaves campus and doesn't commit, it kind of opens the door for, are they looking elsewhere? Do they really like it? Or, do they, how are they feeling about it? And with Petratus, he did take that visit to Texas. He left, kind of went quiet, didn't do any interviews. Then he went to Cal that weekend, and they were the last program to get him on campus. Then, of course, he commits to Cal shortly after that, I think on Sunday this past weekend. So, yeah, I think that could have been in response. And, obviously Texas covers all its bases. They're scouring the whole country, and, guys still enter. I mean, they have until 11:59 tonight to decide whether or not they want to enter the portal and put in the paperwork. So there's always guys popping up. So it's kind of, take it on a day-by-day basis.
Yeah, Hank, you think about Brandon Garrison. He's now off the board. He's going to be with Mark Pope in Lexington playing for Kentucky. And now you just kind of look at the front court, which is a little weak when it comes to roster-wise. Where do you think Rodney Terry and this coaching staff are going to go at this point?
Yeah, I think there's a few different directions, and there's been some buzz. I know we have one report out on 24/7 today. His name is Elijah Saunders. He's the San Diego State I think he's 6'8", 225, but he's a sophomore at San Diego State. He entered the portal, and I think it caught San Diego State by surprise. He was a guy that was he was a pretty big contributor for them. And obviously, we've seen the success San Diego State has had the past couple of years, making that Final Four run in 2022. But I think he's a guy that Texas is in communication with, or they are. It's been reported already. I think he entered the portal just yesterday or the day before. So kind of a new thing there. We'll see if he gets a visit set up to Austin. Then another guy, JT Toppin, the big man from New Mexico. He's in his stats, I wrote them down, 12.4 points a game, 9 rebounds, and shoots 62% of the field from the field, 6'9", 210, and he's from Dallas. So, that could be an option as well. That sounds pretty good. So I think those are 2 names to watch, and I'm sure there's going to be a few other names that pop up, or we'll see them take visits to Austin. But yeah, certainly need to address the front court need with these last couple spots.
Zay, anything else on hoops before I move to football?
Nope.
All right, so. What is the latest, Hank, on Dominic Williams? And I think everyone wants to know what, if anything, could happen with Tacario Davis, the 6'4" corner from Arizona.
Yeah, Dominic Williams, we're probably going to have some closure on that either tomorrow or Thursday, but certainly at some point this week. He is wrapping up a visit at LSU today. So he went Oklahoma, Texas, Mizzou, then LSU the past couple days. And so, there was some Twitter buzz that he was down to Texas and Missouri. I don't think that's the case. I think he's still considering Oklahoma. He's still considering. Obviously, he's at LSU. He's considering LSU, those programs all have needs along the defensive line. Maybe even a greater need than what Texas has in terms of numbers. But I think the Texas visit really knocked it out of the park with him. We saw his family posting stuff all over Twitter. He had the entire defensive staff with him at dinner on Wednesday night. They truly rolled out the red carpet for him, making a huge push for him, especially after you miss on Jay Toya. You get Bill Norton, you have Tia Savea, but you still want to get at least one more guy. And after missing on Toya, I think Dominic Williams became even more so of a priority guy. So going to check in with people close to it later this evening when he's done with LSU, or maybe even tomorrow morning, see kind of where he's at. But yeah, Texas would love to have him. I'm not ready to make a pick. I think just covering Texas, I lean Texas just because I feel like the need. I think they've got a lot going for them. And again, like we wrote last week, I reported they brought in his little brother who's big in his decision for the visit. I think every school did after that. Texas did it, and then you saw Mizzou have him in, and I think Mizzou offered. No, I think Oklahoma offered the little brother. Someone offered the little brother, and then his mom too is from the same part of Los Angeles as Steve Sarkisian. So he's a coach she feels comfortable with. So we'll see how it goes, and hopefully we get a little bit more intel ahead of it. But definitely one we're watching closely. And then Takario Davis, I know everyone that's the guy everyone wants. I'm just very unique situation. A guy that's been in the portal since January, has rode out the coaching change in Tucson, has been practicing with Arizona all spring with the ones. And I was looking up some stuff earlier. He had a YouTube press conference a month ago, talking about how he was staying. I don't know if that was, maybe it was dated or something, but it was with the new coach. I'm not sure anything's happening there. And he does have that no contact tag. And, I was talking to somebody, that doesn't mean Texas or schools can't contact. It just means it's kind of like a courtesy thing. It's like, hey, I'm good. You don't need to contact me. So he can still have communication with Texas if they wanted to go that route. But as of, the last hour, Chris Hummer, I think you guys just talked to him before this, or usually talk to him. He broke some big news. Javion Cole, the San Jose State cornerback, is entered the portal yesterday. He has a visit plans to Texas here in the coming days. And he's a guy that's already transferred once. He started at Cal Poly, went to the FBS level at San Jose State, had a really good sophomore season, 28 tackles, 10 pass breakups, and 3 interceptions. He was 86.2 according to PFF, which is top 20 nationally among cornerbacks. So, Texas is going to make a push there, obviously, with Terrence Brooks leaving, with Austin Jordan leaving. They need some reinforcements in the secondary. So Javion Cole seems to be the name to watch right now at cornerback.
So that's a point of emphasis at this point. They're not okay with what's in the locker room right now when it comes to secondary, even with Austin Jordan and Terrence Brooks leaving. They're going after another DB.
Yeah, I think that's that's what they're. Yeah, I think that's pretty evident now. There was some thought, when those guys entered. I think when Brooks entered, it was like, okay, maybe they can roll with the guys they have. Obviously, you have Gavin Holmes, who has a lot of a lot of game experience, but I think just to feel comfortable, especially they struggled a little bit in the spring game. That was kind of their vulnerability last year on defense, was the big plays over the top. So I think, as much as you can, if you have space and there's a guy available that you think can better your roster, I think you absolutely go and get him. So I think it's pretty clear they want to bring in at least one cornerback.
Hank, we got a question here on the Coda text line. Johnny Bowens, defensive tackle at Oregon, who played at Converse Judson. You hearing anything on Johnny Bowens from Oregon, maybe?
I saw his name pop up. I have not, checking in with sources, I have not been told Bowens is a guy to watch yet. Obviously, that can change. And again, the portal's going to close, but, we're still going to see a lot of portal news. Guys are still entering. As long as you're in the portal, you can still take your official visits. You don't have to make a decision. You should be in the portal. So it might slow down a little bit, but we're still going to see developments. But one guy I reported last week, I think it was on Friday, Simeon Barrow from Michigan State. He was one of their top interior defensive linemen for the Spartans. Texas is working on bringing him in for a visit this week. I was told, he was coming in this week. I haven't had a date told to me yet or figured that out, but I was told he was coming in for a visit. And I think he visited Miami recently, and I had his schools written down somewhere. It's in my post on Horns 24/7. But he's a guy to watch. And then his teammate Derek Harmon, who was a more productive player on the Michigan State's defense, is a guy they haven't gotten as far along as on the coming in on a visit talks with him, but he's a guy they like. So I think past Dominic Williams, if they missed there, I think it's really going to focus in on the Michigan State duo. And see if they can make some noise with those two. But yeah, as far as Bowens, I haven't heard that mentioned yet.
Hank, 11 Longhorns taken in this year's draft. That is a record, big time. How did you expect this to happen, should I ask? And were there any shockers on where the Horns were taken, whether it was, Christian Jones taken in the 5th round or Adonai Mitchell taken late in the 2nd? What were your shockers from the Horns being taken in this draft?
Yeah, I think my biggest shock was Keelan Robinson going in the 5th round. I thought that, we saw him have, good testing and, he had successful or, pretty good, meetings and all that, but I didn't think he was going to get taken in the 5th round. I wasn't even sure he was going to get drafted. But that was a big surprise to me. I think, there was a lot of buzz that Adonai might drop. I didn't think he would drop as far as he did, to see a guy like Ricky Pearsall get taken. I don't want to question Kyle Shanahan. I know he's like an offensive mastermind, but that was a little weird. And then, obviously Lab McConkey, is that his name? And then Xavier Legette. I didn't expect him to go behind those guys, but I think he's in a pretty decent situation in Indianapolis, and it sounds like he's got it. I love that Chris Ballard press conference, kind of, going to bat for him, like, this is bull crap, all this stuff that came out on him. I was a little surprised how far he dropped, but he still went 2nd round. 11 picks though. After Keelan got picked, I was like, is Jet Bush going to get drafted? They were like on a roll. I was like, is everyone going to get drafted? And obviously, Jet and Ryan Sanborn, they got their undrafted free agent deals, but 11 picks. Man, that was a statement. And I even tweeted, I was like, they're losing 11 draft picks and they might be better this year. I don't want to put that, hyperbole out there or whatever, but it's pretty good testament of the health of the program.
Yeah.
Yeah. What, when we were kind of talking about the guys who could go 1st round next year, Kelvin Banks, Quinn Ewers, who knows, maybe one of the receivers, depending on how the snaps get divvied up.
Yeah.
That would be something, because Texas had all kinds of firsts and they got rid of a lot of bad stereotype with all the guys getting drafted at different positions.
Right. Yeah, and another not a surprise, because he was deserving of it, but I think it just shows in terms of looking towards next year for 2025, what a solid season along the interior defensive line can do for your draft value, because we saw them make the run, the teams make that run of interior defensive linemen in that early 2nd round range, and Tavondre Sweat still got picked even with his stuff that happened a few weeks ago in Austin. I think it just goes to show there's not a lot of guys like that, and if you can put in a productive season and show kind of make your case that you can really jump up some draft boards. So looking at a guy like maybe even like Alfred Collins, but what if he has a same trajectory kind of year as Byron Murphy and Tavondre Sweat? He's a huge kid. Vernon Broughton, you never know what these guys can do for themselves, with solid seasons. So yeah, that'll be interesting. And I saw a mock draft with Ethan Burke as the number 11 pick. Trying to think, Isaiah Baum was one of them later in the 1st round. Quinn number 9. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see because there's a lot of guys, with a really strong showing. Even what if Andrew Makuba just has kind of, returns to his freshman form and looks pretty stellar. He could play his way into a high draft spot. So it'll be fun to see.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, when you look at this in terms of the recruiting, for the 2025 class, anything different that you're noticing trend wise for Texas? Is it going about what you thought coming off the college football playoff berth and Big 12 championship?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. I think Texas is still, they're kind of, following, their plan. That they're really serious about their evaluations. The eval period just opened up, so we're seeing all the assistant coaches out on the road. They're seeing these kids at spring practice, and it's different this year. You can only use one visit to see a kid for the entirety of the spring. So, like, if Texas wants to go see DeCorian Moore, they can only do it once off campus in this 6-week period. So maybe there's some strategy there to, when you go in and obviously now the big change is you can talk to them too. It's no longer that stupid bump rule where it's like, oh, you can bump into them and shake hands, but that's all you can do. These coaches travel thousands of miles, but all you can do is just shake their hand. It's the dumbest rule of all, like, so stupid. But that's gone now, so it's good. So that they can actually have conversations with these kids, the 2025 kids, not obviously the younger guys they can't talk to. But yeah, so they're certainly following that. They're gonna, I'm sure we'll see some guys either climb or drop down their board a little bit based off of what they see in the spring, and then that June official visit season is going to be it's going to be a wild summer. They have these back-to-back 24 official visitor weekends in mid-June, late June. And then July is probably just going to be commitment city where, we see the class go from, half a dozen to, 17 or 18 commitments over the course of 2 or 3 months, which is what happened last year. They just took off in the month of July and into August. And then obviously, there's some leftover guys throughout the fall, and then the portal picks up again. And, guys, maybe they miss on in 2024, decide they want to come to Texas next year. So, it's wild, but nothing real different. I think they're, just going about it how they always have, trusting their evaluations and having these guys in on camp, seeing them, getting as much information as they can about these kids, and then, deciding who to really push for, in those summer months for sure.
All right. Breaking news. Illinois senior big man Coleman Hawkins is apparently going to enter the portal by the deadline tonight, according to our colleague Matt Norlander at CBS Sports. Zay, you like Coleman Hawkins?
I do. He can shoot the ball. He's about 6'9", 6'10". Big part of that team getting to the Elite Eight this past year. Yeah, Coleman Hawkins would be a really good kid if Rodney Terry and this staff could finesse that somehow.
Yeah. He's apparently 12.1 points per game, 6.1 rebounds, 37% from three. Going through the pre-draft process, also still considering a return to Illinois. So he wants to see what the market looks like.
It's interesting. I was just looking at my former team. I used to cover Alabama and what they're doing in the portal and in basketball. It's like they'll probably be a pretty popular pick to get back to the Final Four, with the guys they're bringing back and bringing in. Yeah. So I was just kind of looking across the SEC and what everyone's doing. Kentucky obviously getting Brandon Garrison today, and it's going to be interesting. It's going to be fun to kind of see this first run in the SEC and, how Texas performs.
Yeah. Well, Zay, anything else?
Nah, Hank, hell of a job per usual, man.
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
we
Hank,
got
great job, man.
Track meet this weekend, so guys like DeCorian Moore, Keelan Russell, Cade Phillips. So get to see these guys on campus running track and see what's going on with their recruitments.
Yeah,
it's funny because we check in on these kids. Like I just talked to them 2 weeks ago in person. It's like, anything changed in the last 2 weeks? It's like so, but no, it's always good to see them.
Yeah, that state track meet is the recruiting hotbed, isn't it?
Yeah. lot of kids. I think there's a rule. Someone just said Alabama lost their starting guard. Yeah, Rylan Griffin. That was a loss for him, but they're bringing back, I think, Mark Sears, and they brought in some other guys. Total side note. But yeah, no, I don't think they're allowed to actually visit campus. There's some rule in place where it's like you have to wait 24 hours or a certain amount of time. So you can't have contact with the coaches if you're there for another UIL or league function. But they're in Austin. They're on campus. They're just running track.
And if you bump into each other, you can say hi.
Yeah. Hey, what's up?
Hey, what are you doing here? Oh,
crazy.
It's like when Shaka Smart used to go watch Jared Allen run track.
Yeah. It's funny, going to these camps in the off season, like the Under Armour camps or Nike, like when these coaches have sons, like Brian Harson's kid at the Atlanta Under Armour camp was a quarterback. And so they can use that. They're a parent and, they can go and be around the recruiting camp and just, they can't say anything. They're their parent. So they're like, there's a loophole. And then, Chad Morris obviously had Chandler Morris, and he was at the opening finals a few years ago, just sitting in the stands, like watching his son. Nothing else. So, but that's funny.
And keep up the great work, man. Football season never ends. Recruiting never ends. Appreciate it, man.
Sure. No problem. Thanks for having me.
All right. Hank South.
Thanks. Appreciate you, man.
Breaking it down. Horns 24/7. Recruiting guru. Make sure you are a member of Horns 24/7 so that you're getting all the latest team and recruiting scoop over, on the Texas Longhorns. And of course, we're going to get to the chip shot here in a second, and I'm going to stun everybody with a little Texas baseball talk. But let's get a couple mentions in here for great folks like Apple Leasing, getting you into the car you really want to be driving. I mean, they lease any make and model of car, so they don't care what car you pick. That's probably a new car experience you've never had, because you go to a dealership, they're going to be, hey, they're going to be selling the what out of their cars, whether that car is the right fit for you or not. Apple Leasing just wants you to be happy because they want to build the relationship like they have with me. I've been a client of Apple Leasing for 15 years, probably had 5-6 different cars, and I'm always in a new car, which I love. Because, look, you're going to be in traffic, and you don't want to buy a new car because car is a depreciating asset. So lease. That way you're only paying for the car while you're driving it. You're not paying for the future trade-in value of that car. And you're getting into a better car than you thought you could afford. That's a win, 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 win. Give them a call today, 346-9977. Visit appleleasing.com. Tell them Chip Brown sent you. And when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, audio-visual consultations, baby, just write this number down, 255-8678. My man, Tom McKay, Tom and his crew, you call that number, they'll bring everything to you. Best price on big screens, surround sound, new lighting. You want a new media room, electronic shades, surveillance, anything audio, visual. Tom McKay is the man, 255-8678. And Brain Vault, the mouth guard that is changing the game. I mean, developed right here in Austin by Austin's dentist, Dr. Greg Eckert, Dr. Ueckert. If you need a teeth cleaning or any dental needs, go see Dr. Eckert. But for the Brain Vault mouthguard, this is truly the game changer. Proven, patented to reduce the effects of concussion. So you got a competitor in your house in cheerleading, flag football, lacrosse, soccer, basketball, football, the Brain Vault mouthguard. Just go to brainvault.com to set up a fitting. And look, Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, best seafood in Austin and the best selection of raw oysters. So if you love raw oysters, how about going in for happy hour, 3:30 to 6:30, $1 raw oysters. just eat your heart's content. And if you're ready for a date night meal, I recommend the scallops. Zay's had some food at Salt Trader's Coastal Cookin'. It's just great seafood. It's from Jack Gilmore, for crying out loud. Jack Gilmore, legend, started Jack Allen's Kitchen. He's done the menus for restaurants even before that in Austin, Texas. The guy is the best. Salt Trader's Coastal Cookin', unbelievable seafood. $1 raw oysters during happy hour, 3:30 to 6:30 every day, and 3:30 to close on Mondays. And of course, Cover 3, the ultimate place for your friends to gather, watch your favorite team, and enjoy a high-end meal. How about the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich? Love it. The Ruby Trout. Look, everything on the menu at Cover 3 is money. And Cover 2, right there at 183 in Lake Creek. All right, Zay. And of course, Olipop's. Olipop's all around. Love me some Olipop cream soda is my favorite. I'm always clearing it out. So you got to beat me to the HEB to get the cream soda because I love the cream soda. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's not just because it has the Honolulu blue, you know? It's because it's incredible. And I'm addicted to carbonation. So I love Olipop because it's healthy. All right, chip shot. Make this quick so my man Zay can expound on the NBA playoffs or whatever he's got cooking, whatever petty good gossip he's got. But, you know, I took a deep dive into the Texas baseball season because it's just been so crazy. Like, you've got, you know, the same Texas baseball team that lost its only Big 12 series to lowly BYU. BYU is, you know, they've got a losing record in Big 12 play. And Texas lost to BYU. It's the only Big 12 series they've lost. And they lost it at home. But yet they, you know, have won what? I don't know. They've won every Big 12 series since the BYU. They just knocked off Oklahoma. First place Oklahoma, 2-1 in that series in Norman. You know, the same team that had 3 fielding errors in the bottom half of the second inning that led to 3 unearned runs for, you know, game 1 starter in that OU series. Max Grubbs, God bless him, because they lost that game 9-4. They bounce back and win games 2 and games 3, 8-6 and 12-10, as Texas's bats go wild, including 6 home runs in the game 3, 2 by Max Ballou. You know, the starting pitching rotation started off the season with LeBaron Johnson, Charlie Hurley, Tanner Witt. Now it's Max Grubbs, sophomore righty. On Friday, junior lefty, Ace Whitehead on Saturday, and LeBaron Johnson now on Sundays. And look, David Pierce took over the pitching. It's not been pretty. Longhorns have an ERA of 4.94. That's the highest in 25 years, since 1999, when it was 5.52. And Tanner Witt's probably done for the year with, you know, complications from the elbow injury that kept him out last season. And yet Texas has won 5 of their last 7 and have won, you know, I mean, it's crazy. They've lost 7 straight series openers and gone on to win 5 of those series, including OU. And they're 4-0 in series on the road. They won at Tech, at K-State, at Houston. I mean, this team, it's crazy. Remember that horrible loss 17-9 to UT Rio Grande Valley, where 10 Texas pitchers issued 20 free passes, including 11 walks and 9 hit batsmen? Then they turn around and win 5 of their next 7. and hit 6 home runs in a single game against UT Arlington. And then less than a week later, hit 6 home runs in game 3 against OU to win a doubleheader and win that series. So, despite all this wild inconsistency, Texas is still just 2 games out of first place in the Big 12 race, and they've got a massive home series. They play tonight against Sam Houston, David Pierce's old team. They better win that one. But then they play Oklahoma State at home this weekend, and Oklahoma State is one of the teams ahead of them in the Big 12 standings. So I just want to give out some ollie-pops, some shout-outs to Max Grubbs and Ace Whitehead, who've kind of been the most consistent, and it hasn't been great for either one of them, but they've been the most consistent because LBJ's been all over the place. And then out of the bullpen, sophomore righty Gage Bame and Andre Duplantier, they've been good. Bame is 6'6", 255 pounds. He comes in, he throws heat. And then at the plate, man, these guys have been the savior. Extra ollie-pops for Jalen Flores, for Max Ballou, for Jared Thomas, and Peyton Powell. Because if Texas hits 2 more home runs, they will have hit the second most home runs in a season in Texas baseball history. Last year, they hit 91 home runs, and it was, guys like Dylan Campbell and, Eric Kennedy leading the way. Now it's Ballou and it's Flores, and those guys have been unbelievable. I mean, they're hit a lot of sins on the mound. So ollie pops for those guys I just mentioned, and let's see what this Texas baseball team can do. It's crazy. They're 2 games out of first place. They really need a sweep of Oklahoma State, and it's not going to be easy, but let's see what happens. They've been all over the place.
Yeah, win tonight, sweep Oklahoma State, keep rolling into the postseason, and see if you could finesse your way to Omaha. It don't matter how you get there; it's that you get there.
Right. Just get into the postseason and see what you can
do. Man. See what happens after that. But
all right, let's get to the right call.
Yeah, great chip shot, my friend. Before all that, though, shout out to Covert BK, Covert Automotive Dealership. I've been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years. That's a long ass time, and they've been doing it because they've been providing the customer with a high quality selection of new and pre-owned vehicles: Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. All 7 of those brands you will see at Covert BK. Check them out online at covertbk.com for all your latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip, the right call today. We already talked a little basketball, so I'm going to throw something else at that noggin of yours. Are you a Dave & Buster's fan?
I don't go out of my way to go, but when there's a gathering there, it's fine. It's fun.
It is fun. Me and my wife, we're all about going to the arcade together. That's something that we bond over. We'll go to multiple arcades in the area. Definitely going to have to see what Dave & Buster's is about because I haven't been there in a very long time. But yeah, I'm a huge arcade guy. That will never go out of me. I'll always have a little kid.
What's your game?
Air hockey, skee ball, I'll shoot hoops.
I used to take my kids to Main Event all the time.
See, Main Event's popping. That's a good one. But according to CNBC, Dave & Buster's, they're going to make a little bit more at stake when it comes to this games because they are offering loyalty members the ability to bet on games. That's right. Bet on games. If you're
Bet on
over
arcade
18,
games?
Yes. If you're over 18, you can put $5 down on the hot shot basketball game, skee ball, and different arcade games. This will only be on their app, though. And yeah, you could bet against old Joe Schmo that thinks he's hot shit and getting up all the tickets and stuff. Yeah, you could bet against him if you have the app and you're a loyalty member. So
when does this start?
Couple months.
Okay.
Couple months. Yeah. So there's going to be
you're going to be like holding court. You're going to go to Dave and Buster's and just stand there and be like, come on, pop a shot.
I might have to Woody Harrelson some guys. White man can't jump. I might have to do a little something. Why not? Why
Set
not?
that trap.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Act like I'm just a complete joke and then, light them up. But hey, I think this could be bad.
Go in there dressed like a math geek. With like a pocket protector and bad glasses.
Yeah, even though
sounding like
midnight dark, even though I'm midnight dark and I'm 6'4", pushing 300.
Hey, I'm just trying to help you. I'm trying to help you. Trying to help you play. Trying to help you play possum.
I appreciate it. But also, I have some integrity. Like going and doing this at Dave & Buster's, like there's a lot of ways you can make a buck. If you're betting on Dave & Buster's games, you need a shrink. You need therapy. I'm all about my parlays. Like ain't nothing wrong with that. If you want to put a little something on the NBA games tonight, the NHL playoffs, or if you want to put a lot of money on Texas possibly winning the national championship this upcoming football season, I'm all for that. Do your thing. But if you're betting on guys playing air hockey against one another, at Dave & Buster's, you're like, come on.
You're a degenerate.
Now you're pretty low ball. You know what I'm saying? Because I could go off I live in Northwest Austin, good Asian population. I could go grab one of these kids walking down the street, be like, hey, kid, you good at table tennis? Want to make a little coin? And then take them down to Dave & Buster's and make a grip. You know what I'm saying? I thought about it, but also I got a heart. I think I was raised the right way, mom and dad. If I went left a couple of times, I apologize. But most of the time I go right. And Dave & Buster's, gambling, I don't think I can be a part of that. As tempting as it sounds.
You don't sound very convincing. You sound like you're trying to talk yourself into this.
I might have to try it.
Yeah.
Just to see what the hype's about.
Right.
Just to see what the hype's about. But I don't think this is something that I could really get into.
I mean, if you're sitting there holding court for, 10 straight pop a shot victories at $5 a piece, you're up $50. You're not going to walk away.
Especially because I have a good reach. So I put my arm out. I'm like 3 feet away from the basket. Those are Victor Wembanyama type layups. You know what I'm saying?
You're practically dunking on the pop a shot.
Yeah, exactly. So, it could get bad if I tried to get into it. It could get bad. I'm going to stay away from it. I want to check it out when it comes out. But, yeah, betting your mortgage on Dave & Buster's games, that's probably not the wave that a lot of y'all degenerates that are listening to us at the moment should go. But it's an option. It's going to be an option. That's where we are. That's what betting's all about at this point. That's what gambling's all about at this point.
All right, real quick, Tamsin wants to know our thoughts on Ryan Watts going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. I like Ryan Watts, 6'3" corner, definitely a boundary corner. Could he play nickel safety? Yeah, he's a good tackler. He's good against the run. He had some tough beats down the stretch. Michael Penix was putting the biscuit right in the basket against him in the Sugar Bowl. But, Ryan Watts, he's got a chance. He's got a chance. He needs to make the team on special teams and then just keep getting better.
Yeah, he was never able to get fully healthy when he got to Texas. These last 2 years, he was always dealing with back or hamstring or something. And dude, you're a cornerback. Like you got to be healthy to be able to run with these elite wide receivers. So him being in and out of the tub all the time, that's his number one problem. I think if he was able to be on the field and be healthy on the field, then we would have seen a different Ryan Watts and he might have been taken higher. But those measurements, 6'3", over 200 pounds, like has a really great NFL body. It's just, his ability to stay on the field, and hopefully he can finesse his way onto this Pittsburgh Steelers roster.
Well, yesterday marked the debut of our collaboration with SEC Unfiltered. Let's bring in Chris Phillips and Dave Shoemate.
What's going on, boys?
What's going on, fellas?
What's up? I got a new sidekick today. Dave making the debut. Dave, what's up, man?
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Dave.
What's happening, Dave?
Shoemate.
Guys, listening to the show, man.
Dave is kind of our resident insider, guys. We had a couple of big time convos because of Dave's connections. Dan Mullen, Gus Malzahn. So he's the man. He's the man to go to in case you really want to know how things go down behind the scenes.
That's what I'm talking about, Dave. Way to go, man.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. Dave can let us know if Jeff Levy's going to bring Art Browse onto the Mississippi State campus like he did at Norman this past year. Dave can let us know on that.
Depending on how the season's probably going in Starkville would probably determine how well that's received.
Zay, there's some things Dave could tell you, but he'd have to kill you after. So that's the only downside.
Well, I've said this about Art Briles. If that guy could just get over his own ego, and if he would have said, I'm appalled, this is a nightmare, I have a daughter, I can't believe this happened under my watch, I'll spend the rest of my life making sure it never happens again, he would be coaching right now. And it's ridiculous. Baylor paid him $20 million to go away, and he cannot seem to bring it to, he can't seem to force that mea culpa out because no one was stopping his offense at Baylor. Like he got forced out, but no one was stopping that offense. And Kendall Briles has never had complete say over it, since. And now we'll see what Levy does as a head coach. Does he, put those receivers out at the numbers and call one or two? Because Briles wouldn't even have, if he called number one, he's going to the left side. The right side receiver wouldn't even run the route. And Briles didn't care.
Yeah.
It was crazy. But he wanted to go
it'd be
fast.
interesting. Similar principles with what Heupel was doing as well. I guess this time with him at UCF for a bit. No, you're right. It'd be interesting. They're almost. I feel like Mississippi State almost like a win numbers be damned a little bit. It's got to be just an exciting product. I mean, if they won 4 or 5 games this year, it was an exciting product. They're scoring 30 plus points, 35 points, and just losing because they can't stop anybody. It's probably the year you would take. I mean, their schedule's tough. I don't know if they go away.
You can afford to be many things in the SEC. Boring is not one of them. So, yeah, I think they've got to get back to excitement. So,
well,
we'll see.
We'll turn it over to y'all. Appreciate it, Dave and Chris.
Chip, Zay, appreciate it, man. It's always a pleasure. Yeah, always a pleasure catching you guys.
Yep, have a great show.
Dave, what's up, man? What's up,
brother?
Man? Yeah,
nice to see you.
Yeah, nice to see you as well. What's going on, folks? Chris Phillips here. He is Dave Shoemate. This is the SEC Unfiltered Hour. Again, guys, in case the first time you're checking us out, yesterday being our debut, of course, we're going to be live right here on the Texas Sports Unfiltered platform, 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern, really talking an array of topics from football, baseball, basketball, all things SEC. Of course, we'll touch on the Texas Longhorns because we know most of you in here. You bleed burnt orange, and it's a lot of fun to talk Texas, Oklahoma, the rest of the gang as well. But, yeah, I want to introduce Dave Shoemate. Like I mentioned to you guys yesterday, we had Dimitri Avanis on as my sidekick yesterday. We will have sort of a rotating cast of characters as my co-host, and some days, heck, I won't even be here. So we got a big team here at SEC Unfiltered. Dave Shoemate of SEC Unfiltered, also of Mach 10 Sports. Dave, give the people just kind of an idea who you are, what you do, what Mock 10 Sports, and some of your SEC background as well. I know you and I talked off air. Obviously, it's you're in a unique position because obviously you not only a fan of SEC football, but you've worked behind the scenes at a few of these SEC programs.
Yeah, appreciate it, Chris. Like Chris mentioned, Dave Shoemate from Mock 10 Sports, me and Chris started collabing probably about 2 or 3 months ago on the SEC Unfiltered platform. So I appreciate him bringing me on. But I always thought I had like a unique perspective of, because I worked in college football for 10 years, with 7 of them being in the Southeastern Conference and the other 2 at UCF and at Kansas in the Big 12. Obviously, the Texas family being somewhat familiar with them. And then also out in the SEC, I lived in Texas for a bit. Worked at Texas A&M in 2017. Kevin Sumlin's last year, didn't sign a class with him, and then was blessed enough Jimbo Fisher retained me, so I got to keep my assistant director of player personnel title there. Was there in 18, then went and worked with Les Miles. But before that, I went to school at Alabama. That's how I got started there. Worked there as a student. First job out of college was at Miami, and then I went to Georgia. Worked at the University of Georgia, Mark Ricks last year, in about 6 months with Kirby Smart. Then my boss at Alabama brought me over to Auburn. At Auburn, then Texas A&M 17-18, like I mentioned, Kansas, then UCF. So 10 years in college football. Obviously, we lived at 7 places in 10 years. Wife kind of started to do anything. So she kind of wanted to start a family, do all that. So that's why I'm here. Wanted to, like Chris, like all of us who listen to sports podcasts or in the sports media world, love sports, wanted to keep my foot in it to some extent. And I work for QuickU as well. Some oversells there. So we sell a recruiting database, college football recruiting database to schools as well. Texas A&M is one of our clients as well from that standpoint. But we probably have about 6 or 7 schools from that standpoint in the SEC. So still in it from that perspective. In it, I feel like now from a media perspective. So I get my fun with that. Me and Chris collabing back and forth on the SEC Unfiltered platform. So that's really my background, personnel, evaluation, recruiting background in that support staff role that I think's becoming ever more important as the time goes on here with especially in the NIL world.
Dave, it's fascinating. You worked at Texas A&M, and hopefully the folks here won't hold it against you too much. I'm sure they won't. But
careful,
I'm curious though. I want to talk about that. What was the, since obviously again we're here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, and again we're going to spend a lot of time talking Longhorns, the entire SEC of course, but naturally when in Rome, right, we're going to talk a lot of Texas. But what was the view of Texas while at Texas A&M? Was it something where like the rival was talked about a bunch and that was like made a focal point, like, hey, we need to make sure maybe not we're keeping up with the Joneses, but make sure we're outdoing? Because like I think there's a misconception. It's like, you know, I'm in the Palmetto State, so South Carolina and Clemson. Like, it doesn't matter what it is. You're always comparing yourself to the rival, whether people want to admit it or not. Like,
it's like you said, very similar to Texas A&M because they weren't in the same conference. I mean, now they are, but you're right. That's a good comparison.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Was it always kind of like you guys in the building were, hey, what is Texas doing? And I guess you were there too when like Texas was down.
That was Tom. I mean, it was Tom Herman's first offseason. And you know this, Chris. You followed recruiting. That first offseason for a new staff, you're undefeated. I mean, literally, there's nothing opposing teams can really throw because he was coming from Houston, so people in Texas were familiar with. Oh, you went and beat Florida State in the Peach Bowl that year. Man, y'all were really good. Like you're undefeated, so there's nothing you can really combat that with. That's your best time to go hit the recruiting momentum in that first year and go have some success on the field. Now, if I remember right, I think Texas went 7-5, 6-6. Herman's first year, I think, won the Texas Bowl, beat Missouri, if I remember right. There's the whole Drew Lock. What was it? The whole Tom Herman. I think that was his first, maybe second, whatever it was. But no. So when we were going against Herman, that was kind of someone's. You remember that hot seat year going into his last year, that 17 year, it was almost like I think 16. A&M started off 6-0, 7-0, and then lost. I think 5 out of their last 6 to finish 7-5 and play in the Texas Bowl. But that was like Trevor Knight was quarterback. You had Christian Kirk, and then back then Myles Garrett was the number 1 overall pick my first spring there. So you had some dudes there, Deshaun Hall, the edge defender. But we were really playing at Texas. It was tough because they were beating us on all the in-state kids. I mean, that was the year you had Javante Shepard for the Texas fans who remember, who ended up going to Texas. You had a couple of those defensive backs. What was their name? That's kind of when Zach Evans was bouncing around, the running back from Houston North Shore. We had Leon O'Neal. We ultimately got Leon O'Neal. Who were some of the other guys? It was some of like it was Jalen Cook and guys like that. A lot of those Houston kids. But Herman and them were beating us because it's kind of the opposite ends. Herman was just getting in there. It's Sam Ellinger kind of battling it out then. Then someone was on his way out. And then when we blew that, Texas fans will remember that. I remember that Sunday night game. We were playing UCLA in the Rose Bowl, and we blew the 42-7 lead.
Yeah,
Josh Rosen. Dude, I'll never forget that game. That's more of one of those games like, dude, literally nothing in that second. We were up 35 at half. It's like everything from the clock to a penalty to any negative yardage like had to happen. It break their way in the second half, and it did. I think he had one incompletion in the second half, and we did everything we could. But so that was – I remember that. It was like once we lost that, it was like someone's gone. And I think we went on a little streak, ended up being 5-2 at some point, lost to Alabama. But it was that like you knew that was when the kind of the dam broke. So kind of when I got to A&M, it was kind of opposite. But then the next year I got retained. Jimbo has all the momentum. He hasn't lost a game. Now, granted, things didn't settle as well at Florida State as they did when Herman was leaving Houston. They're a lot better. Obviously, Jimbo, I think, finished with a 500 losing record, I think, the last year at Florida State. So it's a little different, but Jimbo kind of brought that, like, swag, some stuff about him a little bit that I think a lot of other A&M coaches didn't have. We won 8 games that first year, beat LSU in that 7 overtime game. That was Joe Burrow's last college loss. So we did that. So positive momentum there. So competing with Texas, it was always the big thing, Chris, to really answer your question. So just wanted to set the tone. Was back then you could say, hey, come play in the SEC. Because remember, that's when the SEC was in the midst of that big streak, and then Clemson finally ended it. Or I think Ohio State ended it in 14, and then Clemson kind of started matching tails with Alabama. But it was like, hey, I mean, dude, look how many I remember we would use how many for defensive players, Chris. You put presentations together, and when I was there, I was thinking it was like the Big 12 had maybe 2 first-round defensive draft picks. The conference in general had 2 first-round draft picks in like a 10-year span. And it was almost like you would use the SEC against Texas and be like, hey, you Texas kids, y'all want to come play in the best conference? There's only one school in the state. If you're wanting to stay in state between the Aggie network and you're going to go against the best of the best, we're putting defensive players in the NFL from a league standpoint, from an A&M standpoint, because you're still fresh off Myles Garrett going number 1. You had Ronnie Watts at safety. You had some guys. The defenses weren't great, but you had some individual players. So you'd use the SEC against them because the Big 12 defensively, as you can remember, was just not a good league back then. Not a good league back then.
I'm just thinking, Dave, so your last year in college football is what, 2018, 2019?
No, 2021 at UCF.
2021. Okay, I was going to ask. So you did experience. Well, I guess you probably got out just before NIL and portal really.
NIL literally started July 1st of that summer. Then we played that season. So I was there like the first day, but again, it's evolved more and more every year. So yeah, really the last year and a half, 2 years, I wasn't in college football for the last year and a half. How it is turned into more of the salary cap stuff.
Are
people were kind of dipping their toes in the water.
Are you glad you missed that?
Yes and no. I mean, I talked to some guys in the SEC, and some of them have those conversations with the families and stuff about, hey, this is how much we're going to pay and whatnot. I would like to have those conversations, but at the same time, I don't miss getting a call at 9-10 o'clock at night when you're trying to hang out with your family and being like, hey man, John Smith over here, he's saying Alabama's offering X amount. Like that's 50 grand more than we. And again, that's what's the problem. You don't know if that's true or not because there's no market. You can't go look anything up. So it's like this guy and his, I guess, partnership, his party, maybe making stuff up. So just dealing with stuff outside of that. Not saying anybody's, I love the grind, working, stuff like that. But the constant communicate used to be graphics. Now that's not even, kids aren't going anywhere. I mean, if a kid's going somewhere because of graphic now, man, this kid's like 5 years behind. It used to be like, hey man, did you see a sick graphic South Carolina put out with Jonathan King or Justin King and them and all this video? That was like the arms race. Now it was totally now I can imagine. And again, some of the recruiting guys don't deal with it, but some do and are in those conversations. So I can imagine their phones constantly getting blown off the hook like a lot of these head coaches.
More of a grind, Dave, working in recruiting or the content grind?
I mean, the content grind, I was about to say the content grind, some of it's more in your control, but hell, if there's a breaking news, you got to do a reaction deal. So I shouldn't say that. Probably similar, but for different reasons. Yeah, like you said, I always tell people all the time, it's like, man, you think, oh, like man, I worked in college football for 10 years. Why wouldn't someone listen to me? It's like, dude, if you don't know, nobody knows you're out there between that. I mean, you've talked about it off air. You're not marketing yourself and stuff like that. So it's close. It's close. I'd probably say the content grind to some extent, a little bit.
Because at least I feel like when you're working in college football, like if you've got that A&M logo or that Texas logo or that whatever, like you have that sort of that
more in those
accreditation.
Support staff roles and recruiting roles in college football. It's more putting out fires.
Right.
It's almost like, all right, let's get his transcript in advance. Let's make sure he's on path. All right, well, this class ain't going to transfer, so we got to make sure his last semester he's getting in this class that will transfer to. Like it's putting out fires beforehand. Or like, hey, X amount. Like, all right, they're wanting to add another kid. You can only pay up to two of the kid and 2 official visitors. Inevitably, I know I'm saying this and people are going, well, that's cheating. Everybody's paying under the radar for a great grandma or little cousin or sister's son who's coming too under the table. Figuring stuff out like that. Like, hey, how can we get the alcohol paid for dinner? How can we get that on the receipt so we can turn that into compliance so they know? Stuff like it's just stuff like that. It's just different. But you're right. The content grind, I completely underestimated the grind until I actually got into it.
Yeah, it is. I think a lot of people do underestimate it. I mean, I've been doing it for a while, but it truly never sleeps, never stops. So, which again, I know you know that firsthand now. I'm curious, like we'll get off this, and obviously we got other things to talk about, like I mentioned, football, baseball, basketball, all across the board when it comes to the SEC, Texas included. Craziest recruiting story you've got from your time? Is there one that stand or like just, you know, I'm assuming you dealt on that side of things, the recruiting, you know, and obviously you dealt with personnel, but like craziest story from your time. You don't have to mention names or whatever if you don't want to, but I'd have to imagine you saw and heard some pretty wild stuff.
Craziest recruiting story.
And a follow-up to that, again, so you were at these schools when social media is running rampant, and we see stuff all the time. How often do you feel like when fans are talking on social media, because like there's a difference in like we're talking the entire SEC and then the folks that follow each individual team that are like super locked in, right? There's drama and rumors and chatter that just happens that, you know, you're not as plugged into, right? If you're just talking the entire league or whatever. So how much of that is fans actually know what they're talking about and they've got the inside scoop of the program, and how much of that stuff on a day in, day out basis is made up? You know what I mean? Because I feel like there's a lot of drama that is when you're so close to a program, there's things you hear, things to the grapevine. Some of it's true, some of it's not, some of it's kind of in between. So how much do you feel like those fan bases are actually in the know, or they just think they're in the know?
I would probably, I mean, you know,
like, was there
Chris,
stuff you see on social media?
You followed a rabbit. You were on a rabid fan base beat for a while. It's like, dude, there's a lot of fans out there that I sit right now sometimes and I'm like, man, I don't know if I'd listen to just a random podcast that just talks about a kid OV and like to 5 different places. It's just not very exciting to me. But there's people who do, and some of these people go do their own research and stuff. I can like find out stuff that sometimes the school is like. I remember we would do for Jimbo at Texas A&M. He always like recruiting news and little nuggets. We'd pass out the staff. We'd do that after he'd go over the injury report with the trainer. Like he'd go over that, and then he'd like to know what's going on, just piggyback off coaches' questions. And there'd be little insights and stuff in these articles, and he'd be, did you know that? Or something like, hey, you go circle something and you go bring it on a coach's desk. And they go investigate. There'd always be a little something to it. It may not be the whole truth, but I mean, some of these fans, like in the SEC, I think a lot of it, these fans do know a lot more than people think. Maybe not the complete truth, but a lot closer to it. Just because I think they're a lot more rabid and they care more. Crazy recruiting story. I mean, I'll tell 2 here. One wouldn't be that crazy on how many. I mean, when I was at Georgia, I mean, the big thing you give out is gear. That was a big thing kids like. That's when you were starting to collect it. And the kid we went and stacked all this gear for, literally, like buckets of Georgia gear, like team issued gear, ended up not even coming to Georgia. Went to a ride. So I'm like, what did he do with all that? I was like, dude, we gave that guy 3 like literal like trunks worth of like the plastic moving crate things worth. Like you're like, dude, he didn't like, who did he give that to? Like, I mean, I'm sure he didn't sell it, but who did he give that to? There'd be some times when you were a student, you go under the radar to like a camp because you were trying back then, like 15, 16, you didn't get the camp film. And what fans don't understand is like those live camp films you get from like UC Report, Underclassmen Report on ESPN now, like the Under Armour camp, the Nike Adidas, the opening camp. You used to couldn't get that as easy. So we'd have to kind of go under the radar and go film that live from a stadium. Back then, nobody had like the phone cameras anymore. So you wouldn't have been known there. So that was a little like black ops as a student thing you do. But then I would say, I mean, you had your typical, like when I was with Gus, a kid at Auburn told us literally on the phone he was coming like 10 minutes before his announcement. And then we go watch it on ESPN and he commits elsewhere. I think that's happened to a lot of people. That's just a little bit like,
wow.
What the hell? Why? It was almost like, what's the gain in telling us this?
What's the follow-up with the kid after that? Like, what is – do you even shoot him a text? Do you even –
Coach was emotional, so no, I don't think he even –
yeah.
This was before, like, maybe the bounce-back transfer portal where it's like, dude, I may just have to be nice and swallow this pill because what if he doesn't like it there? And
like emotional pissed off. Like, he was pissed off.
Yeah, but then, but that was 17, 18 when the portal wasn't a thing, so it was kind of like, oh, okay, we'll never see this kid until we play them. So you could almost kind of be like – F yourself a little bit. Now it's kind of like, well, shoot, you can't be, you can't be too big of a sore loser in recruiting because if you finish number 2, if he went in the portal again, he may be real interested in coming back to you. So you kind of got to keep that relationship. Craziest coach story people would probably laugh their ass off about would be, I mean, if you probably went and looked at where I've worked, you could figure it out. But I had a head coach, and when you're doing spring and fall travel, it's like, I feel like it'd be like I feel like it would be like an airplane coordinator would be in an airport. Like you're just making sure these guys get to point A to point B. Well, anyways, we got our coach that's in this back. He's in New Orleans, like the 9th ward. We're going to visit this kid. And him and the position coach, you always send the head coach with a position coach. He's not, the head coach isn't going in. You get one in-home visit in the contact period. The head coach isn't going by himself. He's going with probably a coordinator and a position coach. But this time it was just a position coach. And dude, this head coach had to go to the bathroom so bad. When he got from the airport, the private jet, and driving from the New Orleans airport to the kid's front yard, the head coach urinated in their front yard. We ended up not getting the kid because of it. So that was a crazy story. He had to go say.
Oh no.
Hey, head coach is usually looking for reasons to blame somebody for not getting a kid. At that point, you can only blame yourself.
And we've gotten the comments a couple guesses of who it is, and just like you said, you can probably figure it out. Also, the thing I took away, Dave, from what you said is that these coaches, even though they say they don't, they're definitely listening to every podcast and reading every article and reading everything on social media and getting it fed to them. Yeah, that's happening. That's happening.
Oh, dude, there's
some
a few
more
head
than
coaches
others
in the league that'll like. I mean, it's probably in a shocking movie, but search themselves and they'll go reach out and DM people if they say something bad about it. I've never understood that.
Come on, no way.
Dude, one coach in the league, I know for a fact, which I'm almost a little bit like Chris,
one of them. I'm going to say this: one of them has to be Shane Beamer. Has to be.
I haven't heard Shane Beamer. Wouldn't shock me if Shane Beamer. And I worked with Shane for like 6 months that first year at Georgia when he's the Titans coach. Great dude, great human being. It wouldn't shock me if he did that because I think like I don't think he cares about what people say about him from a positive standpoint. I think he's just an overly emotionally fiery guy, like kind of protects that. This guy, though, I'm talking about is more into his own ego about it and will reach out, DM people like, hey, why would you say that about me? So, this random fan's probably like, Coach da-da-da-da-da, just it's got to be a hack. You go look in, it's like, this guy's got 100,000 followers.
That's insane.
I've never understood why you would, if you made that much money, $8, $9, $10 million like these dude, you think I would even read the comments like what you're saying about me? Like not from like I'm better than you standpoint, but it's like, dude, I don't really care.
I mean, they've all got egos, but that's certainly taken to insane proportions. Guys, we are taking your questions, your comments for sure. Interactive, would love to hear from you. Jack Burton, I want to get to this one, Dave. He says, I don't know if I can do this whole conference loyalty thing. I guess I'm too Southwesterner. But how do all the other fan bases truly feel about us coming to the SEC, us being Texas? Dave, from the folks you've interacted with, and I would say this too about the conference loyalty thing. I don't think the conference loyalty thing is from a standpoint of like everybody's necessarily pulling for everyone else because the hatred is rampant in the SEC. But maybe there's more of, Dave, like a mutual respect, even fans that loathe the team, but like, you have this sort of respect because you're all going through the same grind. You know what I mean? Like, and that's how it works on the field and programs. Like, you can hate a certain team, you can hate a program, but you have a respect for your opponent end of the day. I think it's more that. But Dave, and the folks you've interacted with, how would you say people feel about Texas and Oklahoma, but Texas in this instance coming to the SEC? I think for the most part, people are really excited, fired up, what it means for the league. I think there's some that are kind of beating their chest and maybe some deservedly so, some not so much deservedly so. But your overall, like, what if your takeaways, your thoughts, how people feel about Texas coming to the league?
Just initially I think people are fired up about it. I mean, I think just what comes to mind initially, I'm from Mississippi originally, about to move to Atlanta, so prime Southeast area. But so I have some Mississippi State and Ole Miss friends. So obviously Mississippi State's going out to Austin this year. Also Georgia, some Georgia people, they're fired up about that trip to Austin this year. I think Kentucky, I think a little bit Texas fans will be surprised how much Big Blue Nation travels for the first time for a football game to Austin. I think Florida going there. I think a lot of people are fired up for that trip. I have some Mississippi State buddies. I think they play at Arizona State at a conference, and then they usually pick 2 games a year to go to, and they're going to Austin and the game in Tempe or in Phoenix. So that'll be fun. So I think a lot of people are fired up about the trip. I think a lot of people are fired up about a true blue blood athletics department, not just football coming in to the Southeastern Conference. I mean, we talk about it. I mean, really all sports, and for Texas, I mean, Texas is good. I don't even have to name them. I mean, what sport is Texas not good at? I mean, as they should be. One of the higher budget athletics departments in the country. But again, I think overall for Texas, I would say the conference is pretty fired up about it. I guess maybe except Texas A&M would be, if I'm being realistic looking at it from a negative side, would probably be the only fan base that wasn't overly jacked. But I know Ross Bjork was open about it, but he's since moved to Ohio State as the AD. So I hadn't heard a statement from Trev Alberts, the new AD. But I don't know how fired up they are, because I think, like I mentioned, when I worked at Texas A&M fans, very loyal. Texas fans are very aware. People call it a cult kind of deal. They're very loyal to the Aggies, and they liked being that only team in the SEC in the state of Texas that could put that SEC patch on. I think it was kind of like, I think they were what people would kind of make fun of from an SEC standpoint, where it was like Alabama, LSU, Georgia, Florida at the time with Tebow and Percy Harvin and Urban, and then winning national championships, even though mixture of Auburn at times. I think people be these SEC teams like Kentucky and them doing the SEC stuff, I think they would kind of get a little annoyed at Texas A&M, because Texas A&M really never, I guess, carried the weight a little bit of that standpoint. But you could tell Texas A&M, when I got there, light kind of being like, oh, yeah, we got the SEC over that fading Big 12 conference. Like, they could tell they'd like that. So I would say overall, the other, and I guess Oklahoma too, so 14 out of the 16 teams are probably real fired up, or 13, Texas not including themselves, are real fired up about it.
And guys, like I mentioned yesterday, SEC Unfiltered, we cover football, of course, 24/7, 365, but also baseball, basketball, all the sports we touch on. Dave and I actually did a lot of work together, recapping, breaking down these games during March Madness. We had full March Madness coverage throughout the college basketball season and college baseball as well. So on that note, and Dave, obviously a big baseball guy, big basketball guy, really well-rounded all around. Dave, just a big sports guy in general, which we love. Dave, and that's a great segue. I want to jump into this. We dropped this segment on YouTube today, which go check us out, SEC Unfiltered. Highly encourage you guys, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, SEC Unfiltered on YouTube. You can go check out the full segment. But, Dave, I want to get your thoughts on this. And we got the video clip. I'm going to show the video just in case there's anybody in the chat right now, anybody in the live show that has not seen it. Georgia pitcher looks like he's cheating. Looks like he's putting a sticky substance on the glove. Okay, I'm going to show the video, and then I want to get your thoughts on, number one, if you think he was doing it, and number two, if he was, what the SEC should do. So bear with me. I haven't shown the video. Okay, so Dave, the only other thing, I will say this, the only other thing he could have been doing is fixing the laces. I've actually got, Dave, with me, I got a glove here. I have my own glove. Very similar to what he was wearing with the laces here on the outside. Only thing he could have been doing is fixing these laces right here. But I'm not sure if you saw They dropped a video on this, and it zoomed in. It showed him on the mound. There's too many coincidences here. I think 110% he's putting a sticky substance on the glove, which is obviously cheating. And, of course, this happened last weekend, Georgia-Texas A&M series in College Station. Some student or fan of Texas A&M got the video. They posted on Barstool Texas A&M, and this thing has blown up since. Barstool Sports is running with it, all kinds of different college baseball and just baseball accounts in general. Number one, do you think he was putting a sticky substance on the glove? I know you have to make somewhat of an assumption, but do you think it's a fair assumption that that's what was taking place?
Yeah, I mean, unless you're a Georgia fan or just a very glass half empty baseball period or glass half full baseball purist, and you're just like, there's no way. But outside of those two things, I would say, I mean, come on. Yeah, he is. And then like you said, I think the John Boy Media video with the camera work of it zooming in every time there's a different foul ball, you can tell he went back to the laces. I mean,
when you're constantly touching the
where
same
there's smoke,
spot,
there's
that's
fire.
the giveaway. That's the giveaway.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this then, Dave. What do you do if you're the SEC? Like, because here's the thing. Because when I first heard this, Dave, admittedly, like I just posted the clip this morning. It took me about 24 hours. Like, okay, this is a pretty big story. This is noteworthy. Let's run this. Because I played college baseball. I come from the school of baseball. I love baseball. Like, this is so normalized for me that I didn't even think it was a big deal. Like, number one, there's no, like, hard proof after the fact. Number two, everybody's doing this, or a lot of guys are doing this. But the problem is you were dumb enough to do it out in the open. Like, if you do this, do it in the dugout. Do it in the clubhouse. Do it on the bus before the game. You can't do it in the bullpen where you know people have camera phones. They have cameras. They're able to record you, and they're going to see it.
Especially at a visiting park.
A visiting park, exactly. So I think the SEC, Dave, and I want to get your thoughts, but I think the SEC, I don't know what they can do after the fact from the standpoint, like you can't go look at his glove and get a 100% yes, there is a sticky substance here. We know beyond a shadow of a doubt. But, I mean, Dave, in this situation, like, it just feels so obvious looking at the first video, then looking at, like, the John Boy stuff with, like, the zoomed in and what, like, it feels so obvious. I feel like the SEC has to do something here. But here's why. Because if you don't, if I'm a pitcher at Arkansas, Florida, Texas A&M, South Carolina, like anybody else, why am I not now using pine tar on my glove or sticky substances or whatever? Like, I feel like you kind of have to. I'm not saying suspend the kid for the whole season, but suspend him for the weekend. I think you have to suspend him for the weekend. Like, I think they have to do something. I don't think nothing is the right response here.
No, I agree with you. I think you have to set a precedent because, like you said, again, I don't know what they can do from this standpoint. Like, I mean, yeah, you have video and that is some evidence, but you don't know what the evidence is he's putting on. Like, and like you're assuming you're at 99% there. Like I said, where there's smoke, there's probably fire, and it looks like there's a lot of smoke there. So I just don't know if they can go back and do something. But you're right, though. You're just encouraging other guys, other pitchers coming out of the bullpen in the middle of the game to do that, because they're kind of like, well, shoot, this guy just got killed on social media. That was about it. And they've shown if I can just get away with this throughout the weekend, there's nothing they can do, and they're not going to do. So like you said, you're encouraging this behavior. But again, I don't know what they can do. My dad used to be a minor league umpire in college, but he was like a Conference USA Sun Belt, did some AA stuff. And I was asking him about it the other day, and he was like, really, if you wanted to blame somebody, the umpire should have stopped. And again, I mean, it's pretty obvious he's rubbing something on his glove each time. And again, it's late in the game. It's 8th, 9th inning, a doubleheader day. It was a doubleheader, Georgia and A&M. Yeah, because the first game was when A&M Georgia blew the 9-0 lead. So this was the second game. And he remember what he came back, and Christian came back and pitched. He struck out 6 straight guys.
Yeah. Yeah.
You could tell that sticky stuff, like the John Boy Media guys video did it well. It's like you could tell that he was hanging on to his finger late, and he was getting that rise on that fastball up and away. And I don't know. It's just like my dad was saying from talking to him as an umpire, he felt like the umpires, if you wanted to blame somebody, it's the umpire. But at this point, what are you going to go do? It's like you said, I'm sure they'll go check his glove this weekend before their series against Vanderbilt. And I'm sure they'll do that. And they'll probably be like, hey, let's be on the lookout, guys. They'll probably notify the whole league. Okay, you need to probably be on to look out. Let's at least from a perception standpoint, from an umpire standpoint, from the SEC, let's at least look like we're trying. We're interested in finding out what's going on.
Yeah, I think they got to do something. I will be, again, maybe after the fact, to your point, the umpire should have stopped play. After the fact, I don't know if they're going to suspend the kid at all, but it's just, again, it's one of those things. Like, I was a pitcher in college. Like, I'm a former pitcher. So, like, I'm on the side of the pitchers. But I also, believe it or not, like, I sympathize with these hitters. Like, guys, pitchers are throwing harder than ever. And then, so, like, back in the old days when it's like Greg Maddux and like you're throwing 85, 86 and you got to be able to spin it and make it dance. Like, I get it. I got more sympathy on the pitcher side, but like, dude, you're already throwing at 96 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Like, how much more of an advantage do you need? You know what I mean? Like, I think they got to do something. I think
I agree with you.
I think a suspension's warranted.
I agree with that. It's just, I don't know if they, I would lean towards they probably don't, but I agree with you because you're setting a bad precedent for the rest of the season with it. I don't know how much a starter could get away with it. You know what I mean? And starting, as you know, I mean, you pitch, starting pitch is a little different than just coming out of the pen and you can doctor something up on your glove before you roll out there and like, hey, I got enough of this to last me. I'm not probably going longer than 2 innings here out of the pen. And I know the starter can come in and out of the dugout, but yeah, you're more likely to see it out of some bullpen guys here in the future. Because again, there's no risk. If they don't do anything, these guys are like, at worst, somebody's going to film me, but is a potential suspect of this, and it'll be on social media for a little bit. Like, okay, if I strike out 6 guys in a row and we win the game, that's worth it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, again, I will be curious to see what comes down from this. On the other side, though, you mentioned Texas A&M. They erased that 9-0 deficit. They won that game 19-9, which was crazy. Arkansas leads the West right now in the Diamond, 16-5 record in SEC play. Kentucky also 16-5 in the East. They meet up this weekend. What's been your biggest takeaways to this point in the season? Omaha, contenders, pretenders. What's been the biggest shockers or surprises to you at this point in the season? I feel like the biggest one, the low-hanging fruit, is we talk about how deep the league is, all the teams that are ranked, but 2 of those teams that aren't, Florida and LSU, who have just been abysmal. I mean, they've been abysmal this year.
Chris keeping that streak up, man. If you're a national champion with Mississippi State back in 21 and then Ole Miss doing it in 22, LSU did it in 23, is it the streak going to continue where you do not make the postseason, the NCAA tournament after winning the national championship, especially in the SEC? You're right. That's a low-hanging fruit. The initial shockers are LSU sitting there at 7-14, Florida there at 9-12. I thought it was a big loss for LSU. I know they won the series, but I thought it was a big loss for them on Sunday against Auburn. Like, the spot LSU's in, they needed to sweep them.
Yeah, when you're in that position, you got an Auburn team that's won.
Then you're staring at like you mentioned, the Texas A&M team rolling in. I know it's at Alex Box, but I mean, realistically, I think most people think A&M will at least get 2. I'm not ready to say A&M's going to go sweep, but I'm at least expecting them to win the series. Then LSU goes, 2 Tuscaloosa, a winnable series. Alabama's solid in Rob Vaughn's first year. But again, it's on the road. Alabama's been pretty good at home. I think Alabama's better than LSU. I would take that. And they play Ole Miss at home, which they could definitely win that series. But what are they doing at that point if they've lost to A&M and Alabama in the series? Is there much to play for? Florida just can't seem to get right. Those midweek games are tough. From a positive standpoint, I mean, Kentucky, the Batcats, 16-5. I know they lost back-to-back tough series to Tennessee and South Carolina, but you got to like what they're doing. Nick Mangione and them. Arkansas, I feel like Dave Van Horn just every year just dominating. I shouldn't say dominate, but always in that top 3 of the SEC. Their pitching staff, it will be. I almost want to ask you, Chris, who do you trust more at TD Ameritrade at a park like that? Do you trust an Arkansas team? It's got the pitching staff and a big park, but the offense is going to not consistently be there night in, night out. Or do you trust a team like Tennessee? Because I feel like Tennessee and Arkansas are a little different. I think A&M's a complete 1 through 9 lineups, a complete pain in the tail. Pitching staff's gotten better. But Arkansas and Tennessee is that second kind of battling for that Omaha spot where Tennessee's can hit well. They hit for a lot of power, but they'll go 9 or 10 straight outs because they're just not getting singles. They're a big power team. I don't know if that plays well in TD Ameritrade. So I'd probably go with the pitching staff. I mean, I know you're a pitcher. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'm always going to lean the side of the pitching. I think I really do believe dominant pitching, wins in the postseason. And really the team that that wins it all. I mean, you got to be complete, certainly. I mean, we look at LSU last year. They had both sides of it, but, it's why did LSU win it all? Their arms outside of Paul Skeen stepped up. Like, I mean, they just you've got to, you talk about to win the College World Series, you got to get hot at the right time. Really, your arms have got to get hot at the right time. Like, you've got to be able to shut people down. Of course, the hitting's got to be there. That's a given. I mean, if you don't hit, you don't have a chance. But it's because your arms take it to a next level, become dominant. Like, I mean, we're seeing LSU's arms this year revert back to being very average, if not below average. And these are guys that assisted in winning that College World Series. I would say this over the last, you mentioned Mississippi State and Ole Miss, and those teams missed the postseason the last couple of years. LSU is the most shocking, though, of that group. Like, I mean, this LSU team is talented. I mean, they're really talented. And so what's happened with them this year, I mean, it's stunning. I mean, it is. And I mean, Texas saw them early in the year in that tournament in Houston.
Yeah.
I mean, it's shocking. It is. And I'm so excited, by the way. I know we spend so much time talking football, but I'm so excited to see Texas join, and Oklahoma as well. Oklahoma's having a great season right now. But to see those two teams join the league next year and be part of SEC baseball, make the best league in the country that much better.
That was a fun series last weekend. I put that on for a little bit. Wait, Oklahoma took the first one, and then Texas came back and won the next two.
Yeah, and then Texas in the final game, it's 12-10 in the 8th inning, and they call the ball game. So I'm sure OU fans are thrilled about that. But no, it's going to be a lot of fun, man. I mean, I think obviously having Texas in the league and the great history and tradition. It's interesting though. We talk about how much pressure is on Mike Elko and Texas A&M football because of, this sense of urgency, because here comes Steve Sarkisian, Quinn Ewers, and the Texas Longhorns went to the college ball playoff last year. They're expected by most as a lock for the playoff this year. That same pressure is being felt, I think, by Texas baseball, because you look at A&M, I mean, they're number one in the country, and it's almost like that's not necessarily what you'd expect. And they have Jim Schlossnagle, and I think there's some. His name is escaping me right now, but the Texas baseball head coach, there's some pressure there. I mean, there's really some pressure there. But
David Pierce.
David Pierce, yes, there's some pressure there, because it's like you see what A&M's doing, and again, they've got Schlossnagle, who's I thought that was a fantastic hire when they brought him on. So
TCU.
There's going to be a lot of
Pierce has been to what, two World Series, and they lost in the Supers last year.
But it's a what have you done for me lately, man? It just
You're
is.
right. You go miss a like you said, LSU obviously didn't get rid of Jay Johnson this year, but you go miss a regional at LSU, that kind of shouldn't say decimates the national title, because they're going to put that up on the Intimidator. People always remember that team, one of the better teams I can remember in my life. But it kind of diminishes a little bit, like, hey, dude, like if we don't make it to Omaha, it's a failure every year. Much less, it's like almost our birthright to get to the NCAA tournament. Are you kidding me? And much like if you miss Hoover, if you're one of the bottom two teams, which I don't think they get to that point. I think they make Hoover, but still.
I would say for programs like LSU, Texas, you could throw Florida in here. I'm just thinking about, like, because it's baseball. Baseball in the SEC is different, but it's not built equally at every school. Let's just call it for what it is. Like, not every single fan base feels the same about it. There's some schools that, they like baseball. There's others that love baseball. There's others that live, breathe, eat, and sleep baseball when it's baseball season. So LSU, Texas, Florida, I don't even know Florida. I don't know if you throw them in there.
I think Mississippi State, Ole Miss are in that conference. Arkansas.
Yeah, State and Ole Miss. I think South Carolina's a very, very passionate baseball.
I'm with you overall. This is my alma mater. Like, I don't really think Alabama and Auburn fans like baseball. It's definitely the distant third out of the big three sports.
Yeah. I was going to say, though, like so to your point there, those schools, this may not apply, but I feel like at a place like Texas or LSU, you can miss one postseason. If you miss two in a row, you're gone. You're gone. Like, it's just, dude, it's that simple. It's really that simple. And people might think those expectations are crazy, but I mean, to your point, man, like, there's never an excuse for a program like Texas baseball, or there's never an excuse for them not to be in the postseason.
Well, this is Pierce's second time to do this, I think, Chris, going back. I think it's in 2020 or 2021. They totally missed the postseason. So it's almost like Omaha, super regional, or we're not even making the tournament.
And their record right now, I'm trying to get it pulled up. They are 27-18, it looks like.
Yeah, they got a high 50 RPI, I think.
Yeah,
right now.
13-8 in conference. So they're going to make the postseason. There's no threat, or at least right now, it looks like they should be good. But I'm just making the point again. We're talking LSU, the terrible season they're having. That, it's. I mean, the pressure will be on Jay Johnson going into next year for sure. Switching gears, Dave, really quickly. This was a fun thing that came up today. You may have already seen it, so I may be wasting my time. And I'm sure many of the folks here in our chat and our live show, they know the answer to this as well. But which 3 SEC football teams does Texas football have a losing record against? So Texas, obviously, beginning life as a member of the SEC. Graphic was posted today. Their records, all-time records against every single SEC member institution right now. Who are the 3 that they are either 500 or have a losing record against?
I saw a scroll pad. I don't say. I can guess what. Vandy's 1, right?
Vandy is 1. Yes.
Vandy is 1. Stuck out.
And the fun part about this is like the 3, they're not 3 you would expect. They're not the 3 you'd expect.
Let's go. Vandy, Kentucky.
Not Kentucky. No, they're 1-0 all time against Kentucky.
Let's go. Them and Arkansas used to play a lot in the Southwest Conference. So I don't think it's Arkansas.
No, they got a 56-23 record against.
That's what I'm saying. They collected some wins when they were all in the same conference consistently. In the SEC, let's go South Carolina.
They are 0-1 against South Carolina.
South Carolina
0-1. I think Vandy was hell apparently in the 1920s. So.
Well, then they used to be in the same conference with Missouri and A&M, so they collected wins. It's not either one of them. Tennessee.
No, they are 2-1 against Tennessee. I think that was their last meeting, the Baker Mayfield in Neyland game, or what was that?
That was Oklahoma. That was
Oklahoma. When was the last time Texas and Tennessee?
Dude, I can't remember the last time. Texas
okay, yeah, I'm getting my. I apologize, Texas fans. I did not think Baker Mayfield played for Texas. I just completely got confused.
You're right. It's been a while since they. Yeah. It'll be interesting to see when they get put in. It wouldn't shock me in 25 if they're playing.
So I'll tell you this. The other Mississippi State. They are 2-2. They are 2-2 against Mississippi.
I knew they had a winning record against Alabama. I knew that. Yep. And Georgia, I was like, well, Georgia, they beat Georgia.
Yeah, they're 4-1 against Georgia. 4-1.
Yeah, I was like, they've beaten Georgia. I was with you. I was like, I bet it's not the.
Hey, LSU is close, 9-8-1. So 9-8-1.
Last time I remember Texas and LSU playing was maybe a Cotton Bowl with Nick Saban when he was there, maybe 2002. So Marcus Spears,
Texas fans will love highlighting this, by the way. They're 36-37-5 against Texas A&M. So it's been, would you call that, let me ask you this, because there's a lot of debate, again, in the Palmetto State, which is where I'm at, about the South Carolina Clemson rivalry. And is that
what's that all-time series, Chris?
So that's something like 74, very similar, 74, 38, and 3 or something. So Clemson fans love to say that is a domination, not a rivalry. Is that fair? If it's that margin, would you call that a domination?
What'd you say the A&M one? A&M
is 76-37-5.
Yeah. Texas hadn't.
So basically we can say that Texas is Texas A&M's daddy.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, the school in the state, especially now they got the SEC logo. Yeah, for sure. Even without it. Yeah. A&M had, 2 or 3 years where they were probably better than A&M. Like Jimbo's prime when Herman was heading out, maybe that first year for Sark. But after that, it's been a while. I mean, you had some years where Charlie Strong and Kevin Sumlin was solid at A&M, but it's been a while since anyone's really had the stranglehold of it. Right now, you got to give Texas the advantage, obviously, but I think Elko's going to go in and do a good job. I can only imagine the pageantry and what Kyle Field will be like this year. I mean, that's the biggest game A&M has hosted at Kyle Field for them. I tell you this, in over 15 years. And they've hosted Alabama in some big-time games there, but it's Tech. They talk about how much they hate Texas in their own fight song. Not many teams put them. That's why you can't ever say Texas is like – Texas A&M can't ever say they're not little brother. Because it's like, dude, you literally talked about them in your fight song pretty regularly. Like, saw varsity's horns off, like stuff like that. It's been a total domination. I mean, think the last time they played that's the Justin Tucker walk-off field goal win in Kyle Field.
Yeah. So this football season, you can have one ticket. You can go to one game. Is it that A&M Texas game?
I think it's got to be, right? Right?
Yeah.
My second one, I'll say this, Chris. You told me.
You know why it's not Bama, Georgia? Because I think we have Bama, Georgia fatigue.
Dude, I was literally going to say, I wouldn't even
there's kind of fatigue.
My other one was going to be Georgia at Texas.
Yeah, that's going to be an
in
elite
Austin.
showdown.
Dude, apparently that weekend's going to be crazy. People probably listening right now. That's when they have the F1 racing big race. Apparently getting in that weekend, because you're going to have people coming from all over the world for that. So you have that. I mean, I know there's stuff going on in Austin all the time. It's the damn state capital. But, apparently that weekend's going to be massive for, hotels being out and stuff. So that'll be – again, if you were going to tell me for sure A&M Texas, but I think Texas or Georgia at Texas would be right after that if you're telling me what games I'd be wanting one ticket to this year in the SEC.
By the way, South Carolina Clemson, it's 73-43-4. Clemson ahead in that series. So 30-game advantage.
Right, similar.
30. Yeah, very similar. Yeah, indeed. College basketball. Let's touch on this just for a moment, Dave. Again, like I said, Dave Shoemate does a fantastic job. Not just football. Talks football a lot, but baseball, basketball, we do it all at SEC Unfiltered. It's funny. We were expecting, or at least we were told, Dave, to expect madness in the transfer portal when it came to football. But it's really been the basketball portal that has been pretty wild. The latest, Jonas Adu transferring from Tennessee, committing to Arkansas. Coach Cal has been very active. Mark Pope at Kentucky has been very active. Your thoughts on the portal and the latest movement? I know, again, right now it's all baseball. It's always football, and basketball sort of – I feel like, Dave, basketball kind of takes a – we talk about this from the content standpoint. Basketball just takes a back seat until it's basketball season, or essentially until it's like February, and we're talking.
It's in a weird spot for people. Like you said,
Right.
it's like it starts right when football season starts, the rivalry week, conference championships, or now the playoffs, and all the way through. Like you said, I feel like your casual college basketball fans kind of start tuning in. What would you say, mid-January?
Dude, it's so unfortunate for college basketball because, for example, there's rivalry games that are being played before, around Thanksgiving. Why are we playing these important games late November? Why are you trying to, and I know that you got to schedule when you schedule, and you can't just schedule around football all the time, but it does suck for college basketball, man, because it's impossible. And it doesn't help that the college football playoff is expanding. Now what? The national title is going to be January 20th, I think. It's going to go even longer. Yeah. So I know you can't start the season after January the 20th, but it's it's just so hard to get into. You're such in football mode. Hell, we don't want anything to take our attention away from football. So yeah, I would say if you're just a casual watcher of college basketball, even if you're a fan, but football's got your attention. I don't think you're tuning in until at minimum early January when conference play starts. I don't think anybody's tuning into non-conference play unless you're a fan of North Carolina or Duke or Kansas, and you're in one of those tournaments where you're playing each other. But nobody's tuning in to watch, these games against, Presbyterian College, and nobody's watching those games.
Yeah.
So.
And the college basketball has their moment that whole week, that first round of NCAA tournament, which I love, and I know most people love. They own it. They own television. They own the marketing stream. Everybody does their bracket for candy, stuff like that. So they own that. But my second favorite, I would say second, probably second favorite week, I'm telling you, Chris, is that feast week when you got all those college basketball tournaments. You got the Maui Invitational, you got the Phil Knight, you got the Disney one in Orlando, all of them. And then you go into rivalry week starting on Thursday night, which is usually, Texas fans will get accustomed to it, but it's usually the Ole Miss Mississippi State Egg Bowl game, which is one of the more underrated rivalries in college football. I'm not going to say college sports. Well, college baseball, yes. College basketball, not as much. Granted, both are solid this year, State making the tournament. But in college football, when both those teams are good, that's a very toxic rivalry. They do not like each
very
other.
Nasty.
And that's what you have on Thanksgiving night after having all that turkey dressing and stuff it's phenomenal. They ever talk about bringing the A&M Texas game back to Thanksgiving? It'd be interesting to see how Texas would take to that, because they used to play that game Thanksgiving night. Can you imagine the doubleheader on that, Chris? If you had the Ole Miss Mississippi State game at midday competing with the NFL and the Cowboys, and you had the night game, the big one, you had Herb Street Fowler on the Texas A&M game. be incredible. But I don't think college football was, because there's like 3 NFL games that day now.
Yeah.
So I think they'll just stick to that one game. But no, I mean, yeah, college basketball doesn't really dominate. People don't tune in until probably about mid-January until conference play starts.
But there has been a lot of movement in the portal. Like, I mean, also Bama got big news. What was the kid's name that was so big?
Grant Nelson's back.
Grant Nelson's back. Yes.
Mark Sears, good chance. I'd probably say about 90% chance he's going to go through the NBA Combine, and he'll come back. I mean, if he comes back, Alabama will probably be the overwhelming favorite. It doesn't mean they'll win it, but probably the overwhelming favorite heading into the 24-25 basketball season. I'm interested to see the scheduling format come out. You see that, Chris, the way they got that set up?
I did not see that.
You got 2 common opponents. They're just going to rotate one each year. So you're going to play, I think like Alabama would probably play Auburn and either LSU or Mississippi State every year, and they're going to rotate when you play them twice. So you'll play 3 teams twice a year at home and away, but 2 of those 3 are your every year you play twice teams. So it's going to rotate one year. I thought that was interesting.
Who do you think is going to have a better career, Mark Pope or John Calipari, at their respective schools?
Man, dude, I'll be honest with you. I mean, I did the reaction video to both of them on our deal, and after Cal's press conference on SEC Unfiltered platform, if people want to go check that out. But I mean, can I say? But I know it's kind of a cop out, but honestly, I believe this. I think Cal's got a little bit of a chip on his shoulder. Look, he's not just going the high school route anymore. I think this may be like, hey, you know what? I can go do this college transfer. I think he's got a little swag back, got that chip on his shoulder. He's going to go dip in the portal, as we see. You mentioned the Jonas Adu pickup today, which is crazy. Playing for Rick Barnes at Tennessee, transfers to go play for John. If I would have told you this last year, Chris, on April 30th, Jonas Adu is transferring from Tennessee to go to Arkansas to play for John Calipari, you'd be like, what?
Wouldn't have believed you. Yeah, wouldn't have believed you.
But he is. I think Cal's going to do well at Arkansas. Initially, I wasn't jacked about the Mark Pope hire, but I do think he's going to be a good fit. I think that's kind of a lazy, or just an easy low-hanging fruit. You used that term earlier about LSU and baseball. I think it was just it fits the easy low-hanging fruit term, but I truly believe that. I feel like he's going to embrace it. They're going to play a tough, hard-nosed style that Kentucky fans will be proud of. I think they'll give him a little more slack in being a Kentucky guy, right, wrong, and different. But I think they're going to be pretty good this year. I like the Garrison kid they got from Oklahoma State yesterday, the big guy. Or was that this morning? The days running together. But I like him. They're going to probably add the big shooter from the kid from Dayton. It's so good. The good shooter. And then from an Arkansas standpoint, going back to Cal, chances are they go get the John L. Davis kid, the big kid, the point guard from FAU. It was so good.
Big Z went to Arkansas too, right? Big Z's
in Arkansas now. Hell, I like some of the guys you mentioned from what Texas got. A little bit. We were talking a little bit off air about them. I like some of those guys as well. The Jordan Pope, the Oregon State transfer kid, and then speaking of Arkansas, Tremont Mark, who was at Arkansas, is now going to be with Rodney Terry in Texas. So everybody's adding some key pieces. You see some teams like Auburn retaining Janai Broom. I think SEC, you adding Oklahoma and Texas into it again. It's kind of like with the other 2 big sports, baseball and basketball, or basketball and football, baseball and football. You only just keep getting deeper and deeper and raising the roof of that conference. So I think it'll be fun basketball next year. But to answer your question, I think both are going to be good, man. I'm usually not a fence rider. I hate saying that. I feel like I'm on some us just hyping up Arkansas and Kentucky, but I do think both teams are going to be good. It's funny seeing these teams go at it on the social media wars with their Kentucky mom and the Arkansas mom.
Dave, we're cramming this here at the end of the show, and we could have spent a lot more of this show talking about it, but you got me thinking. I feel confident saying that Texas in football for sure, but I was sitting here thinking, who do you think is of Texas and Oklahoma, who's going to make the bigger splash in each of the individual sports immediately? Like, I think Texas, obviously, football, they're going to be a contender for the SEC championship. I mean, I just think they are, and nobody on this platform is going to shed a tear me saying this, but Texas is far ahead, I think, of Oklahoma right now. I know OU beat them last year, but with the questions of a new quarterback, line of scrimmage for OU, the schedule is a gauntlet for them. It's going to be tough. So I would go Texas. When you look at basketball, baseball, who do you think of the 2 programs is more well-equipped to make an immediate splash and maybe contend?
Basketball, I'll give the slight edge. I mean, I like both head coaches. I like Rodney Terry and Porter Moser from Oklahoma. I mean, both have been to the – Oklahoma missed it last year. Texas was in it for back-to-back year. I'll give Texas the edge in basketball. I think they're going to bounce back, be pretty good this year. And And then in baseball, I mean, you've seen success out of both of them recently. Like, Oklahoma lost to Ole Miss in the championship series 2 years ago. Texas has been to 2 to 3 World Series appearances under David Pierce. Baseball's the coin. Yeah, baseball is the coin flip. So Oklahoma's ranked 18th now or 20th. I mean, Oklahoma's probably bad. I know Texas just won the series, but so far consistency, who's been better as the year's gone on this year in baseball? Oklahoma. Man, you're right. That's the toss-up one. I think it's definitely Texas in the first two, and basketball is slim margin, but I still got to give Texas the edge. Baseball, if you're going to put me on the spot, I'll say Texas. I'll go with Texas, and that's not by a lot at all. That's not just because we're on the show, but yeah, I'll go Texas. I'll give them the clean sweep in the big three.
It's going to be interesting, and that's the exciting thing, Dave. Is I think obviously from the football standpoint, we're all pumped about the new members of the SEC, but what Texas and Oklahoma bring to the hardwood and to the baseball diamond, and really all the other sports as well, even the ones that aren't revenue generating, right?
Softball,
yeah, softball especially.
Yeah.
Softball
No, that's probably the deep. Let's be honest. That's probably the deepest sport in the SEC.
I think I saw you talking about that on social media. Yeah,
dude, it's got to be. They're all good. I mean, Arkansas used to be awful in softball. Now they're like a consistent top 10 team, which is good for 5th or 6th in the SEC. And then you're adding in Oklahoma, who's had their own dynasty in baseball. Yeah. And then Texas is good.
Yeah. I think they're number 1 right now, actually, in the country.
Yeah.
Texas softball is number 1, I think. So there you go. Guys, we've run up against 5 o'clock. You can appreciate each and every single one of you tuning in. Be sure to check us out all across social media, YouTube, podcast, wherever you get your content. We'll be there at SEC Unfiltered. I'm Chris Phillips at CPhilly19. He's Dave Shoemate at Mach 10 Sports. Again, we are SEC Unfiltered. We do this every single day, 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern, 3 to 4 Central Time, right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. To make sure you stay tuned. We'll be right back here in this spot tomorrow. For Dave Shoemate, I'm Chris Phillips. Guys, you have a great rest of your Tuesday, and we will talk to you all tomorrow. Y'all take care.